The sky today was clear and warm. This was the time of day when people went out to work, but inside a certain bedroom, a passionate scene was unfolding in broad daylight. Lying on the large bed was a beautiful young man, with orange blonde hair, which was soft and wavy like the ocean. His nose was high and straight, and his lips were a lovely, plump red, panting out heavy, hot breaths. Unfortunately, his eyes were covered by a necktie, so their color couldn't be seen. But with a face like this, one could guess he possessed a pair of eyes that were just as captivating. The young man's body was covered in sweat. Looking down from his fair neck, one could see many ripe red strawberries planted there, all neatly lined up. In some places, there were even bite marks. The young man lay limply on the bed, looking as if he had been tormented to the point of exhaustion. Just then, a larger hand was placed over his. The man's long, slender fingers slipped into the spaces between the young man's fingers, interlacing them tightly. "What do you call me?" A deep voice echoed in the room. A black-haired man leaned down and removed the tie covering. The young man's eyes, revealing a pair of large, round, watery almond eyes, looking incredibly pitiful. Hearing the man's question, the young man seemed a bit hesitant. He placed a hand on the man's chest, wanting to push him away, and his lips trembled as he answered softly, Young master." The man pulled the necktie into his hand with a smile on his face. His clothes were still neat and tidy, a complete contrast to the person beneath him. Sweat dripped down his face. This man's features were deep and handsome. He had the look of a gentlemanly scoundrel. Hearing the young man's answer, the man raised an eyebrow slightly and looked down, saying, "Wrong, my dear. Wrong answers must be punished." Before the young man could react, the man pushed forcefully twice, causing the young man to break into sobs again. Tears streamed down the young man's cheeks. His embarrassed face was as red as a tomato, and his whole body trembled slightly. Just as he was feeling extremely uncomfortable, he heard the man's demonic whisper, "Think again." The boy, forced into a panic, called out, "Brother." Then he reached out, wrapped his arms around the man's neck, and sobbed, "Brother." His whole body was flushed with shame, while the man, hearing him call him brother, was very satisfied. He stroked the boy's trembling back and whispered, "Good boy." Skipping past that highly academic exchange, outside the CGI game company building, the sky was blue with white clouds. Inside the building's studio, the lights were bright. Everyone was busy setting up the scene and shooting. The model sat on a white table covered with roses. The photographer snapped photo after photo, praising with satisfaction. "Excellent. Mr. Chao Sui. Look at the camera for a moment. Let's get a few close-ups." As the man spoke, the sound of the shutter clicked continuously. In the lens was an incredibly beautiful young man with curly hair. He looked like an angel who had descended to the mortal world, exuding an overwhelming and captivating charm. On his head were 2 fox ears, and his fluffy tail fanned out, looking soft, and inviting people to stroke it. The photographer captured a ton of high-quality shots, and happily announced, "That's a wrap for today's shoot. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chao Sui." Chao Sui took off the fox ears with one hand, while smiling with a slight blush. "Please, just call me Chao Sui. Everyone worked hard too. Where there are beautiful people, there will always be jealous ones." In contrast to the harmonious and happy atmosphere over here, someone's foul mouth was already running. What a shame. He got cancelled by the entire internet, and he still has the nerve to be the spokesperson for our company. 2 men stood from a distance, watching Chao Sui chatting happily, frowning as they gossiped. To get resources, he even managed to seduce director Yang. He's got some nerve. How can a man be pettier than my girlfriend? If you two are so unhappy, why don't you file a complaint? Ask the company to replace him instead of bad-mouthing him behind his back. They were gossiping but still afraid of being heard. The 2 guys whispered to each other, "Keep it down, in case President Liang hears." One of them replied dismissively, "What's there to be afraid of? After all, he's just the bastard child of a mistress, brought into the Liang family. If President Liang really saw him as a brother, he wouldn't let him struggle in the industry like this." After saying that, as if it were a great joke, the 2 of them burst out laughing. Chao Sui stood not too far away, but close enough to clearly hear their conversation. He glanced over at them slightly, speechless at the term brother that the 2 guys had just gossiped about. He remembered when his mother brought him to that house, smilingly introducing the man looking down from above. Even back then, nothing felt right. At that time, Chao Sui was still young. When his mother told him to greet his older brother, he was a bit shy, calling out Gege, but in response, he didn't get a friendly or polite greeting, but rather the other's denial and hatred. He had said, "Don't call me brother." His eyes looked at him like he was disgusting trash. That shouldn't exist. From that moment on, Chao Sui had no expectations for this new family. Now, remembering that look, Chao Sui could only laugh at his younger self. He must have been crazy back then. To think that someone born so noble, would acknowledge a kid like him who grew up in the gutter. How could he ever be worthy? But Chao Sui slightly opened his eyes. No matter how lowly he was in front of that person, it wasn't the place of these small fry minions to lecture him. Chao Sui turned and walked towards the two guys still spouting their trash. You should shut your filthy mouths to stop polluting the air, you scumbags. You guys really get me. The two cowards gossiping behind his back turned pale with fear when they heard the voice of the person himself. These two were the type whose ugly souls matched their faces. Their hearts were so foul that their faces were just as ugly. They couldn't make it on their own merit, so all they could do was talk trash about others behind their backs. Before Chao Sui could even scold them or show his attitude, an older man ran over and yelled, "Who taught you to talk about others behind their backs, huh? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Chao." Chao Sui crossed his arms, looking coldly at the man, acting as if it was nothing, scolding them with a couple of sentences, making the two guys apologize before shooing them away. He dusted off his sleeves and said coolly, "Your company's way of handling things is certainly lenient." Since he was already making a scene, he decided to lie a little. "Actually, I didn't even want to accept this position. But your President Liang just kept insisting on hiring me. I can see you all aren't too thrilled about it. So why don't you just tell him to find someone else?" The older man was terrified when he heard this. "Oh my God, please sir, be the bigger person and forgive us." The choice of spokesperson was President Liang's decision. How would we dare to have any objections? No guts to object, but they act all high and mighty, bad-mouthing and stepping on others. What a terrible work ethic. How come they haven't been fired yet? Haha, well, that's a problem, Chao Sui said with a laugh. He smiled, but his eyes were as cold as ice, because I can't possibly work with people who gossip behind my back. If this guy still didn't get it after he'd said all that, then there was really no hope for him. The old man's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and sweated, angry but not daring to say anything. Then, he turned to the two guys and yelled, "What are you two still standing there for? Get your asses to HR and resign." The two cowards never expected that just a few sentences of gossip would cost them their jobs, but even if they regretted it now, it was too late. After firing the men, the manager turned back to smooth things over. "It was my lack of responsibility in managing my subordinates. Mr. Chao Sui, please don't be angry. We still have to shoot a gameplay test scene. The demo room is this way. Please follow me." Chao Sui smiled slightly. After dealing with the small fries, the little fox switched modes, becoming the good beautiful boy, and agreeing immediately. The demo room's temperature was stable at 23 degrees Celsius. Following instructions, Chao Sui lay down on the chair. He heard the manager say, "Sir, please put on the device. Select the game, and you can start playing." Chao Sui looked at the virtual reality headset in his hand, feeling a bit of indescribable anxiety. Is your President Liang not coming today?" the older man said awkwardly. "Ah, President Liang is quite busy. Normally, he doesn't participate in activities like this." Hearing these perfunctory words, Chao Sui understood clearly. It was simply that the man didn't want to see him. Remembering that look of disgust and contempt, Chao Sui couldn't understand why, if he detested him so much, the man would specifically appoint him as the spokesperson. The little fox pushed all the troubling thoughts to the back of his mind. He put on the virtual reality headset. "Forget it. I have to do the test play first. Anyway, after this is over, he and I won't see each other again." A notification from the system popped up. Completing data download. Player information updated successfully. Exploration permissions granted. Buildings began to form from the data. The small fox ears on his head twitched slightly. Chao Sui was dazed for a moment before opening his eyes. He didn't know whose voice he had been hearing just now. As soon as he opened his eyes, Chao Sui saw an information panel. The system announced that a new world would open up for him. The little fox exclaimed to himself, "So fast! So I'm already in the game?" He was so busy being surprised that the young man didn't notice his own appearance. At this moment, his entire body was tied with a red ribbon, lying on a large shelf of stuffed animals. There was even a huge, cute bow tied behind his neck. It was only when the little fox realized his hands couldn't move that he looked at himself and was horrified. He realized this way of making an entrance was way too humiliating. The fox was annoyed. He quickly untied all the ropes, binding him. Luckily, the ropes were tied loosely. Otherwise, he could only have lain there and waited for someone to come and take him away. While he was busy struggling with the ribbons, Chao Sui's sharp ears heard someone exclaim, "Hey, over there! Isn't that the celebrity guy?" Hearing this, the fox's whole body couldn't help but shiver a couple of times. Before the trembling fox could even run, the crowd over there immediately pulled out their cameras and phones to take pictures of him non-stop. Chao Sui's face turned pale. "Damn it. What the hell? I just got into the game. So why does it feel like I'm on the edge of hell? Who could be so cruel to make his in-game identity a celebrity too? Being tied up like a gift, if he got photographed like this, it would surely become a dark chapter in his life's history." The fox was terrified. He shouted, "You've got the wrong person," and then bolted with all his might. The idol-obsessed fangirls behind him were not about to let Chao Sui go so easily. They quickly gave chase. Luckily, the quick-witted little fox hid in a small corner by the road, managing to escape the frantic crowd. After everyone had run past, the little fox breathed a sigh of relief. Just entered the game and already ran into a fan-chasing situation. So dangerous, my god. Before the fox's soul could even return to his body, he heard a ding from the system. In front of him, there also appeared a personal information panel for his in-game character. Name, Chao Sui. Race, Pale Fox. Age, 21. Identity, Celebrity. Character introduction. Debuted as a model. Besides a handsome face, all his professional skills are average. Currently embroiled in a career-ending scandal. After reading the info panel, Chao Sui couldn't be happy at all. The identity and all those summary descriptions. Why were they exactly like his real-life self? Are they trying to insult me? The little fox felt so offended he could just die. It's bad enough in real life, but they won't even let him off in a game. So cruel, so unbelievably cruel. Chao Sui felt helpless. But then again, he thought that in the game, the situation was still much more optimistic than in real life. At least in here, no one was badmouthing him behind his back. He remembered those two cowards, accusing him of seducing Director Yang, and he just wanted to smack them in the head a few times. Damn it. It was clearly that old pervert who drugged his drink, wanting to use the casting couch on him. When he got caught, he turned around and bit back, falsely accusing him of trying to seduce the old man. The people around, even though they knew the truth, were afraid of the old man's power and status in the industry, so they turned and kicked him while he was down. Just thinking about it made Chao Sui so disgusted he lost his appetite. The fox was so angry his veins were popping. Damn it all. Why doesn't that old pervert take a piss and look at his own reflection? See what his face looks like. As if a fairy-like boy like me would bother seducing a bald old man, whose teeth are about to fall out. After all, he'd seen someone who was rich, powerful, and handsome. He had seen it up close. Right beside him even. If he wanted to seduce someone, it would have to be. Whoa, that's going too far. The little fox's heart started pounding just thinking about that person. His whole body was flushed red. The fox was so embarrassed he mentally slapped himself. What are you thinking? That person is absolutely impossible. The more Chao Sui thought about it, the more embarrassed he became. He wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Just then, a system notification arrived, saving him from himself. Chao Sui opened the notification to read it. It stated, "System is undergoing temporary maintenance. Players are advised to log out of the game before 4 o'clock. Chao Sui rubbed his chin, thinking, I've only been in for a little while and haven't done anything. And now there's maintenance? Looks like the main storyline is unplayable now. If he couldn't play, the little fox planned to walk around for a bit and then log out. The young man peeked his head out from behind a model display, checking if anyone was still chasing him. If I go out there now and don't do anything unusual, I probably won't be recognized, right? On the street at this moment, people were coming and going in pairs. The game Chao Sui was playing was called Lover Across Time, a 3D virtual reality romance game with a human-animal hybrid setting. Every character in here had the characteristics of an animal species. It could be a panda, it could be a wolf, or it could be any other creature. In short, the characters in this world would not be fully evolved into human form, but they weren't entirely in their animal form either. Chao Sui had just stepped out for a stroll when a tall cat lady gave him a flower. This cat lady belonged to the tuxedo cat race, with a differentiation value of 70. Meanwhile, the pale brown fox race Chao Sui had transmigrated into only had a differentiation score of 10. By the way, the higher a character's differentiation value, the more easily they could transform their form. Chao Sui felt that with his pitifully low differentiation value, this one, he probably couldn't transform into anything at all. After receiving the flower and thanking the cat lady, Chao Sui had just turned to leave, when a clawed hand tapped him on the shoulder. Turning his head to look, what met his eyes was a muscular, brawny rabbit man. His muscles were practically bulging, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the person was only wearing an apron, revealing his super muscular upper body. Just one look made the little fox's fur stand on end. The person in front of him was winking at him. Can this even be considered a rabbit? My god, whoever designed this character is way too creative. Once again, Chao Sui had to use all his strength to get away from the muscular rabbit man. He backed away quickly, forcing a smile and saying, No, 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 I have something to do, so I have to go. The fox ran, but his full-speed escape couldn't match. A single stride from the rabbit man, he easily carried a tray of drinks with one hand, and grabbed the little fox with the other, pulling him into the bar. As they walked, he explained cheerfully, I saw my dear customer wandering around aimlessly outside. For a while now, Oh my god, does this count as soliciting customers? What kind of bar hires such aggressive staff? The fox, being dragged away, could only cry for help in vain. He didn't know anyone here who could save him. Despite the rabbit man's style, the inside of this bar was actually decorated beautifully. The rabbit man, who was both the waiter and the bartender, was mixing a complimentary drink for the little fox, because he was the bar's first customer of the day. It's probably because of his muscles that this place is so empty, Chao Sui thought, accepting the drink in a state of panic and fear. When the rabbit man asked why he wasn't drinking, he could only tremble and smile, saying he was about to drink it. Smelling the sharp, pungent aroma from the tall glass in his hand, the little fox immediately recognized it was alcohol. Speaking of alcohol, he had too many unhappy memories associated with it. That one time when he was drinking, the man had stood behind him and hugged him, his deep voice asking, "You've been drinking?" Chao Sui, blushing slightly, stammered that he had only had a little. What was his brother's expression then? Actually, there was no expression at all. He just slipped his hand under his shirt, touching his slightly warm skin, and whispered, "A naughty boy must be punished." After that, he was punished so miserably, he cried until his throat was hoarse. Thinking about that old, steamy memory, Chao Sui was startled back to his senses by the rabbit man's voice. He blushed and lowered his head, his 2 ears turning as red as blood. He had reminded himself so many times not to think about that person anymore. What happened between them was in the past. When would he finally be able to let it go? Looking at the drink in his hand, the little fox recalled his previous times playing games. It seemed like items in games couldn't actually be eaten or drunk. So, he opened his mouth in one go and poured the entire glass of alcohol down his throat. The rabbit man watched this scene and had to give him a thumbs up, praising the customer's excellent tolerance for alcohol. After finishing the drink, the fox realized with horror, "Holy crap, this alcohol is real." And so, the inevitable happened. After one glass, the fox passed out, dead drunk on the floor. Amidst the rabbit man's concerned inquiries, night fell. The wind blew through the tree branches, making a rustling sound that woke the drunken person below. Chao Sui sat up in the middle of the night. The muscular rabbit man was nowhere to be seen. Seeing that it was pitch black outside, he panicked, remembering the system's graft. Mandatory logout before midnight tonight. Chao Sui hurriedly pulled up his sleeve, and seeing the time 23:12 on his watch, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God, it's not past midnight yet. There's still time to log out. Of course, that was just what he thought. The truth was, Chao Sui had celebrated too soon. When he chose to log out of the game, the system displayed a red error message. System is currently under maintenance. Command execution failed. The little fox was completely panicked now. The clock in the top left corner showed it wasn't past 4 o'clock yet. So why couldn't he log out of the game? After looking for a while, Chao Sui finally realized what was different. The last time he checked the clock, the date displayed was the 18th of April. But now, it was past 23 o'clock on the 19th of April, which means he had missed the logout window by a whole day. Looking at the constantly flashing error message on the system panel, Chao Sui muttered in despair, "The world is about to shut down. Does that mean I'm going to die here?" The bright red system panel now displayed a countdown until the world's shutdown. 60 days. The little fox's whole body was trembling, as if in disbelief, that he was about to die in a game like this. He thought, there must be another way to get out. You can't just be alive and well, and then die just because you played a game. Sui, after remembering the crucial point, Chao Sui was thrilled, thinking he had a chance to save himself. After stealing his resolve, the little fox once again confirmed his entry into the game. His main mission now was to raise the affection level of his capture target to 100%. With the main mission set, the system summoned 4 characters for Chao Sui to choose from. Once he chose his capture target, the other 3 would become passerby characters, and no storyline would develop with them. The little fox was still optimistic at this point. He thought the mission to increase affection level seemed quite easy. A piece of cake. But after thinking for a moment, he realized it wasn't that easy. What if he failed to win them over in 60 days? Then the world would shut down. Looking at the heads of the characters he had to choose from, each had a heart representing their affection percentage. But for now, it was still a question mark, with an unknown value. Chao Sui felt that, since this was a matter of life and death, he should choose very carefully. The pressure weighing on the small fox's body was truly tragic to behold. The little fox tried hard for the sake of his life. He clicked on the interface to view the character information. The first to appear on the screen was a young man, with a very friendly smile. Name: Yan Wen, 20 years old. Height: 187 cm. Race: Samoyed. Differentiation: Value: 90. Importantly, this person was also a celebrity, an A-list celebrity at that. His character description was as follows: has powerful backing, has been a fan of yours since your debut. His goal in entering the industry was you. After reading the description, the fox felt as if his heart had been directly attacked. Oh my god, what is this devoted, younger puppy archetype? Someone get the fox an oxygen tank. The fox is suddenly finding it hard to breathe. He was so charmed for a moment that he almost hastily chose this clingy puppy. He felt that this character's setup meant he must really like him. His appearance was also top tier. Blinded by his looks for a moment, the fox quickly came to his senses. I have to check out the other characters. What if the others are easier to win over? The second character's name was Kenneth, 26 years old. Height, 188 centimeter. Race, gray wolf. Differentiation. Value, 86. Identity, a lawyer. Character description, a lawyer who frequently works with your rivals. Someone who has never lost a case. The company is hoping he can help you resolve the lawsuits. From the recent public opinion storm, just looking at this guy, he seemed difficult to win over. The little fox silently opened the information. For character number 3, name, Demingwen. He was a very elegant-looking man who resembled a Javan tiger. This man was 193 centimeter tall. Differentiation value, 92. And he was a senior professor. The description for this tiger man read, the professor whose class you once took, but then failed miserably. He is the special consultant for your next script. The fox hadn't said anything until now, because he was being blinded by the holy light of handsomeness. He was almost blind. Really? Why is every character in this game so handsome? So dazzling that the fox didn't even dare to look directly. But after praising his appearance, Chao Sui fell back into confusion over the characters' relationships. Everyone has a story with me like this. The difficulty level is probably about the same for all of them. After thinking that, he remembered there was still one more character. Might as well see them all before deciding. This time, for some reason, the description panel didn't show this character's face or name. It only indicated that he was a domineering CEO, 24 years old. Height, 190 cm. Race, black cobra. Differentiation value, 19. Character description, the upperclassman you fell in love with at first sight, but failed to pursue. Currently the boss of the entertainment company you're signed with. He is connected to your recent public opinion storm. The little fox saw that this fourth character was a CEO, and his height and age were the same as that other person. He was quite curious. He looked up, and what met his eyes was none other than the face of the person he thought about day and night. Looking at the face in front of him, the little fox felt like he had been damn well tricked. He couldn't help but reach out and touch that face. The character actually opened his eyes. The little fox blushed and called out the name he had been silently chanting in his heart for so long, Liang Ye. The system, without any warning, jumped in to interrupt their cold reunion. It asked, does Chao Sui want to select the character Qin Ye as the capture target? The name Qin Ye instantly pulled the infatuated little fox out of his daze. That's right, how could the person in front of him possibly be him? He had never looked at him with such a gentle, attentive gaze. That person's eyes were always filled with nothing but disgust. But this face really looked too much alike. Which character designer dared to use President Liang as a model? My god, if he found out, they'd probably be fired on the spot. The little fox thought as he touched the person's face all over, so much so that the character himself was probably confused. The little fox felt that if he chose this character now, it would feel like he was dating that CEO. In the game, you know? The two of them would have a sweet, lovey-dovey time for the remaining 60 days. Thinking of that, the fox reached out his hand, intending to choose this character as his capture target. But in the final moment, his hand decisively chose decline, making the character Qin Ye. Utterly shocked, the little fox backed away. He would absolutely never choose this character. It's just a similar face, not the real person. That bastard Liang Ye. In real life, whenever he saw me, he'd always look at me with cold disgust. He even told me to get lost and stay out of his sight. So why would I choose a character with his face? The fox absolutely did not want to experience being shunned and hated in a game. After making up his mind, the little fox grabbed the puppy, character number 1, and pulled him closer, deciding to choose the one who likes him instead of the one he likes. The system, of course, didn't interfere with his decision, and happily announced, you have successfully selected your capture target. As soon as the selection was confirmed, the puppy, who had been like a lifeless doll, quickly came alive, happily nuzzling Chao Sui, wagging his tail and calling, Senpai. The fox blushed, being held so intimately. Right at that moment, the system announced, unselected characters will automatically become NPCs. Old Chin, having been kicked to the curb, watched this scene with the veins on his neck practically popping. This naughty little thing needs to be taught a lesson. Hee. That'll teach him for his cruel games. After choosing the capture target, the game quickly began. The surrounding scenery gradually shattered. During the teleportation into the game, the system popped up another notification. Warning: the affection level of the capture target must not fall below 0. After Chao Sui read the reminder, he closed his eyes to prepare for the storyline. But the opening of the story was surprisingly strange. He immediately felt a chill all over his body. Something was wrapping around him, and it was moving. The little fox felt suffocated, and his eyes flew open. The scene he woke up to was a bit hard to describe. His entire body was tightly coiled by a snake's body, and he couldn't struggle free. Oh my god, if it were me, I'd probably faint on the spot. I'm terrified of snakes. The brave little fox, being coiled like this, still felt that the thing wrapping around him felt like a snake. Just as he thought that, a shadow fell over him from above, blocking the light from his face. The man reached out, placed a hand on his neck, looked at the little fox, and asked, "You're awake? Oh my god, save the fox. What the hell is this twisted situation?" Seeing this face, the fox already wanted to die. "Hey Mr. System, didn't you say the unselected characters would become NPCs? Is this what you call an NPC? An NPC in my bed? What the hell?" Chao Sui lay on the bed, his slender wrist gripped by the other's hand. The man was even kissing his neck. The little fox was being held and kissed, screaming internally. "What is happening? I clearly chose Yan Wen as my capture target." "That's right, sweetie. You did choose the Samoyed puppy as your capture target, but who said you couldn't have someone else in your bed, right?" The fox got royally screwed by the system on this one. While the little fox was cursing the system a million times, the system kindly made a book appear beside him. This book, of course, could only be seen by Chao Sui. He looked, and the system displayed that this was the summary of the previous events. "Do you want to view it?" Only an idiot would say no. The little fox was so angry he could spit blood at this crappy system. Damn it. They should have shown me this from the beginning. Angry as he was, the fox still had to open the character's backstory to see what was inside. Qin Ye is the upperclassman, whom you fell in love with at first sight, but your pursuit was unsuccessful. Because you liked him so much, you used your family's connections to force Qin Ye into an engagement with you. However, recently, you felt that Qin Ye seemed to be in love with someone else. Therefore, you planned to make things official by climbing into his bed to keep him by your side forever. It wasn't clear if the story ended there, but the system popped up a new notification. If the player does not choose Qin Ye as the capture target, then the game will begin from the plot point where Qin Ye angrily demands to break the engagement. Now, the little fox Chao Sui didn't know whether to be happy about the impending broken engagement, or sad about getting dragged into such a melodramatic plot. After reading the plot summary, Chao Sui collected himself and saw the affection meter above Qin Ye's head flash. Of course, since he wasn't the capture target he had chosen, he couldn't see what his current affection level was. The little fox was overthinking things, which made a certain CEO very unhappy. He stretched out an arm, propping himself up beside the fox's pillow, leaned down slightly, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Chao Sui didn't dare to face the man directly. He turned his head away slightly and replied awkwardly, "Nothing." That's what he said on the outside, but inside, the little fox was scared to death. Oh my god, how did I get into this situation? Scared as he was, he remembered that just now, the scenario said the man in front of him wanted to break off the engagement. Thinking of that, the fox sat up a bit and asked, "Don't you have something to say?" Qin Ye was completely bewildered by his question. "Say what? I have nothing to say." Seeing the CEO's reaction, the little fox clenched his fists. Damn it, don't tell me I have to be the one to trigger this melodramatic plot point? Well, might as well get it over with. Chao Sui gritted his teeth and said, "It's about breaking the engagement." After saying it, as if afraid the other man would yell at him, he quickly added with a smile, "Don't worry, I agree." Qin Ye's voice now had a dangerous edge to it. He asked in a low voice, "Who wants to break the engagement?" Poor fox. Now it was his turn to be confused. "Wait, what? Didn't the script say you wanted to break it off? Oh my god, can you please just follow the script?" But crying out to the heavens was useless, because Qin Ye wouldn't follow the script. He moved even closer to Chao Sui, looked him straight in the eye, and asked, "Didn't you say you liked me? Didn't you want to be engaged to me?" As he spoke, the snake tail coiled tighter around Chao Sui's body. The little fox jumped, startled, as a certain mischievous snake tail touched him. There, his face turned red as a cooked shrimp. He trembled, wanting the other man to stop touching him. But, the more he said it, the bolder the snake tail became, slithering deeper. A certain snake CEO looked at his lover, who was trembling and blushing, and teased, "Don't touch you where?" As he said it, the tail coiled even tighter, rubbing forcefully, causing Chao Sui to let out an involuntary moan. In his panic, he unconsciously called out Liang Ye's name. These words left the snake man utterly stunned. Then, he lowered his head and chuckled. "Who are you calling?" The little fox was horrified. Oh crap. Looking at this face, he just unconsciously called out the other's name. This was a disaster. The fox didn't dare answer the man's question. He could only pull the blanket aside, wanting to get off the bed, but, as if that snake tail would let him go so easily, the man wrapped himself around him, hugging him from behind, and whispered into the ear of this heartless runaway, "Trying to run after you fucked me? Oh good heavens, how can you say such things with that face? Look, the poor fox is blushing beet red. What do you mean fucked? I don't know anything about that. How can you say such embarrassing things so casually? You wicked bastard." The embarrassed fox wanted the other man to let him go, but a certain snake played deaf and dumb, coiling even tighter. The fox was getting really annoyed now. "I said let go, and you're not letting go. You think I can't do anything to you? I'll bite you till you bleed and see if you're scared then." The truth is, the biting tactic is always effective. In no time, the fox had slipped out and slammed the door behind him. Left behind, the snake boy looked at the bite mark on his hand and could only give a wry smile. My lover is so heartless. Truly, his lover was heartless, but he wasn't angry. He gently kissed the wound on his hand, as if he were indirectly kissing that person. He whispered, "After all, we'll be seeing each other again soon." Outside, the wind rustled the leaves. The little fox reached the front gate and was still fuming. Damn that Chin-ye. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he following the script at all? Could it be a bug because the system is under maintenance? The fox's head ached from thinking too much. He decided to stop giving a damn about that bastard. Anyway, his capture target was someone else. The rest were all just NPCs. Although, this particular NPC was a bit strange. Sharing the same bed, living in the same house. But whatever, fox. Headache or not, the mission still had to be done. The system had already unlocked the next mission, forcing the little fox to go to the company on the map to start it. After assigning the mission, the system was even kind enough to give a gift to the new player. It was a prize wheel for a random prop card, with a 50% chance of getting an SSR card, 49% for an SR card, and 1% for an R card. The fox looked at the prize wheel and felt the odds were definitely rigged for new players. How unlucky would you have to be to not get an SSR card? Turns out, he really was that unlucky. Haha, what kind of rotten luck? Do you need to hit that single 1% chance on the wine? Prize wheel? The fox stared at the R card, blazing on the screen, unable to believe his own luck. My own. System, tell me again, what card did I get? This is seriously weird. How did I bring my bad luck with me into the game? What? This is just too cruel. Exhausted by his own fortune, Chao Sui could only console himself. An R card is fine. Maybe it'll give a hint about the plot. Yeah, right. After the fox used it, he was left standing in the sun, wind, and dust. Absolutely nothing happened. Waiting for happiness that never came, it turned out he was only waiting for a hazy void. The fox was so done with this life. Damn it. It got my hopes up and wasted my time. After so many disappointments, Chao Sui finally decided to just hurry up and do the story, get the affection level to 100%, and get out of the game. In a place he couldn't see, Chin-ye stood on an upper floor, watching his figure recede into the distance. Above his head, the affection meter flashed, then shook violently with numbers, before stabilizing at 100%. So the card that the little fox thought was trash was actually quite useful. It's just that the little guy couldn't see the effect. If he had chosen the CEO, he might have already completed the mission and logged out of the game. Hee. Chin-ye stood in his house, drinking wine, watching the other's retreating figure with a small smile. Still the same as before, he swirled the wine in his glass. Suddenly, he seemed like a real, living person, reminiscing about some old memories. Back then, in the real world, he had angrily slammed his wine glass on the table. You want to move out? Fine. He had looked coldly at the boy, his voice a low threat. If you walk out that door today, then don't ever appear in front of me again. At that time, Chao Sui's face had been filled with shock and fear. He had asked, trembling, "What?" The man, without any pity, had grabbed his chin and lifted it. His voice was just as cold. "I don't want to lose my temper with you, so don't pull stunts like this anymore." After saying that, he let go. Then, like a schizophrenic, he opened his arms wide and said gently, "Come here. Be a good boy and come into my arms." He thought that if he was that scared, that he would tremble and obediently submit, obediently let himself be locked in this cage. But things didn't go as he thought. The boy had quietly said, "Okay." But it wasn't an okay of obedience and compliance. This word meant he agreed to his condition. From then on, he would never appear before him again. His little fox was retreating further and further away from him, his owner. Even though his arms were open, waiting to embrace him, he had turned his back and left, without a single glance back. The man could no longer smile. From that day on, he had lost his obedient little fox. He had told himself many times that this was the punishment for his wrong choice. In the end, you'll still have to obediently come back to me. But there was one truth he had forgotten, and that was, that young boy had never been an obedient child. He would never learn to submit. He would never, ever beg him. Yes, just like that time. The time the scandal about seducing that old man exploded online. He had kept his messages open all night, just waiting for a message from him. But in the end, he received no news at all. In retrospect, the one who had to suffer the punishment was himself. When he saw him lying, motionless in the game testing room, when he knew he was trapped in the game, unable to escape, he couldn't remember what he felt in that moment. He only knew that now, he was a capture target abandoned by him. But that's fine. His possessive, crazy, melodramatic nature would never give up because of that. It's fine if I wasn't chosen. It doesn't matter who you choose. I will absolutely not allow you to fall in love with anyone, not even in a game. Chasing his wife all the way into a game. That's some fierce dedication. Make him suffer, little fox. Make him suffer. Putting that perverted man aside. Over here, Chao Sui walked for a while, and finally reached the location designated by the system. He had just swiped his card to enter, when a stick figure of a person came running towards him, yelling as he ran, "Mr. Chao Sui, you're finally here." Chao Sui was like, "Oh my god, what is that running towards me? He's calling me, but what the hell is up with the musical notes after every word?" Before Chao Sui could say anything, the little stick figure boy had already run up to him. With tears in his eyes, he held his phone out in front of him and cried, "We had a 10 o'clock appointment, and the director has been yelling at me non-stop." Sob sob. Turns out the little stick figure. No, wait. The crying guy was Chao Sui's manager, a long-feathered parrot. Chao Sui looked at the messages on the phone and was like, huh? Who would know about this added plot detail? Although he was cursing internally, on the outside, he still had to comfort him. Something came up, so I was a little late. By the way, what's our schedule for today? Hearing this, the parrot man almost fainted. My goodness, how could you forget today is? Why is he at the company? Oh my god, he's usually never here. The young man hadn't even finished his sentence when the sound of female employees screaming echoed around them. This workplace is as chaotic as a market. Who are they seeing that's making them scream so much? After screaming, the people around quickly scurried back to work. The parrot man looked in that direction, and whatever he saw, he had to cover his mouth and gasp, "Oh my god, why is he here?" Chao Sui watched the young man's reaction with suspicion, and turned to look. He thought the person arriving would be his capture target, but seeing those shoes, and the crowd of people following behind, he didn't even need to guess to know it was the CEO. As soon as the snake boy got out of bed, he was neatly dressed, and sophisticated, the very picture of a domineering CEO. But no matter how handsome he was, the fox's fur stood on end when he saw him. Why is it him? The little fox was still trying to process his confusion, when his manager pulled him to the side. Chao Sui turned and asked the parrot man, "What's wrong?" The parrot only dared to whisper, "Did you forget? You used to cling to President Chin like a leech. He doesn't want to see us right now. It was hard enough for us to get this job. Don't provoke him anymore." Before the fox could say yes or no, the man had appeared behind him, and asked with a smile, "Provoke who?" After asking, a certain President Qin, acting as natural as can be, pulled the little fox into his arms, and said with a smile, "You already slept at my place. Wouldn't it have been better if we came here together?" The little fox, Chao Sui, never expected his big brother, Snake, would be so bold as to hug him. In the middle of the company like this, he could only blush and tell him to let go. But saying that had no effect. Of course, the other man wouldn't let go. Even the manager couldn't watch anymore and asked, trembling, "What's going on between you two? What's happening?" He wondered if he had missed some plot point. Why did President Qin, who hated his artist so much, suddenly start clinging to him and hugging him like this? The little fox was like, "Don't ask me. I'd like to know too, okay? This boyfriend of mine, his script is not following the rules, so the fox has no idea what to do." Regardless of what the other two were thinking, Qin Ye continued to follow the fox, asking with concern, "What's your schedule for today?" Chao Sui slapped away his misbehaving hand, turned his head and said coldly, "It's none of your business." The manager was frozen stiff in place, unable to process the events of the story. But, even though his whole body was frozen, his mouth still worked. Hearing the question, he became a talking machine and answered for the fox. "There's a commercial. A couple's photo shoot." "Couple's shoot?" Qin Ye frowned and asked, "With who?" The little fox was also very curious to know who he was going to shoot the commercial with. The parrot man suddenly lit up, winking happily. "Don't worry, you definitely know him. He's currently a super hot A-list celebrity, voted by netizens as having an angelic smile. He is." The parrot man was in the middle of his introduction when he was cut off by a scream. From above, a large flower pot fell straight down, right where Chao Sui was standing. Qin Ye reacted quickly, yelling, "Watch out!" and reaching out to pull him towards him. But the two of them were blocked by a flash of electricity. His eyes widened. He found that he couldn't touch his little fox. By this point, his hand had already grabbed empty air. The little fox was still standing in front of him, but it was as if they were a whole world apart. The sound of a crash echoed. Chin-ye looked up, and across from him, the person he loved was being held in someone else's arms. The newcomer even smiled at Chao Sui and teased in a low voice. "You have to be careful, senpai." The parrot manager's voice cut in again, finishing his introduction. He is Yan Wen. The little fox, meeting his capture target, at such a close distance, blushed slightly. Despite his blushing face, he was once again cursing the system a million times in his head. Damn this system. Couldn't you have come up with a different way for him to make his entrance? The main character makes his entrance, so why am I the one who almost dies? Before he could finish cursing, his collar was hooked by a finger. Chin-ye, his face dark, pulled the little fox tightly into his arms. What kind of joke is this? He had to stand by and watch his lover embrace another guy, and even blush? The timid parrot man, once again caught in the middle of a fiery scene, was trembling like a leaf. Why am I here? I shouldn't be here. Sob sob. Mommy, I want to go home. Poor manager. While the manager was scared enough to pass out, the little puppy, the Samoyed, cheerfully said with a smile, "So President Chin is here too. President Chin, long time no see." After saying that, the young man even wanted to shake his hand, but all he got in return was a cold President Chin's hands still hadn't let go of the little fox, showing no intention of shaking the other's hand at all. The awkward atmosphere was broken by an assistant's arrival. He reminded Chin-ye, "President Chin, the meeting is about to start." The man replied with a hint of impatience. "I know. If he left his wife now to go to a meeting, he'd definitely come out to find her gone." But President Chin had no choice. He had to half fondly, half threateningly pat his head. "After the commercial shoot, I'll take you home." The little fox was not happy about the head pat at all. "What do you mean, take me home? Home where?" After patting his darling's head, Chin-ye and his assistant left. As he passed Yan Wen, he unintentionally, bumped his shoulder against the others before he was satisfied. CEOs. Every single one of them has such a difficult personality. The poor little puppy, bumped and hurt, didn't understand what was happening. It seems he was being disliked. Poor little loyal, younger puppy. The fox doesn't belong to you. Forget the fox and come into my waiting arms instead. Being disliked by the gong only made the little puppy sad for a tiny moment, because right in front of him was his idol, the youth he admired. Yan Wen slowly walked up to Chao Sui and said with a smile, "I finally get to meet you, senpai." Above the younger puppy's head, the affection progress bar was at 20%. It wasn't enough to just smile and greet him. The puppy also took the little fox's hand. The little fox, just from being looked at by the handsome man, was already shamefully blushing. Suddenly, he felt that, this whole clingy, sticky puppy thing, oh my god, it was so satisfying. His motherly heart felt so comforted. Just thinking about it made him want to drool. After he finished drooling, Chao Sui felt a bit shy again, because the other person was calling him senpai. He pulled his hand back and scratched his head a little, correcting him. "Don't call me senpai. I'm just a small-time celebrity." While before he could finish correcting the form of address, the person in front of him became excited. Yan Wen once again grabbed Chao Sui's hand, pulled it towards him, and rubbed his face against it. "It's okay. You're the reason I entered this industry, senpai. You're the person I like the most." The little fox had probably never been hit on so openly before. You could tell by his beet-red face. "Oh my god, this capture target is way too good at flirting. Why is my heart beating so fast? I usually don't react like this when I hear these things. It must be because I'm in a game, haha." While the little fox was being teased until he blushed, the number on Yan Wen's affection bar had already flashed. It had jumped from 20 to 25. The little fox happily thought to himself, "I definitely didn't pick the wrong person." But he really had picked the wrong person. Because if he had picked the CEO, he would have already escaped the game by now. Upstairs, where the little fox couldn't see, his husband's hand was now injured and bleeding profusely. The assistant looked on in horror. Chin-ye looked at the wound, lost in thought. Could it be from the shards just now? The assistant pulled out his phone, intending to call someone to bandage his CEO's hand. But the man stopped him. He silently watched the two people happily holding hands and chatting. Down below, not understanding why the little fox had chosen him, he couldn't see anything handsome or dashing. He just saw a kid with a ridiculously goofy face. Could it be that he prefers celebrities to him? No matter how he looked at him, he couldn't find anything to praise. Yan Wen, in Chin-ye's eyes right now, was just a drooling, high-on-drugs idiot, glowing all over, with absolutely no appeal whatsoever. Haha, well, your wife chose him. To you, no one is good enough, except your wife. But the painful part is, your wife doesn't think you're good enough. Ye just had to think about the other choosing that puppy, and not him, and the wound on his hand throbbed with pain. He didn't know if it was the wound that hurt, or his heart, because he could actually feel that the Samoyed puppy could make his little fox smile so happily. The CEO's heart was already breaking, and yet, his assistant looked down and even complimented, "They look so good together. You, the guy with the glasses, you don't want your job anymore, do you? How can you be so clueless at reading the room? And look, he's already getting a death glare from Ye. And the guy in glasses even had the nerve to ask, "What's wrong?" Hopeless. Don't blame others when you lose your job. You're an assistant, and you can't even read your CEO's emotions like that. Luckily, the CEO was heartbroken, so he just gave him a look and turned away, without firing him or anything. "You have no taste." He said that and turned to leave. His figure looked so lonely. It was pitiful. He went to all the trouble of saving his wife, only for his wife to choose someone else. The poor, heartbroken CEO. The shooting lobby. Today was decorated in a Northern European royal style. Everything was luxurious and had a beautiful classical touch. When they arrived, the props and equipment were all prepared. They just had to wait for them to change into their costumes. A certain little fox, while being dressed and having his makeup done by the staff, was silently feeling lucky. Luckily, in the script, Ye didn't publicize the engagement because he hated me. Only the family knows. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to win over Yan Wen. After the commercial shoot, I have to quickly resolve the broken engagement. One wants to get out quickly to reunite with his loved one in the real world. One entered the game to save his wife, only to have his wife choose a different capture target. These two tragic people. He had only been thinking for a moment, and already, he had finished changing. The little fox was dressed in an ancient Greek-style outfit, looking like an angel. The surrounding staff couldn't stop praising him. "Oh, but ladies, isn't this outfit a bit too revealing? Oh, did my eyes just catch a glimpse of something pink? And those two milky white thighs? Oh my god, are these scenes something I'm allowed to see? This is too much." So, revealing that, the little fox blushed and used his tail to cover himself. Oh my god, what on earth are they shooting that requires this kind of outfit? Oh my. If the fox was revealing, a certain puppy was wearing something even more daring. Oh my god, I'm drooling all over the place. Get out. To not keep everyone waiting in embarrassment, the staff quickly led them to the shooting location. The representative explained the job to the two of them. "We need to shoot a promotional video for a perfume line. The scent that the brand is roughly Hull, describing as a god, untouched by the mortal world, who becomes enchanted and moved by a mortal below. Beneath the cold exterior lies a hidden desire. Oh my. What kind of perfume is this? The description sounds like a damn aphrodisiac. My mind is so dirty." After hearing the explanation, the two took their scripts. The person spoke again. "Teacher Yan Wen will play the god. And teacher, Chao Sui, we hope you can use any means necessary to seduce the god." Wait, what the hell? Didn't the god fall for the fox and descend to the mortal world? Why are they making him do the seducing now? The fox heard this and felt something was a little off. What? Me? Seduce who? Charm who? Is it too late to ditch the script and run for my life? No matter how much the fox was suffering, the script had to be followed. The staff was already getting into position for the shoot. Everyone did a final check of the equipment and lighting, then prepared to start filming. Honestly, the little fox had only ever done solo shoots. He'd never done a photo shoot with a partner. And on top of that, he was given a script telling him to seduce someone. Just thinking about it made him blush. How am I supposed to seduce him? Chao Sui was dying of embarrassment, but that puppy was even teasing him with a smile. "Are you embarrassed, senior?" It would have been better if he'd said nothing. Now that he said it, the fox had to deny it immediately. Oh god. Admitting he was embarrassed would be like admitting he was unprofessional. But really, he had no freaking clue how to act seductive. Chao Sui might not know, but someone else did. The little dog took his hand and placed it on his bare chest, speaking softly. "If senior doesn't know, I can teach you." After saying that, he even guided his hand to rub his own chest, just like that. "Puppy, oh puppy, can we tone it down a bit? Why are you being so aggressive?" The fox was so flustered he froze completely, blushing and not knowing what to do. As he heard the young pup lean in close and whisper, "But senior, you have to learn carefully. Poor little fox, this is karma. It's for the crime of not choosing your husband. Now you're so worried over a simple commercial shoot." Even though he reassured himself that the other person was just a game character, and not real, he still couldn't help but blush. So, Chao Sui glanced away, silently recalling, "Back then, I was so natural with him." Him, of course, refers to his real-life lover, Liang Yi. Back then, the little fox, though tiny, knew how to proactively seduce his older brother figure. His fingers traced the other's abs as he said in a low voice, "Didn't you say I could find you if I was scared?" After saying that, the little fox proactively wrapped his arms around the other's neck, whining, "I'm really scared right now." Gege. Back then, Chow Sui was only wearing a single shirt, even more revealing than now. He had even boldly hugged the other man, insisting on sleeping together. Oh well, I'll just try to recall that feeling to get through this scene. While the little fox was trying to get into character, the little puppy actor beside him asked with concern, "Senior, are you mad at me? I'm sorry, I went too far." Before the kid could finish explaining, a hand grabbed and pulled him closer. At the same time, Chow Sui got into character and delivered his line. "Don't go. Look only at me. I can give you the best of what I have." After finishing the line, Chow Sui struck a seductive pose, revealing his collarbones and that small pink peach. Then he moved closer, cupping his co-star's face with both hands, and smiled alluringly. "Give you my most sincere love." So, with the line half delivered, the little fox was already getting into character. But his co-star, at this moment, suddenly smelled a different, strange scent on his body. The puppy felt that there was a very familiar scent on Senior's body, like the scent of that CEO Chin who had bumped into him earlier. Thinking of this, Yan Wen suddenly pushed Chow Sui away forcefully. The little fox, in the middle of acting, was pushed away and had no idea what happened. The photographer also said, "Teacher Yan Wen, that expression isn't quite right." Yan Wen stood up, apologized to everyone, and asked for a 10-minute break to readjust his emotions. At that very moment, the favorability meter plummeted down to 20%. What's with this favorability, going up and down so erratically? It's scary. Even a game character can get jealous. Little puppy. He smelled another guy's scent on his senior and got mad. Chow Sui also saw the favorability meter drop, but he had no idea why. It's because this little fox's differentiation level is too low, so he can't smell the scent he's emitting. As a result, pursuing the target character is exhausting. It's all his troublesome husband's fault. If you don't know, just ask. The fox tugged on the other's sleeve and asked softly, "What's wrong?" The usually cheerful puppy was now silent and withdrawn, just sadly turning his head away as if abandoned by his owner. Then, Chow Sui suddenly heard him ask, "Senior, do you still like Chin Ye?" The fox froze on the spot. "Oh my god, how does he know about this? The script mentioned that I used to pursue Chin Ye like a maniac. Does everyone know about it?" The fox had just opened his mouth to explain, when he was startled by the puppy's shout. "What's so good about him? In what way am I not as good as him?" After shouting, he seemed to plead in anguish, "Don't like him anymore. From now on, just look at me, okay, senior?" Oh my. With an indirect confession like this, how could Chow Sui not blush? But damn it, what is this classic jealous drama scene? Am I pursuing you or are you pursuing me? Get a grip, target character. And why is it that when he gets close, my heart starts beating uncontrollably fast? Is it because this is a target I have to pursue? Maybe it's because you're a flirt. Fox. Yan Wen looked at the blushing little fox, lightly lifted his chin with his hand, and said cheerfully, "It seems Senior isn't uninterested in me." After he said that, the favorability meter actually rose to 25%. Calm down, puppy. You fall in love so madly and intensely. If the little fox actually has feelings for you too, then he's in love with two men at once. Damn, there's nothing to be happy about. Anyone can see it, but the person involved is often clueless. Whatever. Now that the favorability has increased, that's good news for the little fox. Just like that, the puppy had already adjusted his mood. Look at him. Happy one moment, sad the next. He doesn't need anyone's help. But this target character is really high pressure. Luckily, the rest of the shoot went smoothly. Well, saying it went smoothly is a bit of a stretch. Because in the middle of shooting, suddenly, that kid Yan Wen started reciting Chow Sui's lines. The little fox looked at the shadow blocking the light in front of him, and heard him say, "I can give you the best of what I have." Like, hello? Can you be a little more professional? You're reading my lines, dude. The good dog Yan Wen has now turned into a crazy dog. He didn't care if he was saying the wrong lines. He was still acting. Or maybe it wasn't even acting anymore. The kid took Chow Sui's hand, and said the last two lines. "I can give you my most sincere love. So please, like me, let me become your one and only." After saying that, the puppy took the opportunity to kiss Chow Sui's neck. The favorability meter above his head, while he was reciting those cheesy lines, had already risen to 30%. Chow Sui's face turned completely red from the kiss. Seriously, this little fox has no self-control. All you do is blush all the time. Who do you even love? Who he loves is unknown, but the little fox is about to be in deep trouble. Look, the video from just now has already reached your husband, and the secretary even came in to urge CEO Chin to watch the commercial footage. Now that's scary. The snake is so furious, veins are popping on his forehead. He growled through gritted teeth. From the script, this scene wasn't in there, was it? Whether it was or not doesn't matter. What matters is what they did. Oh, so what's the CEO going to do now? He's about to lose his wife. We don't know how mad the CEO is after watching the video, but over at the little fox's place, everyone is very happy. After the shoot wrapped up, the staff crowded around the A-list star, Yan Wen, to ask for autographs and photos together. Chao Sui didn't join them but stood to the side, staring at the favorability meter above the puppy's head. The current favorability is 30, which means another 70 to go, before he can reach enough favorability to escape this game world. Just as he finished checking the favorability, on Chao Sui's wrist, a transparent bracelet suddenly appeared. He looked around, and seeing no one was paying attention, he quickly tapped on the bracelet. A dialog box popped up in front of the little fox. New achievement. Favorability reached 30%. New map unlocked. Item shop is now open. Before Chao Sui could even celebrate, another notification popped up. Yan Wen's exclusive quest. Quest reward. Favorability plus 20%. Gold plus 500. Do you wish to accept? The little fox didn't even need to know what the quest was. The moment he heard increase favorability, he wanted to agree immediately. Isn't this a godsend? A godsend or a trap? What if it tells you to sleep with the puppy? You'd have to do it to get the favorability. What the hell? This kid really doesn't think things through. Chao Sui was happily about to hit confirm when he heard someone call senior from behind him. He instantly dismissed the screen, swiping the system away in a flash. He turned around, smiled, and asked, "What's up?" while hiding his hands behind his back, silently praying that Yan Wen hadn't seen anything. Whether the other guy saw anything or not is unknown, but he was here to invite the CEO's wife out for dinner. "Mr. CEO, please come quickly." The assistant standing nearby heard this and was completely shocked. "Mr. Yan Wen, we still have a schedule. Have you forgotten? Why are you suddenly asking someone to dinner? This is too reckless. What about your work?" Yan Wen looked devastated. Why is there so much work? It was so hard to finally meet senior, and the little pup looked like he was about to cry. Seeing this, the assistant could only console him. "It's okay. After all, next week you'll be filming a travel variety show with teacher Chao Sui, and I heard it's like a romantic travel journey." The puppy was thrilled to hear this. He immediately asked again, "A variety show? I get to film a variety show with senior?" Chao Sui heard this and was like, huh? I didn't know anything about this. The system arranged all of this. No one told me, so how would I know?" But Yan Wen was very pleased to hear it. If they were going to meet next week, then he would have to follow his schedule tonight. After chatting with Yan Wen in the dressing room, Chao Sui came here to remove the fox makeup and jewelry. He had just looked in the mirror and was taking off the jewelry when the door was pushed open by a hand. Chao Sui was still complaining that there was too much jewelry. "What kind of accessories are these? I can't seem to take them all off." Hearing the door open, he looked in that direction. Seeing that the person who arrived was Qin Ye, he asked casually, "Are you done with your meeting?" Qin Ye remained silent and approached without a word. With every step he took, the little fox felt like his death was drawing nearer. For some reason, he could feel that the man was furious. This thought made the little fox break out in a cold sweat. Qin Ye walked over and grabbed Chao Sui's chin, asking his first question since arriving. "Did he kiss you?" Hearing this, the little fox blushed and wanted to explain. "That was just..." Qin Ye cut him off in a cold voice. "Just what?" The little fox stammered in reply. A photo shoot." The fox was scared to death. "Why is this being treated like it's my fault? I didn't even know this was going to happen." "Liang Ye." He looked up slightly at the other man. He felt that his angry tone right now was just like before, back when the two of them were still together. One time, Liang Ye looked at the commercial script in his hand and asked unhappily, "Why is there a kissing scene in the ad?" Hearing this, Chao Sui sat on his lap, placing his hands on the other's shoulders, and in a soft voice asked, "Why can't there be a kissing scene in an ad? Besides, it's just a kiss on the cheek. Don't exaggerate it like that. Just a kiss? You make it sound so easy. Then let's try it." He remembered Liang Ye saying that. Then he even turned his face, wanting him to act it out first, for him to see. Well, Chao Sui was extremely embarrassed. He tried to avoid it, and said, "I'm not shooting it with you." Hearing that, Liang Ye acted surprised. "What? You're not going to practice before filming? How can you be so unprofessional? Or do you need a specific partner to be willing to shoot? That's not good, you know. A good actor should." The little fox couldn't stand being provoked like that. In a fit of anger, he boldly kissed the other's cheek, cutting off the words he was about to say. Thinking back now, Liang Ye must have been surprised by the kiss. After kissing him, he blushed and asked, "Is that okay?" The other guy was also embarrassed and, for once, didn't say anything. He was reminiscing about that happy time when Qin Ye's cold voice cut in. "You still have time to think about other things?" After saying that, he lifted Chao Sui up. Being lifted, the little fox explained in a small voice, "I already told you. It was just for a commercial. But how did you know about that?" Qin Ye placed Chao Sui on the dressing table and said with disgust, You smell of him. It stinks. I don't like it. Chao Sui was like, huh? What smell? He couldn't smell it. So he even dared to sniff his own hand to see if there was a smell. Seeing that action, Qin Ye grew even angrier. He growled, "What are you trying to smell?" The little fox sweated and said, "No, I didn't mean to." But the other man didn't believe him. He leaned down and kissed Chao Sui's neck, wanting to mark him with his own scent, to overwhelm all the other scents from that kid. Chao Sui panicked and said, "Hey, don't do that, it'll leave a mark." Qin Ye wished it would leave a mark. That way, he could claim ownership of this vixen, Chao Sui, so he wouldn't go around seducing others. Chao Sui was kissed until his face was red. He let out an uncomfortable moan, trembling, in the other's arms. He heard him say, "Leaving a mark is for the best," and didn't know what to say. Men get so scary when they're jealous. In a place the two couldn't see, a figure had been standing outside the dressing room door for some time. The puppy was going to say goodbye to his senior before leaving, but who would have thought he'd arrive to see the person he likes? Being forced by another man like this? His face darkened as he silently mulled over the two words. "Qin Ye, brother Yan Wen, why aren't you going in?" The assistant brought some things for Yan Wen. Seeing him still standing outside, and not going in, he asked with confusion. The gloomy atmosphere surrounding Yan Wen dissipated with that one sentence. The puppy returned to his innocent, smiling face and replied, "Let's go to a different dressing room." After saying that, as if casually, he also closed the door behind him. The assistant watched this action, startled and confused. Why come to this room and not go in? Why bother finding another one? Of course, he had to find another room, because the room inside was already occupied, for some private business. Qin Ye was still pinning his little fox down, giving him hickeys, as punishment. Seriously, this snake spirit's jealousy is way too intense. Chao Sui explained so much, but he still took the opportunity to take advantage of the little fox. Don't bite. I told you, I can't smell it." Chao Sui had just finished speaking when the man bit his neck, making him jump. Suddenly, the little fox's face flushed in alarm. It seemed he could smell something. Could this be the scent they were talking about? So cold. Right now, Chao Sui felt as if his whole body was wrapped in a layer of cold, icy snake scales. That icy feeling wrapped around him. Then it was as if a hand was caressing his ankle, then his chest, then his abdomen. Each light touch, that seemingly invisible caress, made the little fox's entire body tremble with stimulation. He let out a moan. "I told you not to bite." Chao Sui kept talking, but the other man wouldn't listen. Coupled with the stimulating cold sensation, the little fox flushed red with anger. He let out a shout, and gave that stubborn snake spirit a punch to the head. Hit. Qin Ye let go of the little fox. A big lump was already swelling on his head. Before Qin Ye could get angry or react in any other way, a knock sounded from outside the door, followed by the assistant's voice. "CEO Qin, the meeting with Sunset Group has been moved to tomorrow morning. Is that all right with you, sir?" "CEO Qin?" The assistant called again when he didn't answer. The little fox saw someone was looking for Qin Ye outside, and whispered to him, but the man didn't seem to care at all. He lowered his eyes slightly and said softly, "So what? Do you want to open the door? You're covered in my scent right now." Chao Sui was both furious and dying of embarrassment. "Damn it. Isn't this all because of you, you snake spirit? I told you not to bite, but you're still so stubborn. Do you want another punch?" Qin Ye saw that he had teased him too much, and his little treasure was now sulking, so he held up both hands in surrender, smiling to make peace with him. He turned and said to the person waiting outside, "Just postpone the meeting." The assistant, getting confirmation from his boss, knew to say yes sir and left. Qin Ye was done playing around. His beloved was covered in his scent, which made the snake spirit very satisfied. He turned towards the door and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." The little fox covered the bite mark on his neck and retorted with a flushed face, "Who needs you to take them home?" He said that, but the little guy was very troubled. Why does this guy keep sticking to me and bothering me? Could it be that this trip home is to advance the break the engagement plotline? After some time, Chao Sui finally arrived home. Just as he opened the door, he only had time to say, "I'm back," before the old man sitting on the sofa, reading the newspaper, yelled loud enough to burst his eardrums. "So you know how to come back now? Where were you fooling around last night? Day after day, you never do anything serious. Can't you learn anything good from your older brother?" The little fox's face fell from the scolding. "Damn this game. I'm already in a game, so why am I still being tormented by one person after another?" The fox was so angry he let out a tired sigh, not even bothering to speak. Come to think of it, in reality, he was often scolded and looked down on like this. That woman always hit him, then looked at him with those disgusted and contemptuous eyes. Every single word was like a knife cutting into his small heart. "Didn't I tell you? Don't call me mom. If I can't call my own mother mom, should I call her a bitch instead? Damn it, so utterly disrespectful." Chao Sui seemed to be used to being hit. He just stood there numbly as the woman grabbed his collar. This tormenting life was something he was all too familiar with. When scolded, just apologize, and call the bitch in front of him auntie, and the matter would be over. Thinking about it, his whole life, from birth until growing up, and then following that woman to the Liang family home, he had never experienced a single good day. The people around him would flatter him to his face, but behind his back, they would secretly belittle him. What auntie? For all we know, that woman might be his mother, and he dares to call the young master Gega. Haha. He should take a look at his own background. Does he really think that just by getting into the Liang family, he'll become a young master? Every glance, smile, and word from those people, day and night, was like a nightmare that engulfed the life of the small, innocent child, Chao Sui. He clearly did nothing wrong, but that's just how life is. They said he wasn't worthy. Everyone thought he was a good-for-nothing. Even when playing a game, the character in here is still calling him useless. Chao Sui thought this place was really interesting. So damn interesting that he felt like destroying this whole world. While he was contemplating life, behind him, a hand knocked on the door of Chao Sui's room. The person who came said, "Excuse me." Immediately after, the old father who had been scolding him non-stop just now, immediately ran over, hand outstretched, beaming, to greet his prospective son-in-law, Qin Ye. This night and day difference in treatment made the little fox want to curse 1,000 times. He wanted to grab his old man's head and ask him, "Am I your biological son, or is this Qin Ye guy your real son?" Regardless of the little fox's rich inner world and his 1,000 curses, his father quickly invited the man to sit down for tea and chat. "Qin Ye, why are you free to come over today?" "I was just bringing A Sui home. Nothing else." Qin Ye sat on the sofa as comfortably as if he were at home, chatting with his in-game father-in-law as if it were real, while Chao Sui, sitting next to him, heard his reply, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean, nothing else? What about breaking the engagement?" "Hello? Dude, if he won't take the initiative, the fox will." The little fox forced a smile and cut in. "Are you sure there's nothing else? Think a little harder." Hearing his wife's subtle hint, Qin Ye still pretended he didn't understand. He smiled and asked back, "Should there be something?" After hearing him ask that question, the little fox felt like a volcano was about to erupt from his soul. But right now, he couldn't rush it, so he smiled and said, "Weren't you here to discuss breaking off our engagement?" "You devil snake, Qin Ye. If you won't say it, then I'll say it for you. Damn it. Today, I am definitely going to follow the break the engagement script." After hearing that, Qin Ye also smiled, but he smiled with a growl. The veins were practically popping out all over his body. He ground his teeth slightly and replied, "Darling, what are you talking about? How could I possibly break our engagement?" Qin Ye was furious. What kind of trick is this little fox trying to pull now? Does he really want me to take him to bed and spank him? Seeing the angry snake spirit sitting next to him, the little fox was like, "Oh God, this damn life. Damn it, can this pen even be fixed or not?" On the outside, Chao Sui bowed his head obediently, silent, but with the hand hidden behind his back. He had already tried to contact the system several times, but whenever it's needed, the system tends to go offline and play dead. The little fox was so mad he wanted to tear this damn garbage system to shreds with his own hands. Damn it, why does it always glitch? Right when I need to use it? That's right, little fox. After all, the person sitting next to you is the system's owner. It's only natural that it wouldn't dare to act up. After checking the system, the fox felt this wouldn't do. If he doesn't break the engagement now, won't it be even harder to do so later? So the little fox quickly taped the system back together, wanting to find a way to escape this toxic X. It's so magical. As soon as Chao Sui taped the system back together, it started working again. It truly is the most shameless system in the world. Chao Sui opened the script, wanting to review the information it provided about his relationship with Qin Ye. But it seems he opened the system the wrong way this time, because the damn script had changed again. What the hell? There should be a limit to the lies. The fox saw it and he got so mad. The newly revised script was as follows. Recently you felt that Qin Ye liked someone else, so you planned to cook the rice before it's cooked to keep him. After that, you could no longer stand Qin Ye's betrayal, so you stood up and wanted to end this relationship. The fox looked at the script, seething with anger. Damn it, this is pushing it too far. Fine, if you won't break it off, then I will. After thinking it through, the previously obedient little fox suddenly shot up, startling his old father. He looked at Qin Ye and said loudly, "You clearly like someone else, not me." The father heard this and was like, "Huh, are we in a soap opera? Son, what on earth are you talking about?" The old man tried to process the information his son had just given him, and his jaw dropped in shock. Then his attitude changed, and he yelled at Qin Ye, "Well done. No wonder I always felt something strange about your aura. So you dared to go out and fool around with someone else? After his father finished yelling, the system simultaneously popped up with a new script. Your father is very shocked to learn about this. Although very unwilling, he still agrees to your request to break the engagement. The little fox was overjoyed to hear this. Exactly. This is how the script is supposed to go. This is clearly a betrayal. How can we not break the engagement? From now on, the main plot will officially begin. After you and Qin cancel your engagement. The fox was as happy as could be. Oh my. A bright future awaits me. Go for it, fox. The system was like, hey buddy, let's be a little happy, but not too happy. Too much happiness can turn to sadness, little fox. Qin, who had been silent until now, finally opened his mouth. He let out a laugh, and then, that old man released his aura, having an affair with me from start to finish. He didn't finish his sentence, but the old father, smelling his son's scent, entangled with this man's scent, understood everything. At a time like this, some clueless little fox was still asking blankly, why are you looking at me? Making the old man so angry he could spit blood. He pointed a trembling hand at his foolish son, and asked shakily, isn't the scent on him from you? The little fox's face instantly turned as red as a beet. Damn it, come to think of it, ever since he entered this game's plotline, he had woken up in this snake spirit's bed. Not only was he hugged and kissed, but that guy even bit him in the dressing room earlier. The little fox couldn't defend this life anymore. Damn it all, why is the plot getting messier and messier? That snake is way too cunning. The inexperienced little fox is no match for him. Boo-hoo, someone save me. Seeing his son's beet-red face, what else was there not to understand? He angrily slammed the cup down on the table, and shouted, stop being jealous over nothing. This marriage absolutely cannot be cancelled. The little fox gave up. He was completely demoralized. Damn it, why is this game so freaking hard? If it weren't for his life being on the line, he wouldn't bother playing. Just when the atmosphere was tense, someone came down from upstairs. He looked at the three people below and asked coolly, what's going on? This man was from the Red Fox tribe, with a differentiation value of 89. He was the older brother of Chao Sui's game character. Once again, this little flirt Chao Sui blushed at the sight of a handsome guy. Truly a green hat. He wants to weave, layer by layer, on CEO Ye's head. The little fox blushed and called out, Gege. In his heart, he gave a thumbs up. Oh my god, so handsome, Gege. Those two words, Gege, hit a nerve in Qin, who was sitting beside him. Gege? In reality, he had never heard him call him so proactively and positively. Whenever they met, this little kid would avoidantly call him young master. 10 out of 10 times, it was always the same thing. Young master. The more he thought about it, the more Qin's anger flared. Damn it, just how many more guys does this little fox want to flirt with? The old man saw that his son was about to go out at this hour, and asked with concern, why are you going to the company so late? The Red Fox brother spoke to his father, but his tone was still distant, as if speaking to a stranger. There's some corrupted data that needs to be fixed urgently. After saying that, it seemed he only just noticed his little brother. He reached out and ruffled the fox's little head, then leaned in close to the little one's ear and whispered, you have to be good, okay? Chao Sui was like, big brother, aren't we a little too close? He stiffened completely, muttering, yes, yes, while thinking to himself that Gege's voice was quite pleasant. I'm leaving now. After flirting with his little brother, the Red Fox brother said that one sentence, and then left. The old man just now remembered that his prospective son-in-law was still sitting there, so he turned to ask, by the way, Qin, it's getting late. Do you need me to have the driver take you home? It was as if Qin was just waiting for this. He smiled and said, it is getting a bit late. If it's not too much trouble, could I stay here for the night? Father Fox was, of course, very welcoming, but there was a slight problem. The guest room in their house hadn't been cleaned at all. Qin still smiled very gently, but the words that came out of his mouth made the little fox next to him spit out all the tea he was drinking. He said, it's fine. I'll sleep in Xiao Sui's room. The fox held his teacup, feeling a malicious aura crawling up his spine, sending a chill through him. The man behind him was practically overflowing with jealousy, growling and whispering softly to him, tonight, let's have a thorough discussion about our engagement. My dear, right now, only 3 words remained in the fox's mind. I'm so screwed. This time, no one could save him, dead or alive. So pitiful. That night, Chao Sui's bedroom door opened. Just a moment ago, the little fox was in his room, and he heard that man's voice from behind the door, making his hair stand on end. He ran around the room, forcing a smile and trying to make a run for it. Oh my, is it that late already? I have to go take a shower and rest. You can make yourself at home, for now. After saying that, the fox disappeared. Qin could only sigh at this scene. I just wanted to ask you where the shoe cabinet is. Why are you running? Qin was at a complete loss, but oh well. It's his wife, after all. If he doesn't spoil him, who will? He'll deal with it later. The night is still young. Hehehe. Let's light a long candle for the little fox. Hope you two have a good night. Left all alone in the large room, Qin suddenly felt a little unsure of what to do. He walked around the room, observing everything. Then, he was naturally drawn to the photos hanging on the wall. The pictures on the wall were clearly real-life photos of Chao Sui. This is player information that the system collected, Qin observed, puzzled. His company's system had this function, and he, the owner, had no idea. Qin looked at the childhood photo of Chao Sui hanging on the wall and reached out to gently touch the small, pretty face that was smiling so brightly. He himself had never seen this picture of him. In the real world, he never thought he'd get to see it in a game like this. Qin looked at the childhood smile of the person he loved and felt that he was just too adorable. His gaze at this moment was so gentle that he himself didn't even realize it. While Qin was admiring the little fox's photo, he had already finished his shower and came out of the bathroom. Chao Sui walked barefoot on the carpet, wearing a set of pajamas with a long-sleeved shirt and shorts, revealing his long, slender, fair legs. What are you doing? Because he was busy wiping his face, Chao Sui didn't notice what the other man was doing. But after he asked that question and registered where the other man was standing, the fox's whole body suddenly felt like it was activated. Every nerve of embarrassment made him flush bright red. Mr. Liang's little fox really is the type to blush easily. So sensitive. It's ridiculously cute. The little fox never expected that even in a game, the system would go all out and hang his photos on the bedroom wall in the game. No way. After getting embarrassed, the fox let out a scream, then quickly rushed over to take down all the photos and put them in a drawer. While busy cleaning up, he questioned angrily, "Why are you looking at other people's photos without permission?" Qin watched his little fox embarrassedly hide the evidence. When questioned, he wasn't angry. He even smiled and retorted, "But you told me to make myself at home." While still smiling, suddenly, that snake spirit saw a fluffy, unfurled tail wagging, showing off right in front of him. Since he had just showered, the little fox's tail was a bit damp, and it carried the scent of body wash, luring the man closer. Qin, how could he pass up the chance to touch and take advantage of his lover? His hand immediately shot out, touching the light-colored fur of the little fox's tail. Chao Sui was startled by someone grabbing his tail, and he dropped the photo frame he was holding. Before he could even register what was happening, he heard the other man ask, "You didn't dry your tail?" Chao Sui blushed to death. How can this person be so forward with the little fox? In the real world, you'd be thrown in jail for this. But this is a game, so the little fox could only blush and pull his tail back, hugging it to his chest, warily looking at the man and stammering, Don't touch my tail." Qin was amazed by his reaction. "You're so sensitive." He moved closer and whispered seductively, "Isn't it just a little touch?" Talking wasn't enough. This snake spirit even reached out to touch and stroke Chao Sui's ear, making his face flush even redder. While touching, Qin even teased, "Look, your ear is also soaking wet." Chao Sui's whole body trembled from the other's touch. He could only blush and tremble, flattening his ears so the snake spirit couldn't touch them anymore, but he couldn't even manage a word of protest. The little fox was embarrassed, but he was also mad about being teased. So, while blushing, he tried to retort, You mean I'm being stingy, don't you? If you're so great, then let me touch you." Facing a perverted snake, the little fox's challenge was a huge mistake. At first, Qin eyes drooped a little when he heard that, but in the next moment, he stripped on the spot, not giving the fox a chance to react, and just like that, he showed off his upper body, full of masculine hormones, right in front of him. Chao Sui never expected this pervert to just strip when he said he would. Right now, all he could see were the well-defined, seductive muscles of the man in front of him. Not only was he looking, but he could also hear Qin showing off his physique, proudly smiling and saying, "Where do you want to touch? Tell me." The literal meaning was, "Feel free to touch wherever you like. Come on, baby, I'll indulge you in everything." Chao Sui blushed when he was teased earlier, and now, when it was his turn to tease, he was still blushing. Even so, he couldn't take back his words, so he could only shut his eyes tightly and tremblingly reach out his hands, wanting to touch Qin's abs a little. He was hesitant, but some little fox was also very eager. Chao Sui had to keep comforting himself. It's just a little touch, just a tiny touch, and that's it. But when his hand touched the firm abs of his lover, the young man thought differently. The abs under the little fox's hand were very toned. Each muscle was perfectly defined, so the fox loved touching them. While touching, the fox even evaluated them himself. As expected of a romance game, these abs, even the game character's physique is so well made. Truly top tier. It feels so good to touch. The sensation is amazing. The boy Crazy Fox, lost in his admiration, touched from the abs up to the man's neck. While touching, he sighed in admiration. Chao Sui's mischievous hand unintentionally brushed against the man's Adam's apple. He was slightly startled, pulled his hand back, and blushed, scolding himself. Oh my god, are you crazy? Why are you unconsciously touching him like that? The one being forward felt shy, but the one being touched felt like it wasn't enough. Chao Sui pulled his hand back, but before he could, Qin Ye grabbed it and pulled it back. His fingers intertwined with his, and he smiled, saying, "Don't stop. Keep going." He lowered his head, pressing it against his. Just as Chao Sui looked up, he suddenly discovered that under the hair, on the man's forehead, there was a scale, or a birthmark of some kind. Chao Sui asked with some hesitation, "On your forehead?" Qin Ye didn't know what his lover had seen on his forehead. He glanced at him and asked softly, "What's wrong? I've never seen this scale here before." After Chao Sui said that, without waiting for the man to react, he quickly reached out to touch the small scale that had appeared. Qin Ye was just smiling, but after being touched just once by his lover, he quickly retreated 100 meters, avoiding the hand of the little fox. His reaction initially surprised the fox a little, but he immediately realized it seemed he had touched the snake spirit's sensitive spot. The little fox transformed from an innocent fox into a devilish one in an instant, with a mischievous grin, wanting to pounce on the prey before him. "I just touched your weak spot, didn't I?" The little fox happily pounced, reaching out to touch it again. Qin Ye grabbed both of his hands and said softly, "Don't touch there." The little fox was very unconvinced. "Why can't I touch it? Didn't you say I could touch wherever I wanted?" After saying that, Chao Sui tried to pounce again, but somehow he pounced in a way that he tripped and pushed Qin Ye over as well. So, they both fell backward. Luckily, behind them was a soft bed, so falling on it didn't hurt. However, their position right now was extremely suggestive. Some little fox's chin was resting on the firm chest of the other man. Seeing this situation, Chao Sui sat directly on top of Qin Ye, reached out to touch the scale on his forehead, and teased with a smile, "I'm touching it." This time, Qin Ye actually lay still and let the little fox touch him. Then, after some fox had his fill of touching, his eyes suddenly widened. He felt, damn it, something under his butt was gradually getting hard. Oh my god. In this situation, it goes without saying what that little scale on his forehead activated. Once again, let's light a candle for some fox who played with fire. The little fox's face was already red, but now, it was about to turn pale. Damn this stupid game. Does the physiological response have to be this realistic? Ha ha. If not, how else could it serve some little fox's pleasure? The large object underneath kept rubbing against him, making Chao Sui unable to bear it and lift his hips slightly. He was blushing and helpless against the extreme realism of this game. Then, some little fox horrifically discovered the feeling under his butt right now. Damn it. It wasn't just one ice cream stick, but two. The fox's face went from red to yellow, then pale. Poor thing. It seems the little guy forgot that his husband is from the snake tribe. Snakes have two. You know, Chao Sui foolishly provoked the snake, only to be scared out of his wits by two little baby snakes. He hadn't even had a chance to crawl off and run away, when his hand, which was touching the scale, was grabbed by Qin Ye. The man's face was also a little red now. Sure enough, his sensitive spot had been touched. Seeing his beloved's pale reaction, Qin Ye also felt a little helpless. He said, "I told you not to touch it." Sorry, I'll get off right now." The little fox regretted it too late. He was about to make a quick escape when he was pulled back by the other man. "Where are you running?" Qin Ye used his hands to block Chao Sui's escape route, trapping the person on the bed, giving the little fox no chance to escape. He leaned down and whispered into the little fox's ear, "You provoked me. You have to take responsibility." Hearing these words, Chao Sui's face turned redder than lipstick. At this moment, he suddenly felt his neck, where he had been bitten before, starting to heat up, and his lower body also had a very strange sensation. In this state, where do you think you're going, Qin Ye flipped Chao Sui over without hesitation, and reached out to press down on that certain hard spot. His words were even so blatant and bold that Chao Sui's entire face flushed. The little fox was furious. The reason he was in this state was all because of the person in front of him, wasn't it? When you were teasing him, why didn't you say it was your fault? Little fox, you're not playing fair. Qin Ye wasn't angry at being blamed. On the contrary, he just smiled. His eyes were gentle as he admitted, "Yes, it's all my fault. So let me help you, okay?" Some perverted snake, while speaking, reached his hand into the little fox's shorts. With just a light touch, Chao Sui's entire face flushed bright red. He trembled from the stimulation, and couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand, to prevent any sound from escaping. Qin Ye's long, slender hand grasped the little fox's treasure. He rubbed it while pressing the tip with his finger. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, "Don't cover your mouth." Chao Sui was caught off guard. The other's hand pressed down, making him feel so good he started to cry, and he couldn't control a small moan from escaping. Then he quickly covered his mouth again. Qin Ye was busy with one hand, but he still had one hand free, so he grabbed the hand that was covering his lover's mouth and pulled it away. He looked at him with tears in his eyes, his face as red as a boiled lobster, looking incredibly beautiful. He even smiled and teased, "If you don't say it, how will I know if I should continue or not?" It's unknown what stimulated the little fox, but he suddenly shot up, flipped over, and switched places with his prospective fiancée. Chao Sui's whole body was trembling, his skin flushed with a beautiful pink hue. The fox's ears drooped to one side, and his pajama shirt had ridden up, revealing his fair shoulders. He was now kneeling on top of Qin Ye, a position that fully displayed the beautiful scenery for the person underneath to admire. Hearing the man say, "You still haven't answered," Chao Sui was so aggrieved he started to cry again. His whole body was uncomfortable from the stimulation. Mr. Snake is also very good at holding back. Even in this state, he could still leisurely ask, "Do you want to continue?" Wow, what a gentleman. You have to wait for the other person to nod willingly before you pounce, huh? It's unclear what that man did, but he had just asked that soft question, and the little fox was so startled he closed his eyes and cried out. It seems he's about to dock. Surrender. Qin Ye's hand moved up and down, contracting and releasing, to the point that Chao Sui's eyes had now turned into heart shapes. His eyes were hazy, unsure of where he was, or who he was. Even in such a daze, the little fox's tail instinctively wrapped around the other's firm waist and even rubbed a few times sensually. For the first time since entering the game, the little fox proactively got close and wrapped himself around his lover. He hugged the man's neck, his voice soft but clear enough for him to hear. He said he wanted more. With such a seductive wife, what man wouldn't want to satisfy her? Qin Ye was extremely pleased and smiled. He slowly teased a couple more times. "What a little fox. You really know how to seduce people. What do you want?" He looked at Chao Sui, who was panting, with an infatuated expression, asking for his opinion. This perverted snake really knows how to manipulate people. When he said he didn't want it, he did it anyway. Now that he's asking for it, he asks what he wants. So unreasonable. Chao Sui didn't answer anymore and proactively leaned in, kissing the other's lips. While kissing, the little one whined, "I want you." Qin Ye was thrilled to be kissed by his love, but on the outside, he remained extremely calm. He took his hand and asked, "Is that all? Little fox, are you just preening?" Chao Sui had had enough of this lover of his. Why does he like to bully the little fox so much? But now, he needed him, so he had no choice but to bow his head. So the little fox pushed the other man down, then lay on top of some snake's abs and asked with a blush, "So, can I help you?" The intention was there, but just as his hand reached down and touched the other's waistband, before he could do anything, a red spark flashed from where the two were touching. Zap! The little fox was so shocked he pulled his hand back. By the time he looked up, he was faced with a bright red warning panel from the system. "Hey Fox." The system's error message popped up, and on it were big, bold letters. "Not a target character. Invalid action. Haha. That's what you get for playing dumb and not choosing your boyfriend. Now you want to be proactive with him, and the system won't even let you. Mr. Ye, why don't you wake up and be proactive? If you wait for the little fox to do it, it'll take a lifetime." Chao Sui was in the throes of passion, and seeing this bright red warning panel, the fox felt unwell for some reason. So that means I'm not allowed to do it with someone who isn't a target character? The little fox's mind wasn't clear yet. He might have even forgotten he was in a game right now. All he knew was the person in front of him. So Chao Sui leaned in close to his snake, as if whining pitifully, and asked, "What does it say? I don't understand." Having said that, the little fox's naughty hand even drew circles on Qin Ye's chest. Mr. Ye, it's unknown if he saw that warning panel, but he let out a sigh, silently lamenting that now was not the time. Then, the gentleman with two things, still waiting to be fed, had to painfully hold back, pulled the blanket and wrapped his lover up tightly like a burrito, leaving no gaps, a little dejected, and said, "Stop teasing me. Go to sleep." The little fox was also mad. All wound up and not allowed to shoot. The fox was furious. After taking care of his lover and making sure he was asleep, some snake man took a towel and went straight into the bathroom. He was probably going to suppress his suffering with cold water. So pitiful. Who asked you to tease your wife so much? Now you're suffering, aren't you? By the time Qin Ye finished his shower and came out, the little fox was already sound asleep on the bed. Looking at his sleeping lover below, some snake top thought to himself, "Isn't this nice right now?" Just after smiling, Qin Ye lowered his eyes again. Negative thoughts crept back into his mind. Then why did you leave me? You were the one who. While lost in his thoughts, Mr. Snake also thought back to a few things from the past. Back then, Liang Ye was busy preparing to move out. While he was talking to someone else, Chao Sui ran up from somewhere and grabbed his hand. He panted and asked, "Young master, are you moving out?" "Don't go," Chao Sui said with a pale face. Then, as if realizing he had no right to interfere, with this man's decision, he lowered his voice and pleaded, "Or can you take me with you?" Liang Ye lowered his eyes to look at the little kid in front of him, but said nothing. Chao Sui was a little worried he would refuse, so he took his hand and placed it on his own face, rubbing it a few times to curry favor. His other hand gently tugged at his shirt, and he continued to speak. "Take me with you. I'll be really good, you know." Liang Ye grabbed Chao Sui's chin, looked down at him, and then said, "So pitiful? But if I take you with me, you'll eventually run away anyway. So it's better to just—" He hadn't finished his sentence when Chao Sui quickly grabbed his hand and said excitedly, "I won't go. I will never leave you. You sure you won't leave? Little baby, you packed your bags and left your lover." Liang Ye, at that time, of course couldn't have known what would happen in the future. Seeing the other person holding his hand tightly and using a whiny nasal voice to beg him to take him along, he finally smiled and accepted his request. "Why do you always like to run outside wearing so little?" Liang Ye gently chided him, then quickly wrapped his coat tightly around Chao Sui. Taking the opportunity, he also pinched the other's small cheek, making him blush. On the surface, Liang Ye waited for Chao Sui to beg before agreeing to take him, but his original intention was never to leave him behind. This man, still just a teenager, already had such a deep and cunning mind. He rubbed Chao Sui's face, very pleased that this little kid was so sensible. Since he wanted to follow him, then, in the future, he would not give him the chance to leave. Remembering the old days, made some snake spirit a little upset. He looked down at the little fox sleeping on the bed, his voice soft but with a hint of resentment. "You were clearly the one who walked into my life first. The one who said you would never leave me was also you." Just like that, the little fox slept soundly through the other's resentful words, unaware of anything until the next morning. Chao Sui woke up in bed, still not fully awake, rubbing his eyes and looking to the side. A corner of the blanket was lifted. He wondered with some confusion if Qin Ye had already left. He was still sleepy, when suddenly, something flashed through his mind, making the little fox blush and wake up completely. He tried to sort out his silly, forgetful brain. Then he remembered last night. Every image replayed in Chao Sui's mind, from the scene where he proactively rode on top of the other man, to the scene where he proactively wanted to help him relieve himself, to, later, it was still him who proactively stuck his hand into the other's pants. His own boldness made the little fox, a second after remembering, want to find a hole and crawl into it. Damn it, he actually threw away all his pride to beg for pleasure like that. Oh God, even this thick blanket can't hide the fox's bright red face. Slow down. Chao Sui, while curled up in the blanket, lamented, "Damn it, how could I have done something like that? That's life, little fox. What's done is done. It's too late for regrets now. You just have to be shameless and live on." Heh. Chao Sui hid in the blanket for a while, heartbroken, realizing that the other person was just a game character, and yet he still fell for his good looks. But the fox remembered the feeling from last night, and suddenly felt a little shy, thinking that he was pretty good stuff. "I'm at a loss with this little fox. This is what you call lusting after beauty. That's right, this is just a game. In this game, the fox can do whatever he wants. Why be afraid of losing face or being embarrassed?" After thinking it through, Chao Sui immediately kicked off the blanket, jumped up, and bounced off the bed. Right now, this world is just a bunch of data. The little fox has to cheer up, so he can complete the mission and escape this game. I thought the fox was so obsessed with beauty that he forgot his mission. Turns out he still remembers. Good job. Speaking of missions, Chao Sui immediately opened the information panel to check the latest mission. The system he gave him was to participate in a variety show with Yan Wen. The mission reward is a 20% increase in favorability. The shoot is tomorrow, so today, the little fox plans to check out the store, map, and new props that were unlocked. After Chao Sui happily showered and changed his clothes, downstairs, the servants had already started cleaning. Chao Sui was wearing a comfortable outfit today, in the same color scheme as his fur and hair. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, an old butler smiled and asked, "Young master, you're awake. Please come down for breakfast." His father saw his little son. This old man must have eaten gunpowder for breakfast. The moment he saw Chao Sui, he just had to start yelling. "What breakfast?" While scolding, he pointed at the watch on his wrist, so angry his eyes were rolling into the back of his head. "Look at what time it is. Did you plan on sleeping all day?" The little fox was also very annoyed at being scolded, but he couldn't be bothered to argue back. He just turned to the butler and said, "I'm not eating." "All the better if you don't eat." The father standing nearby, hearing this, turned purple with rage and started yelling again. "The young master loves these dishes. Prepare an extra portion. You all, be quiet when you go upstairs. Don't disturb his rest." After his outburst, the father turned to instruct the servants. Just hearing his instructions, you could see how much he favored one son over the other. After hearing this, Chao Sui was absolutely furious. The devil inside him wanted to burst out, grab a trident, and stab the old man. This old geezer is such a... The little devil inside the fox was seething with rage. Luckily, the little angel at his side held him back. Otherwise, there would have been a scene of patricide this morning. Over breakfast, Chao Sui figured that since he wasn't home often anyway, he might as well just ignore this character. He quickly headed for the door, wanting to get outside quickly to escape the old man's noise. On the main street, people bustled to and fro. Chao Sui followed the location on the map, to a huge bookstore. He stood in front of the shop, a little hesitant, wondering if the place he was looking for was really the place that sold in-game props. But in the end, he decided to go inside. He opened the door. The inside was as spacious as it appeared from the outside. A few customers were walking around, choosing books. The little fox looked around for a moment, his eyes wide. No matter how he looked at it, the place seemed perfectly normal. Nothing about it resembled a prop shop. Chao Sui adjusted the mask on his face, and noticed a staircase inside leading up. For some reason, Chao Sui headed inside, and started up the stairs, one step at a time. Maybe the prop shop is on the second floor, he thought. What the fox didn't notice was that in the shadows, behind him, a pair of glowing red eyes was staring intently at him. Those eyes looked anything but friendly. The higher Chao Sui climbed, the stranger it felt. "Huh? There's nothing here. Why haven't I reached the top yet?" Thump, thump, thump. Just then, behind the little fox, those evil eyes drew closer. The sound of footsteps on the wooden stairs made a suspicious thumping noise. Right after that, the system's target locked announcement boomed. Chao Sui spun around at the same time, coming face to face with a cat-like black shadow. Its red eyes shot laser beams directly at him, locking onto a single target. Terrified, Chao Sui had no idea what was happening. "What's going on? Is this a restricted area? Sorry, I'll leave right now." As he spoke, the little fox shielded his face with his arm, from the red light shining on him. The beam then struck the system bracelet on his wrist. The notification panel now turned a soft blue, losing the lethal danger it had moments before. At the same time, a welcoming chime sounded, identity verified. Happy shopping. The entire thrilling process, from almost being killed to being welcomed by the smiling black cat, took less than 30 seconds. The little fox's goldfish brain couldn't process any of it. He was still trembling and on the verge of tears. That was way too scary. The security in this game is terrible. After all that, the little fox, Chao Sui, was led straight to the second floor without a single hair out of place. The moment he arrived, he was faced with a sparkling, lemon yellow, and extremely luxurious view of the prop shop that nearly blinded the little fox. Why is it so luxurious? Is this really a prop shop? The fox wasn't the only one wondering. Chao Sui's first time seeing an in-game shop this magnificent. After the initial shock, the little guy started to look around. There was a row of beautiful prop cards and a shelf full of comprehensive guidebooks. The more Chao Sui looked, the more he drooled. With these items, what's to fear about not being able to conquer the target character, Yan Wen? The day he escapes the game is within reach. With that thought, the little fox was like a fish in water, diving into the sea of props, shouting, "I want them all," while mashing the buy button. But imagination is beautiful, and reality is cruel. Chao Sui tried to buy a ton of items, but the system returned a pile of notifications. Each one said, "Insufficient funds." The piercing ding 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 of the notifications was deafening, but thanks to this loud noise, it successfully woke the dirt poor, Chao Sui, from his dream. Only then did the little fox remember to check his account balance. Then he saw his wallet only contained a measly 100 gold coins. Oh my god. And here he was, shopping without even looking at the prices, thinking he was a big shot. Now he knew he was just a broke loser. After being stunned by the harsh reality, the fox finally took the time to look at the system. Then he discovered, damn it, every quest gives gold coins as a reward. That means if you don't do quests, you won't even have money to buy props to cheat. This game is so infuriating, but getting angry now would only make him more upset. Chao Sui sighed, trying to calm down and look around. Since he was already here, he had to buy something, at least. In the end, he discovered his 100 coins were only followed enough to play the lucky wheel, and it was a luck-based wheel. To make things worse, one spin costs 100 coins for 3 random prop cards. Since he was already poor, the little fox decided to go all in. He chose to spin once without hesitation. Ding! Stow coins became 0. Money out, items in. The moment of the character evaluation had finally arrived. He just saw a flash, and the randomly drawn cards spun around. Then, just as the little fox expected and anticipated, he drew 3 cards. 1 seduction card can force a designated target into their heat cycle, effective for 12 hours. 1 transformation card allows you to ignore differentiation stats and freely transform into your animal form, effective for 1 hour. The final card was the full disclosure card. Just as the name implies, using this card reveals information about individuals other than your target character. It's effective for 1 minute. After reading the information, Chao Sui marched straight to the back door without a word. The little fox's smile was filled with heavenly rage. He said goodbye, then slammed the damn door of this miserable life shut. If he could, he'd probably never want to see this place again. The little guy was extremely annoyed, but tried to console himself with a smile. As expected, unlucky players should just obediently pay up. Otherwise, you'll only draw useless cards. He said that, but something is better than nothing. Chao Sui still stored the 3 cards in his system bracelet. The annoyed little guy stomped from the 2nd floor down to the lobby, then walked straight out the door. But what he didn't notice was that, while he was sighing over his bad luck, a very familiar figure was not far behind him. Senior, the target character was calling him. Chao Sui jumped at the sound. He had no idea why that puppy was here. The little fox, who had been in a bad mood and busy putting away the cards, hadn't hidden his bracelet yet. Hearing the call, his first reaction after being startled was to cover the bracelet on his wrist, to prevent the other from seeing it. Before he could even finish hiding it, a voice sounded close behind him. Yan Wen's eyes, bright as torches, stared at his hand, and asked probingly, "Senior, what treasure are you trying to hide? That people can't see?" No matter how you looked at it, this kid seemed sinister, not at all like the loyal dog, or the friendly neighborhood puppy. Chao Sui's heart almost leaped out of his chest. Luckily, the system hid the bracelet quickly. He turned around, sweating a little, held out his empty hand, and explained, "What are you talking about? I don't have any treasures. But what a coincidence, meeting you in such a small bookstore. Are you sure it's a coincidence?" The little fox thought. Something feels off about this. That certain puppy, on the surface, smiled and said, "I come to this bookstore often," but his hand grabbed Chao Sui's wrist and pulled him closer. Then he started patting him down everywhere, searching for where he had hidden the strange thing that he had glimpsed. While searching, this guy said, "But I just found out today that you can go to the 2nd floor." At this point, Yan Wen's eyes once again flashed red. His voice was still soft and gentle, but there was a strange, chilling quality to it. He asked, "Senior, what's on the 2nd floor? If you want to know, go see for yourself. Stop touching someone else's fiancé, little puppy. Watch out, or Mr. Snake will strangle you to death." Chao Sui also felt that the usually puppy-like boy was now acting strange, especially those eyes. It was as if he was about to go down the path of corruption. The little fox, a bit flustered, avoided his gaze. He pulled his hand back and then explained, "I guess the book I was looking for is a bit niche, so the owner told me to look upstairs." Judging by that suspicious look, you could tell that some puppy didn't believe him. But after a moment of silence, Yan Wen once again transformed into a loyal dog, smiling meekly and gently. "So that's it. No wonder they rarely open it to customers." Don't be fooled by his current fake, obedient appearance. With this target character's personality, he's definitely pretending. He believed that so easily? It's so surreal. Chao Sui was sweating a little, but he forced a polite smile. After all, this was the target he chose to pursue. No matter how difficult, he had to do it. Just when the awkward atmosphere between the two was about to become unbearable, Yan Wen's phone rang. He looked at it and exclaimed, "Oh no, I almost forgot I have another appointment." "Well then, senior." That certain puppy acted like a gentleman, taking Chao Sui's hand and kissing it. Finally, he said, "See you tomorrow on the variety show." The little fox, a bit wary, still nodded okay. After Yan Wen left, Chao Sui still looked after his retreating figure. He pondered for a moment. The way that guy looked at him earlier was like looking at prey, not at a senior. The little fox thought this, but then denied it himself. No way. Isn't this just a pursuit-style romance game? Or am I just imagining things? What kind of romance game traps you inside so you can't get out? It's obviously because of a big bug, that it had to be shut down for urgent repairs. No matter how you look at it, Yan Wen seems like a big bug. Be careful, you silly little fox. The silly little fox went out early in the morning and only came home late at night. The moment he stepped through the door, his stomach growled with hunger. As expected, in the morning he was scolded and ran out without eating breakfast. At noon, he was so scared by that Yan Wen guy that he couldn't eat. Of course, he was starving now. thinking about how this was a game, and he couldn't just order takeout. Chow Sui wanted to cry his eyes out over this damn game. While feeling sorry for himself because he had nothing to eat, the little guy suddenly remembered that in the morning, his old man had the servants pack up the food for his older brother. Thump, thump, thump. Chow Sui was so hungry he threw his image to the wind and rushed into the kitchen. When he opened the fridge, it was, as expected, fully stocked. Every shelf was filled with food. The little fox was both hungry and angry. This old man is really too biased. Well, that's because someone has a lover he refuses to choose and keeps insisting on breaking the engagement. Poor fox. While feeling annoyed at his in-game father, Chow Sui suddenly drooped his ears and sadly recalled. Back then, in reality, it was the same. When he saw food on the table and wanted to take a piece to try, before he could, the plate was snatched away. The person who took the plate from him was a maid. This girl either didn't know her place, or was relying on her master's favor to act high and mighty in front of Chow Sui. With a personality as ugly as her face, she sneered at the little boy. "Oh, this isn't for you. If you want to eat, go find something in the kitchen yourself." After saying that, this girl even pointed to a pile of moldy, burnt food nearby, implying the boy should eat that. "We are only responsible for the young master's food." "The young master, you say? Our house only had one before." An eye roll. A group of servants looked disdainfully at Chow Sui, then said in a proprietary tone, "And it will be the same in the future." Oh my, a servant who doesn't know her place. Why is the little fox so gentle? Just take a slipper and smack them in their mouths. If they don't let you eat, just smash everything. What's there to be afraid of in a house where your stepfather doesn't love you? And your mother is a bitch? Why hold back? During these moments, why didn't the young master stand up to protect him? No wonder that after entering the game, the little fox is determined to stay away from the young master. It's the right thing to do. Remembering the past made the little fox a little unhappy. He let out a sneer. "You won't let me eat, but you'll save it for Gege, huh?" The more Chow Sui thought about it, the angrier he got. He instantly transformed into a wolf and pounced on the food. "Watch me eat it all." That was the only thought in the little guy's head now. He acted on it immediately. Chow Sui swung his hand, grabbing one thing after another and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing greedily. If it was edible, he ate it. The night wind blew through the large house. Outside, there was a beeping sound of a lock unlocking, and then the door opened with a click. He entered the house. It was none other than Chow Sui's red fox older brother. He wearily rubbed his temples. A long day of stressful work, only getting home late at night. Anyone would be tired. That certain older brother was about to go to his room to rest. When he passed the kitchen, he saw the light was on, and a rustling sound was coming from inside, making him a little suspicious. The older brother instinctively walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw his little brother busy, sneaking food like a hamster in front of the fridge. The other person asked, confused, "It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing?" The little fox was busy eating until his cheeks were puffed out. This sudden question startled him so much that the cake in his hand fell to the floor. He thought his older brother wouldn't be home tonight. Who would have thought? He'd be caught red-handed sneaking his food like this? That certain little guy panicked and couldn't swallow, choking on a mouthful of food. He coughed a few times, a little afraid of being scolded. Since he was caught, he had to find an excuse to cover it up. Chow Sui turned around and laughed awkwardly. He held up a few dishes and then said, I saw you were about to come home, so I prepared some food for you first." Sweating, he pretended to care about his older brother, but Chow Sui had no idea that his mouth was still covered in cake crumbs. He hadn't even wiped his mouth after sneaking food, and he was already lying. How could his older brother possibly believe him? The red fox didn't expose his little brother's lie, but his face wasn't happy either. In fact, he looked a little impatient. As he blocked the food Chow Sui was offering him, the young man raised an eyebrow, stared at the little guy, and asked, "Don't you artists manage your figures? Eating this much in the middle of the night?" "Of course I do, Gege, but this is a game. Eating a lot won't make me fat, so what's to be afraid of?" Chow Sui, who was still faking it and offering his brother leftovers, suddenly bristled at these words. He gritted his teeth and cursed internally. "Isn't it because the old man wouldn't let me eat, and saved it all for you? It's your fault I haven't had a single thing to eat all day. If I'm hungry all day, of course I have to eat at night, otherwise how can I sleep?" Poor little fox. The older brother saw his good-for-nothing little brother suddenly get bristly with him and was confused. "If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you glaring at me?" Chow Sui thought, "As if I would dare." But before he could finish his thought, the hand of his supposed older brother reached out in front of him. While the little fox was still confused about what he was going to do, that certain red fox grabbed him by the collar with one hand and pulled him closer. The gaze of this supposed older brother was extremely dangerous, and his tone was cold and not good at all. "I don't care if it's for Chinye. or some other reason, that you insisted on entering the entertainment industry, but if you've decided to do it, then do it well. After saying this, the older brother used his finger to roughly wipe the cake crumbs from Chao Sui's cheek, making him hiss in pain. Then he warned again, "Don't cause trouble every few days and embarrass me." The little fox only sneaked a little food, and the result was his cheek being tormented until it was almost red and swollen. He held his cheek, wincing a little, and then defended himself. "I didn't cause any trouble. Giga." The fox didn't hear what he said and glanced back, muttering something. "Hurry up and clean up, then go to bed. In the middle of the night, don't wander around outside." His face was cold, but his mood seemed to be good, or something, because the fluffy tail behind him kept wagging up and down. Chao Sui, who was still sulking from being scolded, just mumbled an "oh" perfunctorily, but was then attracted by that big, fluffy tail. The little fox's sulky face immediately turned bright. Looking at his older brother's tail wagging in front of him, some fox got very tempted. "I want to touch it." The moment he wanted to touch it, Chao Sui instinctively reached out his hand. Oh my, this little kid really knows no fear. The tail is a sensitive spot. Why would you touch your older brother's tail like that? Touching it wasn't enough. The little fox even praised, "What a beautiful tail," of all things. That certain cold-faced, older brother never expected his little brother to launch such a surprise attack. This move was too cunning, so the young man was also startled. By the time he reacted, the young man was blushing, turned around, and pulled his tail away from the little fox's criminal hands. He didn't forget to shout, "What do you think you're doing?" After being yelled at, the little fox was startled, and remembered, damn it, the tail is a sensitive spot for beastmen, and he had completely forgotten and even touched his tail. So naughty. This time, if he doesn't explain properly, and the old man finds out, he might get kicked out of the house. After his foolish act, Chao Sui now knew to sweat and explain. "Oh I just saw that the color of our tails is different." Seeing his troublemaking little brother still laughing, haha, as if nothing happened, the older fox brother was so angry he had to raise his voice and shout again, "Go back to your room and sleep." The troublemaking little fox was so scared by the scolding that he didn't dare to make a peep. He could only nod and say yes to show how obedient he was. Looking at his older brother's angry retreating back, Chao Sui could only cry a little inside. "Oh no, I'm screwed. I'm going to be hated again. Boo-hoo. You played with fire, little fox. Who can stand this?" Just as the little fox was worrying about his foolish actions, the system suddenly dinged, and a notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new mission. Mission content. Salvage your terrible reputation. Mission rewards. Family affinity plus 10. Currency plus 100. Seeing the notification panel, Chao Sui finally realized that he also had side quests. After reading the information on the panel carefully, the little fox was puzzled again. Family affinity can be increased too? The little fox looked at the two words salvage on the system and fell into deep thought. Damn, is my reputation in the game really that bad? Why use such a serious word? A night of countless questions passed. The next morning, the wind rustled through the treetops. The sun shone down on the tall buildings. A new day in the game had begun. Chao Sui was now sitting in a private car, heading to the prearranged location for the variety show shoot. He was closing his eyes to rest, when he heard his manager nagging. "Oh my god, don't sleep anymore. We're about to start filming the show." Chao Sui was dressed beautifully today, like a young gentleman, with a very outstanding aura. He heard his manager nagging beside him, but he didn't pay much attention. The little parrot was truly a talkative manager, just blabbering on and on. From filming the show to the drama of Chao Sui confessing to Qin Ye and getting rejected hitting the hot search. Then the guy even fantasized about the live broadcast of the variety show being a good opportunity for his artist to clear his name, and so on. As expected of the parrot family, he could talk without getting tired. But the guy talked, and the little fox beside him still didn't react. The guy got so mad he yelled, "Are you even listening to me?" Well, Chao Sui. He saw that he only said Yan Wen and then fell silent, lost in thought. Manager Parrot asked again, "What's wrong?" Chao Sui was currently recalling the scene from yesterday, when he met that puppy, along with the dangerous and incomprehensible flash in Yan Wen's eyes. The more he thought about it, the more the little fox wanted to just quit the game on the spot, although he knew that was impossible. Chao Sui was so helpless he was getting a headache. He couldn't understand why the initial little puppy was now acting so strange. The little fox took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Right now, he could only hope that what he felt yesterday was a misunderstanding. If that guy's personality changed, how could he get favorability points and escape the game? After thinking it through and reassuring himself, Chao Sui tossed the sunglasses to his manager. Then he said, as if unconcerned, "I know. It's just filming a reality show. I've filmed plenty in real life." Their car quickly arrived at the film set. The door opened, and a voice from outside said, "Oh, another car has arrived. Let me guess which teacher it is." Seeing the sparkling little fox get out of the car, the crowd couldn't help but buzz with excitement. Wow, it's Teacher Chao Sui. He's in great shape today, too. On the outside, the little fox maintained a cool but friendly demeanor, but inside, he was overflowing with pride. Of course, let's see if I can max out Yan Wen's affection points on this show. Speak of the devil. Chao Sui hadn't been feeling proud for long. When a hand clapped him on the shoulder, he turned his head to see. Yan Wen had gotten close to the little fox at some point. He even whispered in his ear, asking, "Senior, you're here so early today. That's too close, little puppy. Where's Mr. Ye? Hurry up and get over here. Your wife's about to be stolen." Ah, Teacher Yan Wen is here too. The livestream staff held up their phone and filmed the entire scene of the two of them. The screen was also filled with many comments from viewers. It was quite lively, but these comments weren't very friendly. Most of them were criticizing Chao Sui. A small number were wondering why Yan Wen was being so friendly and intimate with Chao Sui. The rest were new fans of their couple. They wanted to ship this pair. While the set and the internet were in an uproar, the sound of a supercar also attracted their attention. The host smiled and pointed the camera towards the car, saying that just arrived. "It seems our final guest has arrived. This car. This grand entrance. Don't tell me the person who arrived is the fox's Mr. Snake." The car stopped, but the person inside hadn't gotten out yet. The host, right on cue, interacted with the audience, asking everyone to guess who it was. A crowd of gossip mongers who loved drama started guessing. The direction of the conversation gradually shifted. New fans watching the live stream didn't understand who the old crowd was discussing, while they were exploding with excitement that the person arriving might be that crown prince. Over here, the door of the supercar was being opened by a valet. The valet opened the car door and respectfully invited the person inside to step out. The person who appeared in everyone's line of sight was, as expected, the domineering and cunning CEO, Qin Ye. Mr. Snake came here to participate in the program. The most surprised person was none other than Chao Sui. The little fox exclaimed in shock, "Why are you here? Isn't this program a side story exclusive to Yan Wen? Why did Qin Ye show up here?" Looking at the smiling man standing there, the little guy's mind was in a complete mess. This damn game, is it even working properly? Why are the plot lines getting more and more tangled? Who can handle this? A pack of candy later. Before the bewildered eyes of the little fox and the little bear girl, the puppy actually folded the paper into an adorable bear. As he handed it to the little girl, the young man offered his wishes. "Happy birthday. This is for you." Wow, what a gentle, handsome guy. A true gentleman. The boy next door. The little bear girl loved the new toy. She thanked the little puppy profusely. Chao Sui stood to the side, watching this scene. Suddenly, a wave of weariness washed over him, and he let out a sigh. He had always arrogantly viewed this as just a game world, believing the characters and scenery here were merely data, just NPCs to help him complete his missions. Even if it was Yan Wen, Qin Ye, or even his fox brother, previously, Chao Sui's attitude towards them was that of a detached onlooker. But now, he suddenly felt that they all had their own lives that were so vivid and real. How was this world any different from reality? Hey, don't get assimilated just yet, little fox. Although everything before you is realistic, in the end, this is still just a virtual world. For example, you can see the favorability score above Yan Wen's head, increasing to 65. That's right. The favorability score above Yan Wen's head had increased by another 5 points. As soon as the puppy young man stood up, the score flashed and changed to the number 65. Yan Wen's favorability probably increased because he was touched by the little fox's earlier actions. Oh my, he earned another 5 points just for a small act of protection. This little puppy is so easy to please. Chao Sui naturally saw it too, but unlike his usual cheerful shouting in his heart, this time, he actually hoped the favorability would increase a bit slower. At this moment, he felt a bit of attachment. He really wanted to stay in this world, with these characters, for a little while longer. This feeling was truly so conflicting, but Chao Sui thought that perhaps this was what he truly wanted. Chao Sui was opening up more to the characters in the game, wanting to connect with and understand them better. So, when he spoke again, his attitude was completely different from usual. "You're right, we are friends," he said. The little fox proactively moved closer and took Yan Wen's hand, smiling brightly at the little puppy, which made the young man's face flush red. After confirming their friendship, Chao Sui paused for a moment and then said, "Because we're friends, although it's a bit late, I still want to say it. Congratulations on fulfilling your previous wish, stepping out of the darkness, and becoming an incredibly amazing star." Yan Wen was initially shy because of Chao Sui's proactive approach, but when the other person offered his congratulations, the The puppy became silent and speechless. My previous wish, huh? After his surprise, Yan Wen switched to a deep, inscrutable mode. Let's just say it was. As Yan Wen said this, his mind uncontrollably drifted back to the past. Back then, the puppy was locked away in the welfare institution, having to live by reading other people's expressions, being arranged and controlled by others, like a soulless wooden puppet, manipulated to follow a script. Yan Wen originally thought that if he just ran away from the welfare institution, he would be able to escape that dark cage. But what was called freedom, he later discovered, turned out to be just another cage. Oh my. Does this mean Yan Wen has discovered that this world is made of data? That's pretty impressive. This semi-character's LT9 size, power level is a bit dangerous, you know. This guy is definitely a bug in the game. Zhao Sui couldn't hear Yan Wen's murmurs, but his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had an indescribable sense of unease. He looked at Yan Wen, who was suddenly motionless in front of him, and asked curiously, What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Yan Wen didn't answer the little fox, lost in his own thoughts. Now I have a new wish. Zhao Sui hadn't heard the previous words clearly, but he heard that last sentence loud and clear. He didn't know what wish Yan Wen was talking about, but the little puppy's reaction looked very dangerous. The little fox was starting to get a little scared. Yan Wen looked at Zhao Sui with a dangerous glint in his eyes. His hand gently touched his neck. He held that posture and spoke in a hoarse voice. Senior helped me once before. I don't know if this time. You'd be willing to help again? You have to say what it is for someone to know how to help. A normal person would ask what it's about, right? But Zhao Sui didn't ask. He didn't even have a shred of caution as he smiled and promised, Of course, we're friends after all. Oh my god, little fox, why aren't you running away? Why are you still there making promises to him? This is so damn dangerous. Not only did Zhao Sui not sense the danger, he even felt happy about it. Although he didn't know what the wish was, he had over 40 days of skill points left to Gongle. He had more than enough to help. The little fox confidently thought to himself, I'm speechless. Those two were gone for so long and talked for so long. By the time they returned to the production team, it was almost dark. The task of buying ingredients was done. Now, it depended on how the other two groups cooked. It would determine whether tonight's dinner would be starving or getting a running stomach. The live screen first turned to Ku Yungshuan and Chang Yun. These two ladies worked together in perfect harmony. Fans on the screen also commented that they had participated in a food show together before, so cooking was a piece of cake for them. After showing pair number 1, they had to show pair number 2 for the full picture. But unlike the happy atmosphere over here, the white rabbit was already holding his ears and wailing. Besides acting cute and setting traps for men, Su Bai really had zero talent in the cooking department. Seeing that gloomy face, as if the sky was about to fall, Chin Ye was also getting tired of it. Our snake boy was silent for a moment, then looked at the recipe on the paper, and declared, This dish is very simple. He talks like it's a piece of cake. He actually knows how to cook? No way, dude. He said one sentence and the whole crowd, from the director to his fellow cast members, were all stunned. It's clear nobody believed him. CEO Chin actually knows how to cook? Ku Yunshuan watched as Chin Ye confidently rolled up his sleeves, standing before the stove, and felt like his dominant CEO image was about to crumble. Impossible. How can a CEO have domestic skills? Ku Yunshuan bit her handkerchief and cried out in jealousy. Whether Chin Ye could really cook or not, he definitely looked the part with his confidence. After rolling up his sleeves, he glanced at the little fox standing nearby and smiled. The fox had no idea what was going on. If you know how to cook, then cook. Why are you looking at me? Zhao Sui thought the man was asking him to cook, but he wasn't. Chin Ye just looked at him meaningfully, then smiled and explained, Because I used to have a very gluttonous roommate. Wow, learning to cook for a roommate? The elegant Kui Yunshuan immediately switched to gossip mode, ready for some tea. That kind of relationship is anything but ordinary. Zhao Sui couldn't possibly imagine that inside. Chin Ye's body was his boyfriend, Liang Ye. So he also stroked his chin thoughtfully. Back in the original script, it was indeed mentioned that Chin Ye had a white moonlight. Could he be talking about that person? Our snake boy saw the little fox contemplating and let out a sigh with a smile. He probably thinks the fox is thinking about him in real life. But he's totally not, man. The little fox is thinking about those people who have a white moonlight. Haha, this misunderstanding is truly disastrous. As for the journey of our snake boy becoming a domestic CEO, it's quite simple, really. It happened back when he was young. One evening, Liang Ye heard the sound of someone rummaging in the kitchen. He went down to see who it was. Rummaging through things at night, he discovered it was Zhao Sui, searching for something in the cabinet. He thought it was someone else, but it was this non-blood related younger brother of his. Liang Ye, of course, had to come over and investigate. He slammed his hand on the cabinet door, trapping Zhao Sui between his arms, and looked down at the child, questioning him. What are you doing? Rummaging in the kitchen in the middle of the night, what else could it be but looking for food? Dude. Zhao Sui was very young at the time. Seeing Liang Ye, he jumped in fright. He quickly stammered out, "Young master." As soon as he said it, before the little one could explain further, his small stomach let out a loud, demanding growl for food. After the loud growl in the quiet night, the little boy's face turned beet red. He quickly turned his head, wanting to escape. I was just getting some water. Sorry for bothering you, young master. I'll leave right away." After saying that, Zhao Sui ran for his life, not waiting for Liang Ye to pull him back. The little boy disappeared behind the staircase. No, this means he was starved by the maids again. That's why he was looking for food so late at night. The poor little fox. Liang Ye, of course, didn't know the reason at the time, but watching Zhao Sui run away, he frowned slightly with annoyance. A while later, someone knocked a few times on Zhao Sui's door. The little boy didn't know who it was. When he opened the door, there was no one outside, but when he looked down, he found a plate of food on the floor. You'd think the great young master Liang, whose 10 fingers have never touched water, but unexpectedly, he could make such a high-quality plate of spaghetti. When Zhao Sui saw it, he cheered with delight, but after his joy, he wondered, who could have brought the food up for him? Thinking about it, no one in this house liked him. Every single person, from strangers to relatives, disliked him. So it definitely wasn't them. Then who else could it be in this house? The little boy stood outside his door, speculating. He had no idea that a certain pair of shoulders was peeking at him from a distance. After much speculation, to Liang Ye's anticipation, Zhao Sui over there exclaimed, "Could it be Uncle Butler?" Haha, the great young master was hit hard by those 3 words. Uncle Butler. His head must be spinning. That's what you get for doing a good deed without leaving your name. Now, Zhao Sui only thinks about how nice Uncle Butler is, how grateful he is to him, and how he smiles at him. Serves the young master right. Maybe next time he'll be less secretive. Liang Ye, hiding behind the wall, could only watch helplessly as Zhao Sui happily misunderstood. He let out a sigh, and softly chided, "Fool. He does a good deed anonymously like that. What does he expect the other person to remember? Truly the naivety of youth." It's done. While reminiscing about the past, Liang Ye's hands weren't idle. He was still methodically preparing a sumptuous feast. By the time he announced it was complete, the table was already filled with plate after plate of impressive dishes. Seeing that the guests had completed the request, the director tactfully announced the end of the mission. Each team was awarded an additional 10 points. Hearing this, the group immediately cheered with joy. Then they prepared to sit down at the table, to enjoy the fruits of their earlier labor together. The intention was good, but reality was cruel. Before the ladies and gentlemen could even pull out their chairs to sit, the director started to stir up trouble again. After a whole day of tasks, I wonder if our esteemed teachers are satisfied with their current point cards, or not? After a slight pause, the director deliberately drew out his words, piquing the crowd's curiosity. "And are you satisfied with your current teammate? What does that mean?" As soon as the director finished, the group of actors and models were instantly surprised. They opened their eyes wide and asked with confusion. After startling the guests, the director calmly explained, "Actually, our competition this time is not a team battle. The final result depends on individual points." Huh? Then why didn't you say so from the beginning? The production team is so mean. They waited until people formed teams and everything, and now they're saying this? What the heck? Well, of course, the production team, in making a show, has to have a selling point. That's why they didn't explain all the rules clearly from the beginning. After a day, they are now revealing their foxy nature. There are a total of 3 types of housing for tonight, numbered 1, 2, and 3. In the order shown in the picture, the first 2 people to choose the same housing will become new teammates. Furthermore, this new teammate pairing cannot be changed again. Why does this sound like they're breaking up lovebirds? If that's the case, our snake boy better try his best. The opportunity to switch teammates back to his beloved fox has arrived. Of course, the production team isn't forcing the guests to switch partners. If you are already satisfied with your old teammate and don't want to switch, you just have to pay 20 points. So expensive. Hearing about paying points, Ku Yungxuan immediately questioned them angrily. "Are you guys robbers, or what?" She said that, but she still wanted to be on the same team as Chang Yun. So, the lady still took out 2 cards, exchanging points for the opportunity to stay together. The beautiful director, though questioned, had a very good composure. She just smiled and indicated that it was to let everyone play a little more spontaneously, so this was a matter of course. The little puppy, Yan Wen, had been listening to the explanation. At this point, he turned to the little fox next to him and said, "Senior, how about we exchange points too?" "No need." Who knows where the little fox got his confidence from, but he turned and placed the card in Yan Wen's hand, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, everything will go smoothly." Ah, so the reason the little fox is so confident is because he thinks the system will definitely lock the two of them together. So there's no need to waste points. But hey, even if the system wants to lock them, it still has to see if its boss agrees first. Because before you know it, our snake boy behind the little fox is already making some shady moves. Not just shady moves, looking at Qin Ye's eyes, full of data calculations like this, it's enough to know he just manipulated something. This is also the must-have-it look of our snake boy. Be careful, little fox. The little fox was completely unaware of the looming risk of his teammate being changed. At this moment, he was being led by a guide to the housing selection area. Standing in front of two houses numbered 1 and 2, Zhao Sui began to hesitate between the two choices. After observing for a while, the little fox noticed a house with a sign that said, "Warm hot spring." A hot spring is very nice. The moment he saw it, in this little fox's small head, some rated images suddenly popped up. Things like the little puppy soaking in the hot spring, showing off his firm muscles, and then touching his fair thighs. Who knows, maybe. At that moment, one thing will naturally lead to another, and then the favorability score would skyrocket? My, this fox is so naughty. Didn't you say you were selling your art, not your body? Now, for the sake of skill points, you're considering seducing the little puppy? That's not okay, you know. You'll be in deep trouble if our snake boy finds out. In Zhao Sui's head, right now, it's all dirty thoughts and missions. He's completely forgotten about our snake boy or wolf sister. Feeling that his plan to increase favorability was perfect, the little fox finally couldn't resist the temptation, and decisively chose the house with the hot spring. Seeing the little fox point to the house in front of him, the director smiled meaningfully again. "Teacher," he asked again, "are you sure? This is related to your teammate for tomorrow. It could be Yan Wen or Qin Ye." "Yes, locking it in." Without a moment's hesitation, in response to the director's probing question, Zhao Sui immediately opened the door of the chosen house, then waved goodbye to the production team, ready to soak in the hot spring with a guy. To the little fox, his choice didn't really matter, because no matter what he chose, the system would intervene anyway. This confidence gave the little fox a surge of courage. He entered the house right away, and headed straight for the hot spring pool inside. The floor here was already wet with water, and steam swirled, obscuring the figures. He could only see a tall, sturdy silhouette, standing with its back to Zhao Sui. Seeing a sight that could make one's blood boil, Zhao Sui couldn't help but rejoice inwardly, as expected of the man I chose. This physique is making my mouth water to death. "I'm here." The little fox, infatuated with the handsome guy, recklessly jumped over and hugged the man's neck, and because he was so happy, his eyes were smiling so much, that he didn't clearly see the face of the person he was hugging. It was clearly Qin Ye, not the little puppy the fox needed for his skill points. So much for trusting the system. Haha, this is a high-speed car crash scene right here. Qin Ye was bathing when someone jumped on him and hugged him. By the time he turned his head to look, his little fox was already drooling, squeezing and rubbing, and inhaling his body scent. What a lecherous little fox. He didn't even know who he was hugging, but he rushed to jump on him and take advantage first. At this moment, Zhao Sui opened his mouth to praise. "These muscles of yours are too well trained." Before he could finish saying "too what," the fox looked up and immediately met the smiling eyes of our snake boy. "Qin Ye? Qin Ye." Zhao Sui was scared out of his mind. Why is this person here? It was supposed to be the little puppy in here. Zhao Sui saw Qin Ye looking at him with a half smile, and quickly let go, in fear. His voice immediately asking, "Why is it you? If not me, then who? I dare you to find someone with muscles as great as mine." The charming snake tilted his head to look at the little fox beside him, his deep voice carrying a hint of mockery. "Who else did you want it to be? Hehe. Of course, I want my skill point target, Yan Wen." The little fox really wanted to say that, but he was also a bit scared, so he only dared to turn his head, pout, and whisper. But no matter how softly he whispered, Qin Ye's sharp ears heard everything. That's why he's so annoyed right now. This little fox needs to be taught a lesson. To be by his side, and still dare to think of someone else. The more Qin Ye thought about it, the angrier he got. He immediately grabbed the other's hand and gave it a sharp pull. At that moment, Zhao Sui only had time to let out a startled cry. His whole body fell straight into the pool. Water splashed up violently, in roaring waves. After the shock passed, the little fox was now lying on top of Qin Ye. His small tail was submerged in the water, and it even wrapped around our snake boy's long legs. Qin Ye let Zhao Sui hug him. When the little boy looked up, his face was flushed red, and his heart was pounding. In the empty space at that moment, it felt like the only sound was his heart, beating, thud-thud. Zhao Sui was momentarily mesmerized by the other's beauty, bewitched for a moment. Then, when he came to his senses, he quickly backed away, looking annoyed at his now soaking wet clothes. I still have to wear this tomorrow. You're blaming me? Isn't it because you jumped on me? Chin Ye really wanted to say that, but he knew better than to provoke him. The little fox just narrowed his eyes and leaned against the edge of the pool, calmly and confidently saying, "Don't worry, the production team will take care of it. On the other hand, you." He paused for a moment. The desire in his eyes flared up. His sharp gaze shot straight towards the little fox, who was now sitting soaked in the middle of the pool. Our snake boy stopped leaning against the edge of the pool, and suddenly moved closer, placing his hand on Zhao Sui's chest, bowing his head and whispering, "Wearing these clothes, how can you soak in the hot spring? Change into something else." As he spoke, the other's large hand gently pressed on the Rajas, light pink spot, that protruded through the little fox's wet shirt. What an incredibly lewd action. Zhao Sui looked down, following the other's action, and at that moment, he realized something extremely embarrassing. Damn it, this outfit is see-through. The fox's face turned beet red. Oh my god, so embarrassing he had nowhere to hide. But if he wanted to hide now, it was probably too late. Our snake boy's hand had already wrapped around his back, pulling the little fox closer to him, and whispered in a low, hoarse voice, "You look so complicatedly dressed. Do you need some help?" He said he'd help, but with that look in his eyes, like he wanted to eat him alive, only a dog would believe him. Although the little fox has a boyfriend in real life, he was still, after all, a shy little kid. So, after our snake boy's seductive whisper, Zhao Sui immediately felt a numbing sensation run down his spine, spreading throughout his whole body, making him both shy and shiver. He immediately scrambled backward on all fours, distancing himself from Qin Ye. "None of your business." The little fox was that embarrassed, but his mouth was still so stubborn. Qin Ye knew when to stop teasing his boyfriend. Seeing the little fox retreat, he didn't try to chase after him and grab him again. The atmosphere in the hot spring pool became quiet again. Zhao Sui and Qin Ye, each in their own corner, soaked quietly without saying a word. But even though he wasn't talking, the little fox's eyes were still irresistibly drawn to the man opposite him. He kept sneaking glances at him. This man was truly too handsome. Watching Qin Ye relaxing with his eyes closed opposite him, Zhao Sui couldn't help but admit that every aspect of our snake boy's appearance and physique attracted him. Moreover, after looking for a while, the little naughty fox's eyes uncontrollably landed on the lower part of the man, which was wrapped in a bath towel. Recalling the last time he accidentally sat on Qin Ye, the feeling at that moment. Could it be that he really has two of them? "Yes, little fox, come and find out." He. Cough, cough, cough. The little fox thought dirty thoughts and made himself cough in embarrassment. This time, it's a good thing he didn't choose Qin Ye as his target to Gonlia. If he had chosen him, how could he have handled it? Oh my, this little fox is so lewd. He's already thinking about getting down and dirty. So if his target was Yan Wen, would he also have planned to get into bed to gain favorability? Well, Zhao Sui didn't know about that either. But speaking of snakes, the little fox suddenly looked up thoughtfully. Then, who knows what he thought of, but he actually proactively jumped over, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Qin Ye and asked, "Is your differentiation value very high? Can you let me see your snake tail?" My, suddenly asking to see someone's tail, and with such an expectant look on your face too. What is the little fox trying to do? Once you've seen it, you have to take responsibility, you know? Qin Ye was minding his own business, when his lover made a request that utterly bewildered him. When he heard his wish, he suddenly smiled. "A snake tail, huh? Easy," he agreed, just like that. But our snake boy couldn't let this opportunity slip by. So he drew out his words a little, bowed his head to look at Zhao Sui and said, "But, if I show you my tail, what are you planning to show me? Hehe, can I strip for you?" Zhao Sui would have rushed to say that. Cough. "Stop being so thirsty. Let's see. Faced with such a temptation, what will the little fox choose?" First, the little fox lowered his head and drooped his ears. Then he looked at himself and said, "I feel like there's nothing about me worth seeing. Whether it's worth seeing or not is for Qin Ye to decide. How is there not?" After this sentence, our snake boy's eyes became much deeper. His hand also slipped into the water, gently lifting the edge of the other's swimsuit, casually brushing against the little fox's thigh. "Every part of you interests me. How about we start with the little fox's paws?" As soon as he said this, Qin Ye had already taken the little fox's hand and placed it on his face, bowing his head deeply, looking at his blushing face from embarrassment. Zhao Sui was truly so embarrassed he had nowhere to hide now. What? Scared? Why is this man like this? The little fox was teased until his face turned red. He couldn't help but lower his head and grumble uncomfortably. What kind of hobby is this? The hobby of admiring my boyfriend, of course. The innocent little fox doesn't understand the hobbies of snake-sime guys. Zhao Sui really didn't know. But if he was asked to transform, he could still do it. Last time, When he spun the lucky wheel, he remembered that he had received a transformation card from the item shop. So if Chinya liked it, the fox would indulge him. Rustle, rustle. The little fox's slender hands had already transformed into cute little fox paws. His long legs had also transformed into animal legs. Wow, so strange. It was Zhao Sui's first time transforming, so looking at his own hands, he found it quite interesting. Oh my god, look at the fluffy paws. These guys really know how to play. While the little fox was still blushing and marveling at the wonders of the game, his two beautiful little paws had already been grabbed by the slender hands of the person opposite him. Looking at the cute, pink little toe beans inside the paws, Chinye couldn't help but love them so much that he caressed them, unwilling to let go. So adorable. Our snake boy praised them and also showed his affection by bowing his head and licking the little fox's toe beans. His other hand even pressed the toe beans against his chest. Oh my god. Why are you so good at seducing people? You. The little fox, experiencing this for the first time, blushed completely from being licked, so embarrassed that he stuttered and couldn't form a complete sentence. Why are you such a pervert? In the end, the fox could only manage to curse out one sentence. But just licking a hand, what's so perverted about that? Well, to Zhao Sui, that was already perverted. Moreover, because he was licked, his whole body had goosebumps. His hairs were all standing on end. This is already perverted? Chinye wasn't angry at being scolded. It was a rare opportunity to tease the little fox, so he had to tease him to his heart's content. That was the plan. But before he could say anything more, he was pushed away by the little fox's fluffy paw. He refused to communicate for a very clear reason. You've seen my paws. Now it's my turn to see the snake tail. Don't you dare try to cheat. And so eye-catching. In this round, the little fox lost completely. He could only have a nosebleed and turned completely red, turning around to resignedly change into the clothes he had chosen for himself. And what kind of shirt did he choose? Why is it so sexy and revealing? The back is completely exposed. A quick glance at the front reveals. Oh my, why is the front so modest, but the back has such a deep cut? He changed his shirt, but, painfully, he didn't get any cards for this one. Somehow, even though Chinye wasn't interested, the guy kept getting close. He could only brush it off with a casual "it's alright." Hey, why does the shirt that guy is wearing look so much like the little foxes from a distance? CEO Chin had just made a perfunctory comment to the guy, but when he turned his head and saw Chao Sui, he immediately changed his tune, saying, "You look great in this." Huh? Does that Kin guy have to be so two-faced? Look at that rabbit, he's fuming. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. A thick-skinned person like that needs to be put in his place. The lop-eared rabbit was so irritated he stormed off. As he was leaving, he even shouted, "I have to change into something else. Just go change, who has time for this?" After seeing him leave, Chao Sui turned to criticize CEO Chin. "I'm wearing the same style as him, you know." Chin Ye gave a forced smile, like, "Is that so? I honestly couldn't tell." Well, his wife is beautiful, so he can say whatever he wants. That rabbit didn't even get a proper look in the spotlight, so how could he compare? Moving on. Senior, private time is always short. Whenever the two of them try to talk for a while, someone always has to interrupt. Yan Wen approached the two of them. Before Chao Sui could ask if he had found any cards, this guy leaned in close to him and started sniffing. Only in a game would a character do something like this. In real life, sniffing someone like that would get you labeled a creep. And a harasser, you know? You'd have to smack that dog in the head immediately. That puppy sniffed for a good while, then turned and asked, "Senior, did you change your perfume? It wasn't this scent earlier." Chao Sui was a bit embarrassed by the teasing. He thought maybe it was the scent of the clothes, but strangely, he couldn't smell it. This must be a dog's sense of smell. What else could it be? The little fox turned to look at the target character, who was making a praise me face, and was at a loss for words. Looking at Yan Wen like that, Chao Sui couldn't help but imagine a little. Could it be that dating dog-type creatures is like, "Do you have another dog on the side? I won't stand for it, kind of thing. My god, don't say it. That's actually a bit scary. Add a super sensitive nose to the mix, and it's not impossible for that to happen. The little fox is starting to feel a bit scared now. Yan Wen didn't know what was going through the little fox's head. He was busy showing off his spoils. The young man smiled and asked, "Senior, you haven't found any cards yet, right?" As he casually took the two of spades from Chao Sui's hand and tossed it back to Mr. Snake behind him. Then he showed off his own 10 of hearts, not forgetting to say, "It's okay, what's mine is yours, Senior." Dog-type creatures seem to hold a grudge for a long time, and also like to be annoying. Showing off was enough. Yan Wen even turned his head, stuck out his tongue, and taunted Mr. Snake, acting like, "Anyway, Senior and I are a team." Chin Ye was furious when he saw that. He squeezed the card in his hand so hard it was probably about to turn to pulp. And the person in the middle, the little fox? He just felt mentally exhausted. These two good-for-nothing childish guys. After the mission at the fashion store, Yan Wen asked Chao Sui where he wanted to go next. The little fox was about to say, "Anywhere is fine," when he turned his head and saw that guy holding a map, which startled him into asking, "How did you get a map of the mission points?" Yan Wen smiled like a spring blossom, and said it was because he found a hidden prop earlier. His luck made the little fox give him a thumbs up. As expected of Yan Wen's questline, who could compete with that kind of luck? With the map in hand, their subsequent missions went much more smoothly. But it was mostly the little fox doing the work, with Yan Wen standing on the sidelines cheering like a little wife. They did missions like that from morning to noon to afternoon, and then until night. Only then did they stop and return to the gathering point. Even after reaching the gathering point, they still couldn't rest. The director announced that there was still a group mission tonight. The group mission is, within 2 hours, to prepare a local dinner from the provided list. Doing missions all day, and still having to do missions at night, made Qu Yunsheng extremely tired. But her protest was useless, because the director wouldn't budge. This is supposed to be a travel show, but all we do is missions. There's no strolling, traveling, or eating involved. After the protest was denied, they moved on to the next stage. Listening to the director detail the cooking mission, the production team divided the cooking groups based on the points accumulated during the day. The top team would cook a small dish, the second team would cook a large dish, and the third team would buy the ingredients needed by the other two teams. The team that finishes gets plus 10 points. The team that doesn't finish gets negative 10 points. Now for the announcement of the three teams' scores. The first place team is Chang Yun and Qu Yunsheng. The second team is that rabbit punk and Mr. Snake. The last place team is the little fox and that certain puppy. What a huge surprise. The target character had a map, so how did this happen? The question on everyone's mind was voiced by the lop-eared rabbit. In his annoying tone, "Hey, Chao Sui's team did so many missions, so why are their points still so low?" The little fox was so angry at being laughed at by that rabbit, that he was on the verge of tears. "Damn it. It's not like I wanted this. Isn't it all because of bad luck?" That's right, it's all because of bad luck. The bitter truth is that the little fox's luck is just terrible. He kept drawing 2s and 1s, so how could his score be high? And as if bad luck wasn't enough, the puppy, trying to curry favor, kept letting his senior draw, and now they're at the bottom of the scoreboard. Haha, oh my god, that's just hilarious. The fox is about to cry his eyes out. Damn it, why did you keep making me draw? It's not like I wanted to. After all the drama, the little fox's team will have to go buy the cooking ingredients for everyone. Unlike Chao Sui, who was tired and sulking in the back, that certain puppy still had plenty of energy to spare, to bounce around happily. When the little fox asked him why he was still so cheerful, Yan Wen replied, "Being with you, senior, of course I'm happy. After all, I really like you, senior." Seeing Yan Wen's smiling face, I suddenly have a suspicion. He intentionally let Chao Sui draw the cards so their team would end up last. Chao Sui, hearing the confession, had a very calm expression, showing no emotion at all. But that expression seemed to stimulate Yan Wen even more. He rushed towards him, cupped Chao Sui's face, and demanded, "Senior, why are you making that face? Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened before?" "What happened before? What the hell?" Since entering the game, the script hasn't mentioned anything. Hearing there was a hidden script, Chao Sui felt a bit nervous. He was getting goosebumps all over. What happened? Chao Sui was sweating as Yan Wen cupped his face and questioned him. The script didn't mention it. How would he know what happened before? Damn it. Just when Chao Sui was panicking, not knowing how to respond to the target character, just then, from a distance, someone was shouting for people to make way, and rushing over. He clearly saw Chao Sui standing right there, but this guy acted like he was blind, and intentionally bumped hard into the little fox's shoulder, making him stagger to the side. This collision was clearly intentional, but when the guy bowed his head to apologize, Chao Sui was very forgiving and said it was okay. But just because Chao Sui was easygoing, doesn't mean Yan Wen was the same. Without a word, the young man approached, clapped the other guy on the shoulder to stop him, and then growled a warning, "Hand it over." It's unclear what evil deed the other guy had done, but seeing the puppy's attitude, he immediately dropped the act and struggled, shaking off the other's hand, preparing to make a run for it. Yan Wen glanced at the other guy, then lifted his right leg, and gently kicked the stranger's ankle. The kick was light, but the guy, who was in a hurry to run, tripped over it, lost his balance, and fell flat on his face. At the same time, as he fell, the envelope of money in his pocket also fell out. Only then did Yan Wen slowly walk over. While picking up the money, he asked menacingly, "Oh, isn't this the funds the production team gave us? Why is it on you?" Yan Wen coldly used the envelope of money to slap the other's face repeatedly. The other guy looked up at the young man, and his hoodie fell off, revealing a still young face. Seeing he had been discovered, this guy stopped acting and asked back, "How did you know? I've been playing these little tricks of yours for ages." Yan Wen's eyes turned cold as he said this. His red eyes under his icy face gave off a considerable sense of pressure. "I advise you to keep your hands clean in the future." Yan Wen was scolding the outsider, but Chao Sui, who was watching from behind, couldn't stop trembling. The little fox watched the puppy, in an instant, transform into a mad dog before his eyes, and he trembled with fear. He screamed internally, "Why the hell did you mess with him?" "Well, he makes a living by pickpocketing." "What else, little fox?" But this time he didn't check his target before acting, and ran into a master, so he got caught. "What else?" Yan Wen acted so fiercely, but in the end, he didn't punish, or do anything to the other guy, just gave him a few warnings, and let him go. Watching the others retreating back, only then did Chao Sui ask with surprise, "How did you figure that out just now? That was amazing." "I didn't notice at all." Hearing this, Yan Wen let out a helpless sigh. "Senior, have you really forgotten?" It's the question about the past again. The little fox heard it, and had no idea how to respond. Luckily, he's currently in a game. If he forgets, the system can just pop up the memory, and load it for him to remember. In the real world, he would have broken someone's heart by now. Ding, asterisk. Memory download progress, 100%. Chao Sui suddenly felt a strange ache in his head. A foreign memory forcefully flooded into his brain. In that memory, there was the faint figure of a teenager. That person was leaning against a tree, giving off a cold, unapproachable feeling, distant from those around him. Another person appeared in the memory. That person was talking to the teenager. They were looking at a book together. Chao Sui scanned the memory in his head, piecing it together for a long time, before concluding that it was probably Yan Wen and the original owner. The little fox rubbed his chin, his eyes thoughtful as he said in a low voice, "I think I remember a little. But that white-haired little kid..." Chao Sui was about to say that person looked a lot like Yan Wen, but before the words could leave his mouth, he quickly denied. No, that's not right. Then could it be you? You don't look like someone who would be there either." "Where is there? The orphanage?" Yan Wen suddenly asked a question. Then, before the little fox could ask in surprise, the young man across from him smiled and said, "You finally remember me, senior." Only then did the little fox realize that the person in the memory was indeed Yan Wen. Looking at Yan Wen's current appearance, Chao Sui thought this guy was the type to have a carefree childhood, but the truth was the complete opposite. What does this prove? It proves that Yan Wen is just putting on a facade right now. Hearing Chao Sui's evaluation of him, the puppy lowered his head, and was silent for a long time. Then the young man said, "Back then, during the years in the orphanage, I always felt that the world was black, an endless darkness, people more cruel than demons. But luckily I met you." Yan Wen still remembers very clearly that his childhood was something very bleak and dark. All day, if he wasn't getting beaten, he was fighting with others, fighting for food, for self-protection, sometimes for no reason at all. But then, one day, that darkness suddenly lit up. It illuminated the little puppy's entire life. The day Yan Wen met the story's version of the little fox, he was still a teenager. Seeing the newcomer, he immediately tried to drive him away, with his unapproachable and eccentric personality. But the Chao Sui in the script didn't mind him. The little fox approached and asked why he was eating such hard bread. "They're giving out food and clothes outside. Why didn't Yan Wen go out to get some?" Seeing that Yan Wen didn't answer, the fox teenager wasn't angry and even boldly stepped forward. Then he offered his favorite snack to the little puppy. "He didn't like me. He didn't pay attention to me. None of that mattered." The little fox was still cheerful and tried to strike up a conversation. Seeing Yan Wen reading a book, he even came closer and said he also really liked this book. In the following days, Yan Wen was constantly bothered by the fearless fox teenager. "Hey there." Until one day, the other person came and announced to Yan Wen that he had been chosen to be a model. He probably wouldn't have time to bother the puppy anymore. Before leaving, the little fox just smiled and said one thing: "If you want to see me, find me at the show." Following Yan Wen's story, Chao Sui's mind gradually pieced together the complete past script. After watching, he thought with a sad look in his eyes. "So that's how it is. No wonder the script said that you were Yan Wen's dream to enter the industry." "What?" Yan Wen's question cut through his train of thought. Reuniting with an old friend, but the little fox's reaction wasn't as happy as Yan Wen had hoped. So the puppy didn't hesitate to ask, "Why are you reacting this way, senior? You've helped me so much. Aren't you happy?" "No, I'm not happy." Not only is Chao Sui not happy, but he also feels sad for the fate of the person who helped. Yan Wen, who was the original owner in the game script, was not Chao Sui himself. Chao Sui lowered his eyes, not daring to look at Yan Wen anymore. In his heart, Chao Sui judged himself as a terrible person, a child no one wanted. The trauma of Chao Sui's past, along with his collapsing emotions, came flooding back like a storm. That day he heard his parents arguing. They wanted a divorce, but neither of them wanted him. The woman didn't want him, and irresponsibly blamed the man's side. She said she had wanted an abortion, but the man had insisted on keeping the baby. So now, if they wanted a divorce, she wouldn't take Chao Sui with her. The woman was unreasonable, but the man was no better. That man thought, how do I know if Chao Sui is my son? He said that because he knew full well that while they were still married, this woman was already having an affair with the head of the Liang family. From outside, Chao Sui heard all the irresponsible words of his so-called parents. In his room, he wondered, if you didn't want a burden like me, then from the very beginning, why did you even give birth to me? Of course, no one told Chao Sui the answer, and he probably didn't want to know anyway. After the two of them successfully divorced, he finally went with his mother to marry into the Liang family. But life wasn't any better than in his old house. That bitch would hit and scold him at the slightest provocation, and to please the head of the Liang family, she wouldn't let him call her mom, so she wouldn't be known as a divorced woman. With parents like these, it's a wonder Chao Sui grew up without becoming a twisted, antisocial person. That was already a blessing. Living in the Liang family, almost everyone looked down on him. He was just a stepchild brought along, married into the family like a piece of merchandise. Even the servants and maids dared to lecture him. That life wasn't much better than Yanwen's situation in the game's plot. He lived in pain day after day, until one day. That fateful day, which to Chao Sui was an opportunity given to him by God. Maybe he saw how much he was suffering, and that's why he sent that person to his side. That night, it was raining cats and dogs. Chao Sui was forced to kneel outside by that bitch he called mother. For a whole night, he was like a wooden puppet, without a hint of resistance. He just kept kneeling outside, until a large, warm hand grabbed his wrist, until he saw in his line of sight the worried face of Liang Ye. It wasn't until he saw him that Chao Sui felt that his dark and hopeless life had been saved. Remembering that person, Chao Sui's heart felt heavy. He whispered his name in his heart, Liang Ye. The little fox clutched the fabric over his chest. Just thinking of the other person, his heart ached. During this time, he had always been avoiding thinking about him. He didn't know if, when that person found out he was trapped in a game, unable to get out, and might even be in here, then, would he feel heartbroken? Would he feel sad at all? Or would he not care at all? Don't think such things, little fox. He's already come in to save his wife. It's just that because someone didn't choose him, CEO Liang is struggling a bit. Chao Sui was lost in thought. So much so that the little puppy across from him kept calling him but he didn't hear. It wasn't until Yanwen raised his voice and called senior several times that Chao Sui finally snapped out of it and looked up. Yanwen looked at the little fox's face and suddenly asked in alarm, "Why are you crying?" Chao Sui looked at the tears on his hand and was also very surprised. Unconsciously, he had started crying. Was he crying because he missed his lover so much, or because he was heartbroken over his own fate? Neither was the reason. Yanwen felt that it was because Senior, after hearing his childhood story, was so moved that he cried. Haha, the little puppy is just plain wrong. Yanwen didn't feel he was wrong. He even thought that Chao Sui was feeling that he was too pitiful. No, of course not. Chao Sui wiped away his tears and brushed aside the ridiculous reason Yanwen had just said. After calming down, he looked straight at Yanwen and said with determination, "You don't need anyone's pity. The fact that you've made it this far is already incredible." Oh, Chao Sui is the same. The fact that you've made it this far means you've already tried so hard to get out of that mud pit. You can do it, little fox. After praising the little guy, Chao Sui lowered his head, covered his face, and sighed sadly. Oh, I don't know why I cried either. So embarrassing. Maybe it's because I was thinking of someone. Chao Sui lowered his eyes and said in a low, sad voice, "I suddenly miss him so much," he added silently in his heart. "If you miss him, go back and see him. The little fox is right here in the game, and he's even your fiancé. It's perfectly legitimate." Of course, Chao Sui wouldn't go back to see Qin Ye, not to mention he didn't know that he was Liang Ye. But right now, he also had a mission. He couldn't just abandon the mission and run back to see a guy. No matter what sadness, it can be overcome. Let's just go buy some food, fill our stomachs, and then figure it out. With that thought, Chao Sui walked into a 24-hour supermarket in town. Welcome. As soon as the door opened, the old man in the store greeted them with a cheerful smile. Chao Sui took the lead, holding the shopping list, and walked inside. He wanted to finish the mission quickly, so he could go back. As soon as the two of them entered the convenience store, a mountain of snacks and all sorts of junk food appeared before them. Chao Sui was so mesmerized by the pile of stuff that he forgot where he was. He was moved to tears. He really didn't expect that a store in a game would be so realistic, just like in real life. When he first opened the door, the fox even thought he had returned to the real world. Well, while Chao Sui was moved, the little puppy had already quickly grabbed a big bag of snacks. Bam! Senior, can we buy this? After grabbing the snacks, Yan Wen turned and asked. Chao Sui was also very tempted, but the money wasn't theirs. So he said, if we have enough money, then yes. After saying that, the little guy looked at the bag of snacks in Yan Wen's hand, and was at a loss for words. Your taste? Are you trying to make sure no one else can eat it? Spicy and cool from hell. Oh my god. Just hearing about it makes my mouth water. It's unknown if Chao Sui can handle spicy food, but just the hell level made him break out in a sweat. First, but before he could say anything more, Yan Wen had transformed into an expectant puppy, staring at the little guy. Which flavor do you like, Senior? Looking at that face, he's definitely trying to get Senior to choose the flavor in his hand. But Chao Sui wouldn't be so easily swayed. He looked at the row of huge snack bags next to him. The more he looked, the more he craved it. If he were a normal person, of course he would choose. What would he choose? Of course, the spiciest flavor. The little fox changes his mind faster than flipping a pancake. Just a moment ago, who was sweating when Yan Wen chose the hell flavor? He criticized someone else, but it turns out the little fox is even worse. He's a spice fiend. They say people who eat spicy food have fiery tempers. Come to think of it, Chao Sui is pretty hot-tempered, so he's not exactly a normal person either. Heh. The happiest one here has to be the little puppy, Yan Wen. He thought Senior would judge him for being hot-tempered, but who knew Senior was even hotter? This spicy, tongue-numbing fruit, the puppy loves it. Looking at his crazy, happy face and his wagging tail, you just know. My god, just because they share a love for spicy food, the favorability meter has already jumped to 60. Do you have to be so two-faced, you little puppy? But while some might be happy about the increased favorability, Chao Sui was surprisingly not happy. The little fox also found it very strange. He scratched his cheek in confusion, staring at the number above Yan Wen's head. Something feels wrong. Before, he was very happy when the favorability increased. But now, he's not as happy as he thought he would be. And he doesn't have that easily blushing, fluttering feeling anymore. Could it be because the favorability has increased? Senior, look at the list. Does it say to buy this? Just as Chao Sui was wondering, he was snapped back to reality by Yan Wen's words. The little fox jumped and said, I'll go check right now. After that, it's unclear what they managed to buy from the list, but all we see is Chao Sui holding an ice cream bar and saying, this ice cream is delicious. He even laughed until his stomach hurt when he heard the puppy say he liked fish mint flavored ice cream. And then, before he knew it, he was promising to treat the little puppy to a meal at a shop near his house. Blah blah blah. Hey, are you guys shopping for lunch, or what? You were given a grocery shopping mission, so why are you only picking snacks? Everyone at home is waiting for the ingredients. Their mouths are getting moldy. It's unclear what they've chosen, but Yan Wen was pushing a whole shopping cart. If they don't have enough money to pay in a bit, it's going to be so embarrassing. Yan Wen wasn't worried about the money. Right now, the puppy was busy marveling. You're so different tonight, Senior. Chao Sui didn't understand how he was different, so he turned his head and asked, how so? Yan Wen smiled faintly and said, before it was always me who initiated things with you, Senior. You never opened up to me. Chao Sui looked up at Yan Wen. Then he heard the little puppy say, the last few times, when you interacted with me, it felt like you were just doing a mission. Hearing that made him jump. Huh? Did he figure it out? Yan Wen didn't reveal whether he had figured it out or not, but just smiled and added, tonight, it feels like you've finally started to see me as a friend. A friend? Hearing these words, Chao Sui felt as if the world around him had lost its color, leaving only him and Yan Wen facing each other. That moment was magical, but that's all it was. They could never be friends. The two of them fooled around and chatted for a while, and finally, they finished picking out all the items they needed according to the mission list. After paying, the two quickly left, preparing to go back and continue the show. After all that loitering, Yan Wen said they finished shopping, without taking much time at all. Doesn't that sound surreal? They could have finished much earlier, but because they were fooling around, it took longer. Puppy. They were talking and laughing, when suddenly, a little girl approached from across the street. This little sister looked up shyly at Chao Sui and Yan Wen, her hand outstretched with a handful of colorful candies. She smiled and said, Gege, I'll give you some candy. Today is my birthday. Mom and Dad said I have to share my good luck with others. Chao Sui looked in the direction the little girl was pointing. Not far away, a couple was smiling happily, looking at their little daughter. On the table was a birthday cake. After seeing that warm family scene, he turned his head to look at Yan Wen. This little guy had such an unhappy childhood. Seeing this scene, would he? The little fox was worried about Yan Wen, but he didn't reflect on himself. His childhood wasn't exactly happy either. What a kind-hearted little fox. Well, Chao Sui didn't think he was that good. He just instinctively thought that way. Then he took a step forward, blocking the little puppy's view. He then bowed his head and smiled at the little girl who was still standing there. "Happy birthday." The little fox smiled and said, "Thank you, sweetie. Give it to Gegi." Just as Chao Sui finished speaking, Yan Wen gently nuzzled his ear. The puppy nuzzled him intimately a few times, and then smiled, saying, "I'm okay, senior. If you're okay, you're okay. Don't nuzzle Mr. Snake's little wife. If he sees you, he'll bite you." Yan Wen, of course, was not afraid of Qin Ye, so after nuzzling the little fox, he put down the bags in his hands and squatted down in front of the little girl. After unwrapping the candy and popping it in his mouth, the young man smiled brightly and praised, so delicious. Thank you." He gets called a pervert for one little lick, but proactively asking to see someone's tail isn't perverted at all. The fox. Qin Ye had to give in after being denied. In the end, what could he do but indulge his lover? "All right," he chuckled meaningfully. Then, with a splash, the surrounding water began to stir violently. In the blink of an eye, around Zhao Sui's body, that 10-meter-long tail had completely encircled him. "Oh my god, I'm getting goosebumps all over." Anyone with ophidiophobia would faint on the spot seeing this. Qin Ye, as requested, transformed his tail for the little fox to see. Then he enticingly beckoned with his hand, gesturing for the little fox to hurry over. He certainly knows how to be seductive. But you have to admit, our snake boy's body is truly something else. Others might be afraid of snakes, but Zhao Sui wasn't Dot. So after seeing the long snake tail wrapped around him, the little fox let out a happy ooh and immediately reached out to touch the part of the tail nearest to him. Before, when he was first transmigrated and wrapped up in bed, it was a bit scary. But now, with the tail all wet like this, it looked incredibly harmless. Zhao Sui happily touched it here and there. Finally, he even grabbed the sensitive tip of our snake boy's tail, caressing it and rubbing his hand against the scales, successfully making it flush bright red. So, who's the pervert now, Fox? The fox doesn't know and doesn't care who the pervert is. Because the sensation in his hand felt too good, he was completely captivated. He couldn't think straight anymore. "Does anyone touch like you do?" Qin Ye, teased by his beloved until his face turned red, immediately controlled his tail to retract and wrap around himself, not letting the fox touch it anymore. "Don't touch where you shouldn't," he said it angrily, blushing. But Zhao Sui was now as happy as a clam. He had finally found this guy named Qin's weak spot. "Yeah, but now that you found it, you can't touch it anymore." Zhao Sui felt a great sense of loss. He couldn't let it go and turned his head, pouting and scolding Qin Ye for being stingy. Stingy? The scheming Qin was boiling with rage when he heard that. "If I'm stingy, then who is generous to you? Yan Wen is very generous to you, isn't he?" Our snake boy, while speaking, also used his tail to wrap around Zhao Sui. "If you anger our snake boy, the little fox should prepare for some perverted tricks." "I didn't say that." By the time Zhao Sui was wrapped tightly by the tail, he hastily explained. "But it was too late, little fox." Qin Ye's snake tail just wrapped tighter and tighter, even sliding between the fox's legs, brushing against a forbidden place. That action made the little fox's limbs go weak. He hurriedly cried out, "Hey, hey, hey, where is your snake tail going?" Zhao Sui's face was beet red. Held firmly by the man, he couldn't escape. He could only blink and watch that tail wreak havoc below. "Let me go." Zhao Sui felt the tail wreaking more and more havoc, so the little fox began to struggle more fiercely, kicking and splashing water everywhere. Seeing that his struggling was useless, the little fox finally resorted to the ultimate move of puppies, opening his mouth and biting. He closed his eyes and bit down hard on Qin Ye's shoulder with his fangs. He bit so hard that it drew blood, making him yelp in pain and let go. "We still have to film tomorrow. What's gotten into you?" Once Zhao Sui was released, he immediately began to question the other man. But who was the one who started all this? It seems the little fox forgot. Qin Ye was bitten on the crook of his neck. By the time the other let go, a clear, bloody bite mark was still visible. He touched the bite mark and let out a cold laugh. "You should be grateful we still have to film tomorrow." As he spoke, the man transformed his tail back into a pair of legs, and then stepped closer, cornering Zhao Sui. "But even if we have filming tomorrow, tonight we still have to settle this." As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully lifted the disheveled little fox into the air, making him face him. Oh my, this wonderful image is truly a work of art. An image like this, we didn't even have to pay, and we can still watch it for free? Oh my, so hot. Cough. Back to the issue at hand. Qin Ye lifting Zhao Sui up wasn't with any ill intent. He was simply returning the favor. "You bit me once." After these words, our snake boy's hand also moved down, gently untying the knot of Zhao Sui's swimsuit. He bowed his head, his large hand gently touching Zhao Sui's waist. The moment he opened his mouth, the little fox jumped, his face flushing red. He said, "I have to bite back." Just as he said that, our snake boy suddenly frowned deeply, pinching his nose in disgust. "On your body." Halfway through his sentence, he quickly grabbed Zhao Sui's hand, brought it to his nose, and sniffed a few times. Then he angrily questioned, "Did he touch you? Why is that guy's scent so strong on you?" The little fox, with a low transformation value, as beautiful as Zhao Sui's, couldn't understand the world of high-level beastmen, so he had no idea how Qin Ye could smell it so accurately. Although he and the little puppy Yan Wen hadn't done anything, Qin Ye, in his current state of fury, didn't give him a chance to explain. After sniffing the little fox's hand, the veins on his neck were already bulging. "You really know how to make someone angry." As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed his head and bit right into Zhao Sui's stomach. Because he was angry, our snake boy bit down a bit hard, making the little fox feel both pain and embarrassment. He could only whimper his name softly, "Qin Ye." "It hurts so much." The little fox's whole body trembled, his hand clutching Qin Ye's hair tightened, but the other man still hadn't let go. "It hurts?" By the time our snake boy let go, his teeth marks were already imprinted on the little fox's stomach. But just this much still wasn't enough to quell his anger. "Remember this pain well." Qin Ye bowed his head and licked away the blood he had just drawn. Then he coolly wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of anger, enunciating each word clearly for the fox in front of him. "From now on, if you meet that guy in private again, I'll bite you once for every time you meet." "Let go! You're crazy!" Zhao Sui was bitten until tears streamed down his face. Now, being threatened by Qin Ye made him feel even more wronged. The tears just flowed. He angrily thought to himself, "You're not even my mission target. What right do you have to control me, based on his status as your real-life boyfriend?" Unfortunately, the little fox doesn't know. So right now, he's still very angry. But his words were just brave talk. The little fox only dared to think it to himself. If he said those words out loud, our snake boy might just eat the fox right then and there. A sensual night passed just like that, in our snake boy's anger and the little fox's grievance. The next morning, when they left the house, breakfast was already laid out, waiting for them. Qin Ye sat at breakfast but wasn't eating. He just kept looking at the person beside him and sighing. He was truly angry last night, but, after a night's sleep, his anger had subsided. On the contrary, the one he bullied last night was now sulking at him. He wouldn't even look at Qin Ye while eating breakfast. His sullen face made Qin Ye find it incredibly amusing. "Why are you still angry?" Not caring that they were outside, Qin Ye simply took his hand, wanting to comfort him. "Who's angry?" Zhao Sui still wouldn't pay attention to the person beside him. He quickly tried to pull back the hand that our snake boy was holding. "Still say you're not angry?" Qin Ye chuckled and grabbed the small ear on the fox's head. He leaned his lips close and whispered, blowing softly, "Why are the little fox's ears drooping like this?" Being touched by him while eating, and teased like that, made Zhao Sui's face flush red, and his whole body tremble uncontrollably. "Don't touch my ears. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a fox." Zhao Sui was teased too much. Finally, he angrily turned his head and yelled in Qin Ye's face to vent his frustration. He was acting fierce on the outside, but inside, he was incredibly embarrassed. This game world is so annoying. Not only are the ears long, they're also sensitive. After blaming the game world, Zhao Sui angrily tightened his grip on the plate in his hands. "Hurry up and finish eating, then get lost. Don't bother me while I'm eating." Being told to leave, Qin Ye still smiled reasonably and said, "Aren't I waiting for my new teammate, you? Are you done eating yet?" When the little fox heard him say that, he finally remembered that he and him were currently on the same team. Son of a, what a tragic love story. Seeing the little fox's cute panicked reaction, Qin Ye then looked at Xuan's team beside them and said, "The other teams are about to set off. I don't care who's setting off." Zhao Sui hugged the pile of food to his chest, in a food protective stance, and said, "I've only just started eating." As he spoke, the little fox stuffed food into his mouth non-stop. His eyes were warily fixated on Qin Ye, as if afraid he wouldn't let him eat anymore. "I don't just want to eat these dishes, I also want to eat this, and this too." After finishing his lunch from the table, Zhao Sui even picked up the menu again, preparing to order a whole new batch of food. Qin Ye sat to one side, blinking as he watched the little fox order a mountain of food piled high beside him, and his lover was happily and enthusiastically munching away, smiling so wide you couldn't see his eyes. After Zhao Sui finished the savory dishes, he was now eating fruit. Qin Ye still patiently rested his chin on his hand, watching the little fox. You have to admit, his lover's appetite is truly astonishing. After watching for a while, our snake boy finally couldn't hold back, and reached out to touch the flat little stomach of the fox cub beside him. The little fox eats so much but why doesn't he seem to gain any weight? While rubbing the little one's stomach, Qin Ye also asked a difficult question, making Zhao Sui incredibly embarrassed. Where are you rubbing? The fork in Zhao Sui's hand was snapped in half by the little fox. After reacting to the man's action, the little fox only wished he could kick him in the face a few times. He hadn't even finished placating his angry sweetheart, and now he's made him even angrier. Qin Ye had no choice but to bow his head, pick up the fork, and use the excuse of getting more food for the little fox to make a quick escape. Qin Ye went inside and stood waiting for a moment. Then, he waited for the chef inside to bring out a plate of cake. He smiled politely and said, "Thank you." Then he took the plate of food, preparing to bring it out to win over the little fox. But just as he turned to leave, Yan Wen's mocking voice came from behind. The little puppy, who knows how long he'd been standing there, couldn't help but mock Qin Ye's bootlicking of Zhao Sui. CEO Qin really cares about Zhao Sui, doesn't he? He called him Zhao Sui directly, not senior like he usually did. This made Qin Ye turn his head in annoyance. Do you have a problem? Not at all. Yan Wen waved his hand, indicating he meant no harm. I'm just simply curious. Didn't CEO Qin dislike Zhao Sui before? If I didn't like him before, can't I like him now? Qin Ye couldn't be bothered to answer that question, and prepared to leave. As for Yan Wen, he wanted to get closer and talk things through with Qin Ye, but before he could, he was blocked by 2 bodyguards. The puppy, being blocked, was unwilling to give up. He called out after the other man. Qin Ye, lately it seems. He had just said the first half of the sentence, but before the second half could come out, our snake boy cut him off with a sneer. Before, Qin Ye turned his head, his annoyed gaze fixed on Yan Wen. You and I aren't close. Don't talk as if you know me so well. Yan Wen, despite being shut down, still smiled. A very gentle smile. But whether that smile reached his eyes, only he knew. After smiling, the little puppy calmly said, That's hard to say. Maybe I really understand you better than you think. Understand better? He probably understands the programming of the character Qin Ye better, right? Our snake boy frowned, not understanding what Yan Wen meant by that. But while he was confused, Yan Wen had already moved closer, tilting his head up to observe his expression. Thinking about it carefully, it's really strange. It's clearly happened so many times before. So why is this time so different? So many times before? Turns out Yan Wen didn't just recently awaken his own consciousness. No wonder this mission target has always felt off. So it's because he's been through several awakenings? Yan Wen tilted his head up and observed CEO Qin for a moment. Then, as if he had realized something, his eyes widened slightly. Impossible. His voice carried a hint of disbelief and excitement. Could it be that you are also what? Yan Wen didn't finish his sentence, but his action of suddenly grabbing Qin Ye's hand proved his excitement. Don't touch me. Yan Wen was excited, but Qin Ye was not. When Yan Wen grabbed his hand, he immediately flung it off. His eyes, full of disgust, looked down at the young man. His voice carried a warning. Stay away from me. And from Zhao Sui too. After the warning, Qin Ye turned and left without a moment's hesitation, leaving the little puppy alone with his chaotic thoughts. What a hassle. Yan Wen looked at his hand and muttered softly to himself. It seems the little puppy thinks Qin Ye is also a programmed character, who has awakened his own consciousness, but he would never have guessed that he is the true boss who created this game, and Zhao Sui is not. The character who interacted with him at the orphanage in the past, but just a player who got trapped. Yan Wen doesn't know these things. So, at this moment, his eyes flashed with dangerous and excited red glints. Watching Qin Ye bring the cake back to Zhao Sui, watching the man proactively feed the little fox, everything was completely different from the scripts he had experienced before. The puppy's gaze grew deeper and deeper. Zhao Sui, Qin Ye. This game is getting more and more interesting. Is it just interesting? It seems the puppy is heading down the path of a villain. Hey. Qin Ye, hurry up. Huh? After being served breakfast by our snake boy, the little fox is now having to serve our snake boy back? Otherwise, why is he trembling, sweating, and making such misleading sounds? Aren't you tired? Qin Ye chuckled, looking at the trembling little fox in front of him, and asked softly, or should I slow down a bit? Slow down my foot. Zhao Sui used all his might, but still couldn't get Qin Ye to move an inch, making him shout angrily. Hurry up for me. Oh my god. They're just pulling each other to go do a mission. Does it have to be so misleading? My dirty mind. Zhao Sui didn't want to be misleading, but he really wanted to win this mission, because just now, the little fox drew a mission, where the punishment was to wear women's clothing, so he was determined to win this time. No matter what, he was not going to wear women's clothing. Women's clothing, huh? Whatever it is, the moment the snake opposite him heard that key phrase, it's clear this match is already lost. Looking at our snake boy's expectant expression, it seems the little fox is about to be sabotaged by his own teammate. It's likely. Zhao Sui only realized his slip of the tongue after he said it. But now, seeing Qin Ye's expression, brighter than any star, he had to raise his hackles and question him. What's with that expression of yours? It's nothing. Qin Ye could only smile with crinkled eyes to get by. In short, Zhao Sui saw that he wouldn't admit it. In the end, he could only turn his head and move forward. The final mission, 20 points. I absolutely cannot lose. The little fox rolled up his sleeves as he spoke, looking full of fighting spirit, ready to prepare for a confrontation. With the challenge, which made Qin Ye find it incredibly amusing, the final mission of their trip this time was to use the 500 funds provided by the production team. 2. Check in at any 3 scenic spots marked on the map. The reward for completion is plus 20 points. After reading the mission content, while Zhao Sui was burying his head in the map to find the nearest location, our snake boy's hand reached out from behind again. The other person threw an arm over his shoulder and pulled the little fox close to him, smiling and suggesting, "Forget the mission. It's rare that we get a chance to go out on a date. Let's use the funds to have some fun." He said it so lightly and relaxedly, but when Zhao Sui heard it, the blood rushed to his head. He had to shout right in his face. "Who's on a date with you, huh? No. If you're not on a date, then I am." If you ask who in this place understands Zhao Sui the best, the answer is definitely Qin Ye. And because he knows the little fox so well, he can immediately shift his attention to something else. "Look, paw-shaped ice cream." Qin Ye scanned the area, then quickly pointed out something that would interest the little fox. As expected, Zhao Sui, who was still annoyed, had to turn his head immediately upon hearing paw-shaped ice cream. One turn of the head, and there was no going back. The little fox drooled as he looked at the golden ice cream bar in front of him. Because it looked so delicious, the fox was tricked by our snake boy into buying 2, costing 60 yuan. Before he even finished the ice cream, our snake boy now wanted to buy 2 angel and devil hair clips. The little fox complained that they were for couples to wear, but in the end, he still spent 100 yuan to buy them for the snake. After buying ice cream and hair clips, 160 yuan was already gone. And of course that number didn't stop there. CEO Qin, today, was determined to be a weak man, who likes to be a kept man. So he had no shame at all, complaining about the hardship and the sun, demanding the little fox call a car for him. And so, another 100 yuan flew away. The production team only gave them 500, and in less than half an hour, they had used more than half of it. This time, it seems the little fox can't escape his fate of wearing women's clothing. With such a scheming boyfriend, Amitabha, lighting a candle for the little fox, Zhao Sui had no idea what awaited him. At this moment, he was still being led around by his fiancée. Whatever he saw, he demanded to buy. The money was little by little, whittled away by this snake until there was almost nothing left. By the time Zhao Sui sobered up from his beauty-induced stupor, he realized with great pain and anger, "Damn it, this man clearly has no intention of completing the mission." Seeing the other man still buying flowers nearby, Zhao Sui decided he would complete this mission on his own. The little fox held the map and compared it to his surroundings. Although he thought the place he was standing looked quite similar to the map, for some reason, he couldn't find the check-in point anywhere. While the little fox was thinking in confusion, 2 children passed by, catching his attention. One of the 2 kids was holding some kind of card in his hand, happily cheering and showing it to the kid beside him. "Look, I drew a special card. The card. The card." When Zhao Sui heard this word, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. That's right, he had drawn a card before, that publicizes all information. But last time he used it, he didn't see any result. Until now, he had completely forgotten he had such a card. Remembering that card, Zhao Sui couldn't help but wonder, could it be effective for this type of mission? Well, whatever. Let's just try it and see. The little fox acted on his thought immediately. He immediately took the card from his system space, selected use, and waited to see the result. After using it, a blinding light flashed by, making Zhao Sui squint. By the time he adjusted and opened his eyes, the scene before him had completely changed. Above the head of every person who passed by the little fox, there was a value bar showing their favorability. Zhao Sui looked at the purple hearts above everyone's heads, and only then did he realize that this card turned out to publicize everyone's favorability towards him. Thinking this, the little fox couldn't help but blush a little. But wait, if it publicizes everyone's sigh, then? As if realizing something, Zhao Sui quickly turned his head to look at Qin Ye, who was walking towards him. Above Qin Ye's head, there was indeed a heart shape. The favorability index inside it was currently a question mark. But that question mark didn't last long. The moment Qin Ye's eyes saw Zhao Sui's figure, the question mark above his head immediately changed, turning into a perfect cento. "Ebai?" Zhao Sui looked at Qin Ye, who was smiling and handing him the flowers. But at this moment, his mind was filled with nothing but astonishment. How could this be? The little boy stood on the spot, his whole being in a state of bewilderment. Did he see it wrong? The little fox's heart was beating extremely fast, and his face was flushed red. But in his heart, he was denying the number that was gradually fading above Qin head. The original plot, didn't it say that Qin hated Zhao Sui? The little fox was truly bewildered this time. But according to the story, Qin was the senior whom his character fell in love with at first sight and pursued without success. Although after he transmigrated into the game to play this character, Qin no longer wanted to cancel the engagement. On the contrary, he always appeared in plotlines that didn't belong to him, and treated him very intimately. But Zhao Sui never thought that everything he did was because of a 100% affection score. In that case, does that mean he likes me? What else could it be, little fox? He likes you. Are you happy, sweetie? Well, I don't know if I'm happy or not, but I'm definitely shocked. Not only shocked, but also embarrassed. Oh my god. The little fox's heart rate must be over 200 beats per minute right now. Look how red his face is. A red face doesn't prove anything. Zhao Sui was made nervous by his own thoughts. But no matter how shy he was, he still tried to deny it. How could that be? I'm a player, and he's an NPC. And we haven't interacted that much. Why would he like me for no reason? Or, Zhao Sui suddenly had a flash of insight. You'd think he would have guessed it was his real-life boyfriend. But instead, the little fox guessed that Qin must be a bug in the game's AI. What a flexible little mind. I'm impressed. Looking at the doting gaze of the NPC in front of him, the little fox became even more certain. This Qin is not normal. After confirming his completely wrong assumption was correct, Zhao Sui suddenly felt incredibly resentful. If he had known earlier that Qin had a bug, he would have chosen him no matter what. If he had chosen him from the beginning, wouldn't he have been able to escape the game by now? Yeah, nice thought. But there's no medicine for regret, little fox. Currently, Yan Wen's favorability towards him is still lacking 35%, and the countdown timer only has 30 days left. Although the little fox is confident he can complete the conquest, the prerequisite is that a certain someone doesn't jump in and ruin things. The more the little fox thought about it, the more tense the situation seemed. He couldn't help but glare at the guy acting innocent behind him. The more he thought, the angrier he got. The more he thought, the more he wanted to do something to his head. Qin had no idea what was going through Zhao Sui's mind. At this moment, he only saw that he was staring at him, so he was very happy to approach and chat. Why do you keep looking at me? There's only an hour left. Do you want to do the mission or go for a stroll? After asking, he also conveniently offered the flowers to Zhao Sui, making him blush with embarrassment. The little fox was seduced until his face turned red. At this moment, he suddenly became shy, turned his head, pretended to cough twice, and said, "Whatever." Qin found the other's reaction somehow strange, but he couldn't explain what was wrong. He had no idea that the little fox now, just thinking about the favorability of 100% that he had for him, was enough to make him blush. Weren't you very proactive just now? Qin didn't understand. He moved to this side to look at Zhao Sui. Then he was once again dodged by the blushing, red-nosed little fox. Our snake boy, don't get any closer. The fox's blood pressure is about to spike from his abnormally fast heartbeat. Have mercy on him. After being made to blush by Qin several times, his head spinning, unable to think straight, Zhao Sui finally accepted his fate and gave up on the mission. And without completing the mission, the little fox had to accept the punishment of cross-dressing. When the sound of the door opening was heard, the remaining members turned their heads to look, and then everyone was stunned on the spot. Appearing in their line of sight now was a young lady with long, slightly curly hair. Her ears and tail drooped slightly due to shyness. She was wearing a short, white, lace-trimmed dress, with a stylized black blazer over it, with a subtle white pattern on the sleeves. Our little fox, finally, due to mission failure, was forced to wear women's clothing. He gets called a pervert for one little lick, but proactively asking to see someone's tail isn't perverted at all. The fox. Qin had to give in after being denied. In the end, what could he do but indulge his lover? Alright, he chuckled meaningfully. Then, with a splash, the surrounding water began to stir violently. In the blink of an eye, around Zhao Sui's body, that 10-meter-long tail had completely encircled him. Oh my god, I'm getting goosebumps all over. Anyone with ophidiophobia would faint on the spot seeing this. Qin, as requested, transformed his tail for the little fox to see. Then he enticingly beckoned with his hand, gesturing for the little fox to hurry over. He certainly knows how to be seductive. But you have to admit, our snake boy's body is truly something else. Others might be afraid of snakes, but Zhao Sui wasn't. So after seeing the long snake tail wrapped around him, the little fox let out a happy, ooh, and immediately reached out to touch the part of the tail nearest to him. Before, When he was first transmigrated and wrapped up in bed, it was a bit scary. But now, with the tail all wet like this, it looked incredibly harmless. Zhao Sui happily touched it here and there. Finally, he even grabbed the sensitive tip of our snake boy's tail, caressing it and rubbing his hand against the scales, successfully making it flush bright red. So, who's the pervert now, Fox? The fox doesn't know and doesn't care who the pervert is. Because the sensation in his hand felt too good, he was completely captivated. He couldn't think straight anymore. Does anyone touch like you do? Chinya, teased by his beloved until his face turned red, immediately controlled his tail to retract and wrap around himself, not letting the fox touch it anymore. Don't touch where you shouldn't, he said it angrily, blushing. But Zhao Sui was now as happy as a clam. He had finally found this guy named Chin's weak spot. Yeah, but now that you've found it, you can't touch it anymore. Zhao Sui felt a great sense of loss. He couldn't let it go and turned his head, pouting and scolding Qin Ye for being stingy. Stingy? The scheming Qin was boiling with rage when he heard that. If I'm stingy, then who is generous to you? Yan Wen is very generous to you, isn't he? Our snake boy, while speaking, also used his tail to wrap around Zhao Sui. If you anger our snake boy, the little fox should prepare for some perverted tricks. I didn't say that. By the time Zhao Sui was wrapped tightly by the tail, he hastily explained. But it was too late, little fox. Qin Ye's snake tail just wrapped tighter and tighter, even sliding between the fox's legs, brushing against a forbidden place. That action made the little fox's limbs go weak. He hurriedly cried out, "Hey, hey, hey, where is your snake tail going?" Zhao Sui's face was beet red. Held firmly by the man, he couldn't escape. He could only blink and watch that tail wreak havoc below. Let me go. Zhao Sui felt the tail wreaking more and more havoc, so the little fox began to struggle more fiercely, kicking and splashing water everywhere. Seeing that his struggling was useless, the little fox finally resorted to the ultimate move of puppies, opening his mouth and biting. He closed his eyes and bit down hard on Qin Ye's shoulder with his fangs. He bit so hard that it drew blood, making him yelp in pain and let go. We still have to film tomorrow. What's gotten into you? Once Zhao Sui was released, he immediately began to question the other man. But who was the one who started all this? It seems the little fox forgot. Qin Ye was bitten on the crook of his neck. By the time the other let go, a clear, bloody bite mark was still visible. He touched the bite mark and let out a cold laugh. You should be grateful we still have to film tomorrow. As he spoke, the man transformed his tail back into a pair of legs, and then stepped closer, cornering Zhao Sui. But even if we have filming tomorrow, tonight we still have to settle this. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully lifted the disheveled little fox into the air, making him face him. Oh my, this wonderful image is truly a work of art. An image like this, we didn't even have to pay, and we can still watch it for free? Oh my, so hot. Cough. Back to the issue at hand. Qin Ye lifting Zhao Sui up wasn't with any ill intent. He was simply returning the favor. You bit me once. After these words, our snake boy's hand also moved down, gently untying the knot of Zhao Sui's swimsuit. He bowed his head, his large hand gently touching Zhao Sui's waist. The moment he opened his mouth, the little fox jumped, his face flushing red. He said, I have to bite back. Just as he said that, our snake boy suddenly frowned deeply, pinching his nose in disgust. On your body. Halfway through his sentence, he quickly grabbed Zhao Sui's hand, brought it to his nose, and sniffed a few times. Then he angrily questioned, did he touch you? Why is that guy's scent so strong on you? The little fox, with a low transformation value, as pitiful as Zhao Sui's, couldn't understand the world of high-level beastmen, so he had no idea how Qin Ye could smell it so accurately. Although he and the little puppy Yan Wen hadn't done anything, Qin Ye, in his current state of fury, didn't give him a chance to explain. After sniffing the little fox's hand, the veins on his neck were already bulging. You really know how to make someone angry. As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed his head and bit right into Zhao Sui's stomach. Because he was angry, our snake boy bit down a bit hard, making the little fox feel both pain and embarrassment. He could only whimper his name softly. Qin Ye. It hurt so much. The little fox's whole body trembled. His hand clutching Qin Ye's hair tightened. But the other man still hadn't let go. It hurts? By the time our snake boy let go, his teeth marks were already imprinted on the little fox's stomach. But just this much still wasn't enough to quell his anger. Remember this pain well. Qin Ye bowed his head and licked away the blood he had just drawn. Then he coolly wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of anger, enunciating each word clearly for the fox in front of him. From now on, if you meet that guy in private again, I'll bite you once for every time you meet. Let go. You're crazy. Zhao Sui was bitten until tears streamed down his face. Now, being threatened by Qin Ye made him feel even more wronged. The tears just flowed. He angrily thought to himself, You're not even my mission target. What right do you have to control me, based on his status as your real-life boyfriend? Unfortunately, the little fox doesn't know. So right now, he's still very angry. But his words were just brave talk. The little fox only dared to think it to himself. If he said those words out loud, our snake boy might just eat the fox right then and there. A sensual night passed just like that. In our snake boy's anger and the little fox's grievance. The next morning, when they left the house, breakfast was already laid out, waiting for them. Chin-ye sat at breakfast but wasn't eating. He just kept looking at the person beside him and sighing. He was truly angry last night, but, after a night's sleep, his anger had subsided. On the contrary, the one he bullied last night was now sulking at him. He wouldn't even look at Chin-ye while eating breakfast. His sullen face made Chin-ye find it incredibly amusing. Why are you still angry? Not caring that they were outside, Chin-ye simply took his hand, wanting to comfort him. Who's angry? Zhao Sui still wouldn't pay attention to the person beside him. He quickly tried to pull back the hand that our snake boy was holding. Still say you're not angry? Chin-ye chuckled and grabbed the small ear on the fox's head. He leaned his lips close and whispered, blowing softly. Why are the little fox's ears drooping like this? Being touched by him while eating, and teased like that, made Zhao Sui's face flush red, and his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Don't touch my ears. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a fox. Zhao Sui was teased too much. Finally, he angrily turned his head and yelled in Chin-ye's face to vent his frustration. He was acting fierce on the outside, but inside, he was incredibly embarrassed. This game world is so annoying. Not only are the ears long, they're also sensitive. After blaming the game world, Zhao Sui angrily tightened his grip on the plate in his hands. Hurry up and finish eating, then get lost. Don't bother me while I'm eating. Being told to leave, Chin-ye still smiled reasonably and said, Aren't I waiting for my new teammate you? Are you done eating yet? When the little fox heard him say that, he finally remembered that he and him were currently on the same team. Son of a, what a tragic love story. Seeing the little fox's cute panicked reaction, Chin-ye then looked at Qui Yunshuan's team beside them and said, The other teams are about to set off. I don't care who's setting off. Zhao Sui hugged the pile of food to his chest, in a food protective stance, and said, I've only just started eating. As he spoke, the little fox stuffed food into his mouth non-stop. His eyes were warily fixated on Chin-ye, as if afraid he wouldn't let him eat anymore. I don't just want to eat these dishes, I also want to eat this, and this too. After finishing his lunch from the table, Zhao Sui even picked up the menu again, preparing to order a whole new batch of food. Chin-ye sat to one side, blinking as he watched the little fox order a mountain of food piled high beside him, and his lover was happily and enthusiastically munching away, smiling so wide you couldn't see his eyes. After Zhao Sui finished the savory dishes, he was now eating fruit. Chin-ye still patiently rested his chin on his hand, watching the little fox. You have to admit, his lover's appetite is truly astonishing. After watching for a while, our snake boy finally couldn't hold back, and reached out to touch the flat little stomach of the fox cub beside him. The little fox eats so much, but why doesn't he seem to gain any weight? While rubbing the little one's stomach, Chin-ye also asked a difficult question, making Zhao Sui incredibly embarrassed. Where are you rubbing? The fork in Zhao Sui's hand was snapped in half by the little fox. After reacting to the man's action, the little fox only wished he could kick him in the face a few times. He hadn't even finished placating his angry sweetheart, and now he's made him even angrier. Chin-ye had no choice but to bow his head, pick up the fork, and use the excuse of getting more food for the little fox to make a quick escape. Chin-ye went inside and stood waiting for a moment. Then, he waited for the chef inside to bring out a plate of cake. He smiled politely and said, Thank you. Then he took the plate of food, preparing to bring it out to win over the little fox. But just as he turned to leave, Yan Wen's mocking voice came from behind. The little puppy, who knows how long he'd been standing there, couldn't help but mock Chin-ye's bootlicking of Zhao Sui. CEO Qin really cares about Zhao Sui, doesn't he? He called him Zhao Sui directly, not senior like he usually did. This made Chin-ye turn his head in annoyance. Do you have a problem? Not at all. Yan Wen waved his hand, indicating he meant no harm. I'm just simply curious. Didn't CEO Qin dislike Zhao Sui before? If I didn't like him before, can't I like him now? Chin-ye couldn't be bothered to answer that question, and prepared to leave. As for Yan Wen, he wanted to get closer and talk things through with Chin-ye, but before he could, he was blocked by two bodyguards. The puppy, being blocked, was unwilling to give up. He called out after the other man. Chin-ye, lately it seems. He had just said the first half of the sentence, but before the second half could come out, our snake boy cut him off with a sneer. Before, Chin-ye turned his head, his annoyed gaze fixed on Yan Wen. You and I aren't close. Don't talk as if you know me so well. Yan Wen, despite being shut down, still smiled. A very gentle smile. But whether that smile reached his eyes, only he knew. After smiling, the little puppy calmly said, "That's hard to say. Maybe I really understand you better than you think." Understand better? He probably understands the programming of the character Qin Ye better, right? Our snake boy frowned, not understanding what Yan Wen meant by that. But while he was confused, Yan Wen had already moved closer, tilting his head up to observe his expression. Thinking about it carefully, it's really strange. It's clearly happened so many times before. So why is this time so different? So many times before? Turns out Yan Wen didn't just recently awaken his own consciousness. No wonder this mission target has always felt off. So it's because he's been through several awakenings? Yan Wen tilted his head up and observed CEO Qin for a moment. Then, as if he had realized something, his eyes widened slightly. Impossible. His voice carried a hint of disbelief and excitement. Could it be that you are also what? Yan Wen didn't finish his sentence, but his action of suddenly grabbing Qin Ye's hand proved his excitement. Don't touch me. Yan Wen was excited, but Qin Ye was not. When Yan Wen grabbed his hand, he immediately flung it off. His eyes, full of disgust, looked down at the young man. His voice carried a warning. Stay away from me. And from Zhao Sui too. After the warning, Qin Ye turned and left without a moment's hesitation, leaving the little puppy alone with his chaotic thoughts. What a hassle. Yan Wen looked at his hand and muttered softly to himself. It seems the little puppy thinks Qin Ye is also a programmed character, who has awakened his own consciousness, but he would never have guessed that he is the true boss who created this game, and Zhao Sui is not. The character who interacted with him at the orphanage in the past, but just a player who got trapped. Yan Wen doesn't know these things. So, at this moment, his eyes flashed with dangerous and excited red glints. Watching Qin Ye bring the cake back to Zhao Sui, watching the man proactively feed the little fox, everything was completely different from the scripts he had experienced before. The puppy's gaze grew deeper and deeper. Zhao Sui, Qin Ye. This game is getting more and more interesting. Is it just interesting? It seems the puppy is heading down the path of a villain. Hey. Qin Ye, hurry up. Huh? After being served breakfast by our snake boy, the little fox is now having to serve our snake boy back? Otherwise, why is he trembling, sweating, and making such misleading sounds? Aren't you tired? Qin Ye chuckled, looking at the trembling little fox in front of him, and asked softly, or should I slow down a bit? Slow down my foot. Zhao Sui used all his might, but still couldn't get Qin Ye to move an inch, making him shout angrily. Hurry up for me. Oh my god. They're just pulling each other to go do a mission. Does it have to be so misleading? My dirty mind. Zhao Sui didn't want to be misleading, but he really wanted to win this mission, because just now, the little fox drew a mission, where the punishment was to wear women's clothing, so he was determined to win this time. No matter what, he was not going to wear women's clothing. Women's clothing, huh? Whatever it is, the moment the snake opposite him heard that key phrase, it's clear this match is already lost. Looking at our snake boy's expectant expression, it seems the little fox is about to be sabotaged by his own teammate. It's likely. Zhao Sui only realized his slip of the tongue after he said it. But now, seeing Qin Ye's expression, brighter than any star, he had to raise his hackles and question him. What's with that expression of yours? It's nothing. Qin Ye could only smile with crinkled eyes to get by. In short, Zhao Sui saw that he wouldn't admit it. In the end, he could only turn his head and move forward. The final mission, 20 points. I absolutely cannot lose. The little fox rolled up his sleeves as he spoke, looking full of fighting spirit, ready to prepare for a confrontation with the challenge, which made Qin Ye find it incredibly amusing. The final mission of their trip this time was to use the 500 funds provided by the production team to check in at any 3 scenic spots marked on the map. The reward for completion is plus 20 points. After reading the mission content, while Zhao Sui was burying his head in the map to find the nearest location, our snake boy's hand reached out from behind again. The other person threw an arm over his shoulder and pulled the little fox close to him, smiling and suggesting, "Forget the mission. It's rare that we get a chance to go out on a date. Let's use the funds to have some fun." He said it so lightly and relaxedly, but when Zhao Sui heard it, the blood rushed to his head. He had to shout right in his face. "Who's on a date with you, huh? No. If you're not on a date, then I am." If you ask who in this place understands Zhao Sui the best, the answer is definitely Qin Ye. And because he knows the little fox so well, he can immediately shift his attention to something else. "Look, paw-shaped ice cream." Qin Ye scanned the area, then quickly pointed out something that would interest the little fox. As expected, Zhao Sui, who was still annoyed, had to turn his head immediately upon hearing paw-shaped ice cream. One turn of the head, and there was no going back. The little fox drooled as he looked at the golden ice cream bar in front of him. Because it looked so delicious, The fox was tricked by our snake boy into buying 2, costing 60 yuan. Before he even finished the ice cream, our snake boy now wanted to buy 2 angel and devil hair clips. The little fox complained that they were for couples to wear, but in the end, he still spent 100 yuan to buy them for the snake. After buying ice cream and hair clips, 160 yuan was already gone. And of course that number didn't stop there. CEO Chin, today, was determined to be a weak man, who likes to be a kept man. So he had no shame at all, complaining about the hardship and the sun, demanding the little fox call a car for him. And so, another 100 yuan flew away. The production team only gave them 500, and in less than half an hour, they had used more than half of it. This time, it seems the little fox can't escape his fate of wearing women's clothing. With such a scheming boyfriend, Amitabha, lighting a candle for the little fox, Zhao Sui had no idea what awaited him. At this moment, he was still being led around by his fiancée. Whatever he saw, he demanded to buy. The money was little by little, whittled away by this snake until there was almost nothing left. By the time Zhao Sui sobered up from his beauty-induced stupor, he realized with great pain and anger, "Damn it, this man clearly has no intention of completing the mission." Seeing the other man still buying flowers nearby, Zhao Sui decided he would complete this mission on his own. The little fox held the map and compared it to his surroundings. Although he thought the place he was standing looked quite similar to the map, for some reason, he couldn't find the check-in point anywhere. While the little fox was thinking in confusion, 2 children passed by, catching his attention. One of the 2 kids was holding some kind of card in his hand, happily cheering and showing it to the kid beside him. "Look, I drew a special card. The card. The card." When Zhao Sui heard this word, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. That's right, he had drawn a card before, that publicizes all information. But last time he used it, he didn't see any result. Until now, he had completely forgotten he had such a card. Remembering that card, Zhao Sui couldn't help but wonder, could it be effective for this type of mission? Well, whatever. Let's just try it and see. The little fox acted on his thought immediately. He immediately took the card from his system space, selected use, and waited to see the result. After using it, a blinding light flashed by, making Zhao Sui squint. By the time he adjusted and opened his eyes, the scene before him had completely changed. Above the head of every person who passed by the little fox, there was a value bar showing their favorability. Zhao Sui looked at the purple hearts above everyone's heads, and only then did he realize that this card turned out to publicize everyone's favorability towards him. Thinking this, the little fox couldn't help but blush a little. But wait, if it publicizes everyone's sigh, then? As if realizing something, Zhao Sui quickly turned his head to look at Qin, who was walking towards him. Above Qin's head, there was indeed a heart shape. The favorability index inside it was currently a question mark. But that question mark didn't last long. The moment Qin's eyes saw Zhao Sui's figure, the question mark above his head immediately changed, turning into a perfect cento. "Ebai?" Zhao Sui looked at Qin, who was smiling and handing him the flowers. But at this moment, his mind was filled with nothing but astonishment. How could this be? The little boy stood on the spot, his whole being in a state of bewilderment. Did he see it wrong? The little fox's heart was beating extremely fast, and his face was flushed red. But in his heart, he was denying the number that was gradually fading above Qin's head. The original plot, didn't it say that Qin hated Zhao Sui? The little fox was truly bewildered this time. But according to the story, Qin was the senior whom his character fell in love with at first sight and pursued without success. Although after he transmigrated into the game to play this character, Qin no longer wanted to cancel the engagement. On the contrary, he always appeared in plot lines that didn't belong to him, and treated him very intimately. But Zhao Sui never thought that everything he did was because of a 100% affection score. In that case, does that mean he likes me? What else could it be, little fox? He likes you. Are you happy, sweetie? Well, I don't know if I'm happy or not, but I'm definitely shocked. Not only shocked, but also embarrassed. Oh my god. The little fox's heart rate must be over 200 beats per minute right now. Look how red his face is. A red face doesn't prove anything. Zhao Sui was made nervous by his own thoughts, but no matter how shy he was, he still tried to deny it. How could that be? I'm a player, and he's an NPC, and we haven't interacted that much. Why would he like me for no reason? Or, Zhao Sui suddenly had a flash of insight. You'd think he would have guessed it was his real-life boyfriend. But instead, the little fox guessed that Qin must be a bug in the game's AI. What a flexible little mind. I'm impressed. Looking at the doting gaze of the NPC in front of him, the little fox became even more certain. This Qin is not normal. After confirming his completely wrong assumption was correct, Zhao Sui suddenly felt incredibly resentful. If he had known earlier that Qin had a bug, he would have chosen him no matter what. If he had chosen him from the beginning, wouldn't he have been able to escape the game by now? Yeah, nice thought. But there's no medicine for regret, little fox. Currently, Yan Wen's favorability towards him is still lacking 35%, and the countdown timer only has 30 days left. Although the little fox is confident he can complete the conquest, the prerequisite is that a certain someone doesn't jump in and ruin things. The more the little fox thought about it, the more tense the situation seemed. He couldn't help but glare at the guy acting innocent behind him. The more he thought, the angrier he got. The more he thought, the more he wanted to do something to his head. Qin Ye had no idea what was going through Zhao Sui's mind. At this moment, he only saw that he was staring at him, so he was very happy to approach and chat. Why do you keep looking at me? There's only an hour left. Do you want to do the mission or go for a stroll? After asking, he also conveniently offered the flowers to Zhao Sui, making him blush with embarrassment. The little fox was seduced until his face turned red. At this moment, he suddenly became shy, turned his head, pretended to cough twice, and said, "Whatever." Qin Ye found the other's reaction somehow strange, but he couldn't explain what was wrong. He had no idea that the little fox now, just thinking about the favorability of 100% that he had for him, was enough to make him blush. Weren't you very proactive just now? Qin Ye didn't understand. He moved to this side to look at Zhao Sui. Then he was once again dodged by the blushing, red-nosed little fox. Our snake boy, don't get any closer. The fox's blood pressure is about to spike from his abnormally fast heartbeat. Have mercy on him. After being made to blush by Qin Ye several times, his head spinning, unable to think straight, Zhao Sui finally accepted his fate and gave up on the mission. And without completing the mission, the little fox had to accept the punishment of cross-dressing. When the sound of the door opening was heard, the remaining members turned their heads to look, and then everyone was stunned on the spot. Appearing in their line of sight now was a young lady with long, slightly curly hair. Her ears and tail drooped slightly due to shyness. She was wearing a short, white, lace-trimmed dress, with a stylized black blazer over it, with a subtle white pattern on the sleeves. Our little fox, finally, due to mission failure, was forced to wear women's clothing. But with this getup, he looked even prettier than the other girls present. Oh my, how can he be so pretty? Zhao Sui was pretty, but he didn't like it. The little fox must have cried his heart out inside. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. While the little fox was agonizing over his outfit, the system, as if taking pity on him, suddenly popped up with a new mission. Ding, mission unlocked. The keyword for this mission is party. The reward is the remaining 35% favorability from Yan Wen, and 1,000 gold coins. Talk about a lifeline for a desperate man. Zhao Sui was completely bewildered by the mission reward. But aren't you supposed to collect 100% of the favorability points, then exit the game? Because of the system's unbelievable generosity, for a moment, Zhao Sui wasn't paying much attention to his surroundings. Not until Yan Wen sidled up with a playful grin and complimented him. Senior's face is so beautiful. Of course, anything you wear looks good. Just talking wasn't enough for this puppy. He also took a ribbon and tied a bow on the little fox's fluffy tail. This intimate action not only startled the fox, but also infuriated Qin Ye, who was standing nearby. Wow, so cute. I have to say, when the little fox wears women's clothes, it's not just men who are captivated. Women are too. Ku Yunxiang immediately rushed over for hugs and nuzzles. The little fox even teased her. Weren't you very against this before? Why are you so quick to accept it now? His teasing made the young woman's face turn bright red. Surrounded by both a boy and a girl, Teacher Chao's eyes still kept secretly glancing towards his teammate, not too far away. He didn't know why, but every time he saw Qin Ye's gaze on him, the little fox's face would gradually turn red. He shyly and embarrassedly turned his head away, and stubbornly said, "Aren't we just taking a picture in women's clothing? Hurry up and take it," the embarrassed little fox urged. But if the show didn't take this opportunity to attract viewers, it wouldn't be an entertainment show. So, just as they were about to quickly get it over with, Zhao Sui heard the director shout, "Wait a minute." When he turned his head to look, the troublesome director said, "Even though it's a punishment, there still has to be a twist." Huh? The little fox didn't understand. A punishment is a punishment. What kind of twist could there be? Hold on, don't get excited, the director quickly explained, meaning, we will post the photo at the end of the video. Trailer that's about to be released. As long as the first 100 comments don't mention Teacher Chow wearing women's clothes, the punishment mission is considered a success. Whoa, what a dirty trick. That's the production team for you. Hearing this, the fox started to feel a bit annoyed. During the live stream before, everyone already knew who the guests were. Besides, among the guests, I'm the only one with the fox surname. It's too obvious. Do you take the audience for idiots? The director started sweating from the questioning, but for the sake of the show's effect, He gritted his teeth and replied, "Teacher, you can also ask other guests for help." To avoid the esteemed guest's objection, the director also threw out a very tempting bait. If this mission is successful, you can also receive a reward, and the qualification to attend the evening party. No need, just shoot it like this. Chao Sui waved his hand, signaling to get it over with. But halfway through his sentence, the young man suddenly caught a key phrase. Wait a minute. Hold on for 2 seconds. What party? The little fox's goldfish brain finally processed the keyword that the system had issued earlier. If the party hosted by the round production team matched the important keyword provided by the system, then forget taking pictures. The fox would do anything he was asked. You just said I could ask others for help, right? The director was practically breathless under the pressure from the beautiful fox. Seeing him so enthusiastic, he seized the opportunity and said immediately, "Yes, Teacher Chao Sui can find any guest to take a photo with. If the mission is successful, the guest can also receive a double reward." Haha, a sly grin. After the director's words, it appeared on the little fox's face. He whipped his head around, his eyes like he was looking at prey, and scanned the group of guests over there. If I ask Yan Wen, the first person the little fox thought of was his conquest target. But those expectant eyes, they just shot a commercial together recently. Too predictable. Nope. Moving past Yan Wen, the fox's gaze fell on Kuo Yun Shang. Although Miss Kuo is very enthusiastically recommending herself, and said she's willing to help. But with the dazzling light she radiates, Chao Sui was afraid he'd be exposed before he even brings of times started acting. And that was that. So, teacher, Chao could only shield his dazzled eyes and eliminate the beautiful Miss Kuai. Wait, but if everyone is eliminated, doesn't that mean there's only one person left here? Chao Sui's eyes widened slightly as he looked towards Qin Ye, who was smiling faintly nearby. After all that, he still had to choose Qin Ye in the end. Wow, this is rare. The little fox actually thought of me. Right now, he was the one who needed help. So even though the man's kiss on his hair teased him until his face turned red, Chao Sui had to grit his teeth and bear it. But before that, he had to act nonchalant with Qin Ye to knock him down a peg. If you don't want to shoot, then forget it. Shoot? Why wouldn't I? Replying to him was Qin Ye with an incredibly saintly smile. Oh, little fox. Who knows what happened during the photo shoot? But the director kept asking Chao Sui again and again if they were sure they wanted to shoot like this. Let's do it like this, the little fox affirmed with certainty. He looked up at his photo partner. Who knows what scheme Chao Sui was plotting right now, but he was smiling extremely happily. As long as everyone's attention is focused elsewhere, then no one will definitely notice what I'm wearing. This time, it has to be a success. Seeing the guest's firm stance, the director could only relent. We don't have a problem with it, but with this level of intensity, will the video even pass review? Oh my god, for the first time in his career, the director doubted the wholesomeness of his career in programming. And you can't blame him. The little fox was playing bold, taking a picture with chains like this. Good heavens, what do you call this? Bondage play? Or angels and demons? It's just too much. The little fox's head is truly full of creative ideas. Look at President Qian's blurry chest muscles. Look at their ambiguous posture. Director, may you be blessed with good fortune for your trailer. Over here, Chao Sui didn't care about the director's suffering. Right now, he was busy getting closer, touching his face and rubbing his nose against Qin Ye's cheek, whispering his thanks. Look here. Seeing this seductive act from the little fox, President Qin only regretted that his hands were tied up high. Otherwise he would have pulled the person into his arms. What's this? Is the little fox rewarding me? He asked, lowering his head, his voice hoarse. But to Teacher Chao's ears, it sounded like he didn't like it. So, in an instant, the fox's attitude changed on the spot. What's wrong? You don't like it? Didn't you say the favorability was 100%? Chao Sui looked at Qin Ye's face. At this moment, he had to wonder if the product from that faulty system was actually accurate. Seeing that he had made the little fox bristle, Qin Ye quickly smiled and reassured him. I like it. I like it a lot. My darling is so tense, I really can't tease you. And just like that, the photo shoot for Chao's punishment mission, Sui successfully, came to a close. That morning at 10 o'clock, the show's trailer was also right on schedule, posted on social media platforms for promotion. As soon as the video was posted, the online community immediately buzzed like a broken beehive. The production team scrolled down to read the comments, and then joyfully announced to the little fox, the first 100 comments. No one mentioned Teacher Chao Sui wearing women's clothes. The mission was a complete success. Many comments were related to President Qin. Congratulations, Teacher Chao. You also received an invitation to the evening party. The director's announcement, also successfully, concluded the morning mission for the guests. That evening, as the full moon hung in the sky, and soft music filled the air, The long-awaited party finally began. Tonight's party brought together many guests, both men and women. Everyone was beautifully dressed for the occasion. When Chao Sui entered the hall, he discovered that the number of people was very large. It turned out that tonight, guests from previous seasons were also invited to attend. The fox, holding a glass of champagne, scanned the room. Finally, his eyes landed on a tall figure, standing in a corner of the room, not too far away. That figure was none other than Qin Ye. He was currently chatting with another man. It's unclear what they were saying, but the atmosphere seemed quite harmonious. Moreover, at the end of their conversation, they even clinked glasses. It was unknown if they had reached an agreement or something of the sort. Looking at Qin Ye's handsome back, the fox couldn't help but remember a small incident from the photo shoot. That morning, when the director announced the photo shoot was over, Chao Sui and Qin Ye went into the dressing room together. Originally, nothing would have happened if the zipper on the dress Chao Sui was wearing hadn't gotten stuck. The zipper was on his back, and he couldn't pull it down no matter how hard he tried. So in the end, the little fox still had to ask Qin Ye to take a look. Qin Ye, whether intentionally or not, didn't go around to the back to look. Instead, he stood in front of him and leaned over to look at the zipper on the little fox's back. From a distance, they looked as if they were in a vague, intimate embrace. And so, Qin Ye held the little fox's waist with one hand, while his other hand touched the zipper area, leaning in to check where it was stuck. Chao Sui was simple-minded. He just thought they were both guys, so he didn't feel embarrassed at all. However, since his slip dress was halfway unzipped, the top part was a bit loose. So, after Qin Ye had only been helping the fox for a few minutes, he saw a dress strap slip off the little fox's shoulder, revealing a beautiful, rosy cherry right in front of him. And just like that, Mr. Snake Spirit, after seeing that, felt all the hot blood rush to his brain. Both his face and ears turned bright red. And yet, the person in question, the little fox, was still oblivious. He even complained about how slow he was being. Well, this was a perfect excuse. The moment he was criticized, Qin Ye used the fastest speed of his life to back away several meters from the fox. Now, not only were his face and ears red, but his hands were bright red too. The young man coughed dryly as he dodged, telling him to zip it up himself. And then he just left, leaving the little fox, Chao Sui, wide-eyed and exposed, standing there utterly confused. "Hey, don't go. I won't say you're slow anymore. Isn't that okay?" "Hey," and just like that, the naive little fox called for him to come back. But no matter how much he called, the other man kept walking away. Now, seeing his face, the more Chao Sui thought about it, the angrier he got. That snake spirit actually dared to leave him behind and go first. How hateful. I have to go find him and settle the score. Chao Sui wanted to pick a fight with him, so he put down his wine glass and immediately dashed towards Qin Ye on the other side. But unfortunately for him, he intended to pick a fight, but someone else didn't want him and Qin Ye to interact too much. From out of nowhere, a person appeared in front of the little fox's path. Not only did they block his way, but they also intentionally let the little fox run into them. Oof. Chao Sui was walking fast and ran straight into the person's shoulder, which hurt his little chin quite a bit. As he lowered his head to rub his chin, while also saying sorry, he heard Yan Wen's voice from above. "Are you all right?" The scheming puppy, having successfully plotted to stop the little fox from finding Qin Ye, now smiled brightly, acting as if it was an accidental collision. Right now, he was even holding Chao Sui's hand, and cheerfully greeted him with a senior. "Yan Wen?" Chao Sui was quite surprised to see his conquest target. While his mind was still reeling from the collision, Yan Wen's red eyes were already staring intently at his hand. His own long, slender fingers also took the opportunity to slip inside the little fox's sleeve, as if looking for something. Chao Sui was a bit flustered by Yan Wen's unusual action. He quickly pulled his hand back, although he didn't know why Yan Wen, who was clearly not here a moment ago, had suddenly appeared. He still instinctively changed the subject. Did I bump you too hard just now?" The little fox asked the question, but Yan Wen's eyes at this moment were focused only on his empty wrist. As he expected, he wasn't wrong. The bracelet is normally in an invisible state. Only the player can summon it. The puppy's eyes grew redder and redder, filled with a strange emotion that no one could understand. His face darkened. He looked at Chao Sui, who was smiling and chatting in front of him, and thought to himself, "Is tonight the last chance?" The innocent little fox, unaware of the danger lurking beside him, upon meeting Yan Wen now, also secretly made up his mind. Tonight's mission, he absolutely had to succeed. Yes, before the evening party officially began, the director, representing the production team, stood up to say a few words. "Thank you, esteemed teachers, for coming to participate in our show. Tonight is a thank you party. I hope all the teachers enjoy themselves to the fullest." After the director's announcement, the evening party officially began. The party venue was very large, and there were many people. While Chao Sui and Yan Wen were standing together, someone came up from behind to find him. The person who came was the young lady, Ku Yunshang. Tonight, she wore a purple dress that perfectly matched the color of her hair. Holding a wine glass, she raised it towards Chao Sui with a sweet and cheerful smile, complimenting him. I saw the commercial you and Yan Wen did. It was really beautiful. In the future, if there's a chance, we could collaborate as well. Receiving an invitation from the regal older sister, Chao Sui had no reason to refuse. Besides, even though she was just an NPC in the plot, the little fox himself quite liked her. However, Chao Sui lowered his head and thought to himself that any collaboration would probably have to wait until the next time he played the game. After all, the little fox was thinking about being able to get out into the real world. But just as he thought, halfway through, a sound from the side cut off his thoughts. She said, Chao Sui? Our relationship is very good. Hearing his name mentioned, Chao Sui looked over, only to see the rabbit, Su Bai, boasting wildly, lying to someone. He really didn't understand how thick-skinned this rabbit could be. To confidently say that his relationship with the little fox was very good, and that Chao Sui even actively sought him out to hang out in private. What? Delusion is a sickness that needs to be treated. The fox stood to one side, listening to all those fabrications, and he felt the hot blood rush to his head. But before he could let his anger rise, he quickly suppressed it. Haha, this guy should be thankful that after tonight, I'll be out of this game. So, my mood is much better. The little fox thought to himself with satisfaction. And now, the most important thing for him was to complete the mission with Yan Wen. No sooner had he thought that than he looked up, and the young man was surprised to find that Yan Wen was nowhere to be seen. He was too lost in thought. The little fox didn't even notice when his conquest target ran off. This is just too much. Fortunately, Ku Yunshang had been by his side all this time, so when Chao Sui asked about the puppy's whereabouts, she pointed in one direction, indicating that he had gone out to the balcony. The hallway outside the party room was pitch black. You couldn't see anything. The little fox followed the direction Ku Yunshang pointed, opened the door, and left the party, planning to go outside to find Yan Wen, finish the mission, and return to the real world. But as soon as he stepped out into the hallway, he found the place was both quiet and dark. The little fox looked all around, not understanding why Yan Wen would come out here. Chao Sui's footsteps echoed in the dark night. At that moment, behind him, another silent footstep suddenly appeared, slowly approaching. The conquest target's eyes in the dark night were both dark and sharp. It was unclear what this puppy was plotting. Chao Sui walked around but still couldn't see anyone. Just as he turned around, intending to look elsewhere, the tall figure behind him had approached very close. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the little fox's wrist was grabbed by a hand in the darkness. Chao Sui cried out in fear a few times, but his mouth was quickly covered by the person behind him. It was too dark. The young man didn't know who was attacking him. Moreover, the person's strength was too great. The fox struggled, but it was useless against them. He couldn't break free, and instead was pulled backward. Chao Sui was extremely panicked at this moment, not knowing where this mysterious person was taking him. When he was pulled into a place with light, the other person's hand simultaneously let go. The startled little fox turned around and was pulled close by Qin Ye. He held his hand with one hand and wrapped his other arm around him, pulling him into an embrace. He then flashed a punchable smile and teased, "If you're scared of the dark, what are you doing here?" Qin Ye's words were met with a punch to the head. "This little fox of yours is going to scare you to death." Chao Sui yelled as he pummeled him. "Who asked you to meddle, you devil?" He actually dared to tease him like that. Today, the fox had to teach him a lesson. Rustle. Asterisk. Chao Sui was busy hitting the person, so he didn't notice. A scraping sound coming from behind the door. But the little fox didn't notice. That doesn't mean a snake spirit like Qin Ye didn't notice. His sharp ears caught the sound, and he immediately turned his head to look at the door. But unfortunately, that place was completely quiet. It was still pitch black, with no one in sight. If Qin Ye had bothered to take a few more steps at that moment, he would have surely discovered a white figure hiding behind the door. The person who came was Yan Wen, but that wasn't important right now. With Qin Ye here, Yan Wen wouldn't dare to show himself, so Qin Ye wasn't foolish enough to go looking for him. After a round of being hit on the head, one snake and one fox went out to the balcony to start watching the moon. But this way of watching the moon was very strange. The moon was hanging overhead, but both of their necks were turned towards each other. Especially Chao Sui. He was staring at the handsome man openly, without any restraint at all. It made even a thick-skinned person like Qin Ye wonder what was going on. Actually, the fox wasn't admiring the handsome man. He was just thinking about something. Why is this person everywhere? An NPC who escaped the script's arrangement unexpectedly has such a high degree of freedom. It feels no different from a player. Thinking of this, Chao Sui suddenly paused. A player? The young man thought to himself, and then shook his head in denial. What am I thinking? Isn't this game a single-player game? How can there be two players? Hehe. He's the final boss, so he plays if he wants to. Fox, you guessed it right. Be bold and ask. Chao Sui, of course, wouldn't go asking about such uncertain things. He just lowered his eyes slightly. Thinking back, Yan Wen's degree of freedom was also very high. This must be a special feature of this game, huh? He's thinking so much, but I have to admit, this fox is really quick to be optimistic. This strange train of thought is truly hopeless. But it's not that Chao Sui is optimistic. He just feels that life is very precious. So, tell me, after a long silence and much thought, the little fox finally spoke up and asked the person beside him, do you think there are really people in this world who would be willing to risk their own lives for others? Qin Ye lowered his eyes and listened silently to Chao Sui's question. After a moment, he reached his hand out towards him and seriously gave his answer. If it's someone important, then what does life or death matter? Qin Ye's hand caressed the corner of the little fox's eye. His eyes were gentle, and a very faint smile graced his lips. This life is too long. If in the future, that person can only appear in my memories, causing me to live in torment day after day. Qin Ye pulled his hand back. Under the bright moonlight, his whole being seemed to sparkle in Chao Sui's eyes. His heart also beat more frantically with every word he spoke. Then I would rather every minute and every second of my life be spent by her side. In that case, living or dying, what is there to be afraid of? If this isn't love, then what is? After these words, Chao Sui's eyes widened in astonishment. It's unclear if he has realized who the person in front of him really is. Chao Sui hasn't realized yet, but a huge suspicion has already risen in his heart. Come to think of it, Liang Ye's favorability score is already 100%. That person was always intentionally approaching him. It can't be him. The more the little fox thought about it, the more he denied it in his heart. It was clear that Liang Ye had told him to never appear in front of him again. Therefore, this Qin Ye cannot possibly be Liang Ye. Despite saying that, Chao Sui couldn't deny that there were many similarities between the two of them. Qin Ye had once rubbed his stomach and said, the little fox eats so much, why is there no meat at all? And Liang Ye, he had also once smiled and teased, the way you hug that stuffed animal, you really look like a little fox. Thump, 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 asterisk. The more Chao Sui connected the dots, the faster his heart beat. His body suddenly began to tremble all over. He lowered his head, the words he wanted to say felt stuck in his throat. An important person, you say? The little fox excitedly lunged forward and grabbed Qin Ye's shirt. The truth was about to be laid bare, but he still found it too hard to believe. At this moment, he just wanted to question Qin Ye, to ask him who his important person was. Seeing the other person lower his head without saying anything, the little fox grew even more anxious, urging, answer me. Who exactly are you? Seeing Chao Sui's reaction, Qin Ye's eyes lowered once more. The loving affection in his eyes seemed as if it was about to spill out. He didn't answer the little fox right away, but only reached out to cup his chin, firmly making the young man lift his head, to look straight into his eyes. You, my little fox, haven't you already guessed the answer? Qin Ye didn't say it outright, but just gently caressed Chao Sui's face and spoke vaguely like that. You. The little fox's eyes widened. Then he asked again in confusion. His ears perked up. What did you just say? Who? This time, it was Qin Ye's turn to be stunned. Huh? He had spoken so clearly just now. Could it be that the little fox didn't hear him? Or was he playing with him? No, that's not it. From Chao Sui's perspective, all of Qin Ye's words just now were in a dialogue box with no words, meaning the little fox couldn't hear anything he said. Qin Ye now realized it seemed he had been muted by the system. Beep, 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 beep. Asterisk. Sure enough, as soon as he realized it, a bunch of warning panels appeared around the system. Not only did they warn him about breaking character, but they also warned of trespassing and all sorts of things. Dozens of warning panels surrounded Qin Ye, and arcs of red lightning were gradually enveloping him. This faulty system was starting to go into rebellious mode again. The boss was standing right in front of it, yet it dared to forcibly mute him. Now it was even readjusting his character, with a 1-minute countdown. With each passing second of the system's countdown, Qin Ye's body stiffened up. He currently couldn't control his body as he wished anymore. Chao Sui, on the outside, was completely unaware that Qin Ye was in a dangerous situation. Because he couldn't hear clearly, he was still approaching him, curiously asking, not knowing why he was standing so rigidly. Qin Ye. The little fox rubbed his chin and secretly guessed, not knowing if this guy was planning to play another trick on him, or not. Qin Ye really wanted to tease him, but at this moment, he couldn't even if he wanted to. Even though he tried so hard he broke out in a sweat. he still couldn't move an inch. Chao Sui over here was still rubbing his chin in confusion, just as he was about to ask the person opposite him if he was Liang. Yay or not, from behind, a sound conveniently rang out, cutting off his words. Senior. The person who arrived was none other than Yan Wen. This puppy is also the sinister type who's been hiding all this time. Now that he sees someone is in trouble, he immediately jumps out to take advantage. And look at this revealing way of dressing. He's trying to seduce Qin Ye's innocent little fox, isn't he? President Qin is here too? Yan Wen approached them, asking nonchalantly. He'd been hiding from beginning to end, and had watched the whole thing unfold. And yet, right now, this puppy was still pretending to be innocent. This kind of blatant green tea act, only Chao Sui would believe it. Qin Ye couldn't move an inch right now, and this misbehaving fellow was trying to steal his man. When he heard Yan Wen say, I have something I want to say to Senior. Could President Qin give us some privacy? Qin Ye really wanted to open his mouth and curse, but besides frowning and resisting the system, he couldn't do anything else right now. The scheming puppy over there saw that the person didn't answer, and even feigned confusion. After a moment, he even stepped closer, pressing close to Qin Ye and whispering, Are you sure you want to listen here, President Qin? After all, the conquest target deliberately drew out his words. I came here to confess to Senior, you know. Thump, thump, thump. Asterisk. These words from Yan Wen successfully triggered the mad dog blood in Qin Ye. The look in his eyes as he stared at the scoundrel before him could only be described as ice cold. Seizing the opportunity to steal his man. This is it. No wonder he's a bug of the system. A bug with a mind of its own, so it's no surprise that the system still hasn't been able to eliminate it. 1 minute for this faulty system is probably equal to 10 minutes for a normal person. All this time, and it has only counted down to 37. At this point, Qin Ye suddenly felt a throbbing headache. Qin Ye heard the sound of the system. External check complete. Checking core. At this point, it wasn't just his head. Qin Ye's whole body was aching relentlessly. He gritted his teeth. His eyes, originally gold, now changed to one blue, one gold. As the boss who created the game, Qin Ye understood immediately that the system was trying to push his consciousness out, to revert this character's settings back to the original Qin Ye. A persistent, uncomfortable ringing echoed in his ears. Liang Ye's vision gradually blurred. In front of him, only strings of 0 second and 1 second remained, and the vague figures of Yan Wen and Chao Sui. Damn it, Qin Ye, why did it have to be now? Liang Ye was unwilling. He didn't want to. He had to hold on. But the more he thought, the more his consciousness faded. Finally, his eyes slowly closed. At this moment, Yan Wen, standing not far away, suddenly realized with a start that the Qin Ye before him seemed to have changed somehow. The puppy lowered his gaze, thinking to himself, a moment ago, it seemed he hadn't seen wrong. Qin Ye's eye color appeared to have changed. Oh la la, this is just too much fun. Yan Wen chuckled to himself at his discovery. What could be more delightful than discovering that besides himself, there were other strange people here too? Just as I thought, this guy isn't Qin Ye. Yan Wen moved closer again, carefully observing the face of the character opposite him, whose eyes were shut tight. The puppy's eyes gradually turned a deeper red. He felt incredibly pleased and smug. This guy had always acted strangely before. His setting was clearly to despise Chao Sui, but time and time again, he stole the little fox's attention right in front of him. He had been suspicious before, but only now did Yan Wen dare to confirm it. Just as he had predicted, this person was exactly like Chao Sui. He's a player too. This discovery made Yan Wen extremely satisfied. He rubbed his chin, staring at Qin Ye and calculating. Although he didn't know what had happened to him, now wasn't a good time to. Before Yan Wen could finish his thought, Chao Sui's curious voice sounded beside them. What are you two talking about? The naive little fox still hadn't understood what was happening. He even smiled and squeezed in between the two, with a curious look, wondering what they were talking about. It's a mystery, which of the little fox's eyes saw these two talking. Qin Ye had clearly been standing perfectly still, from start to finish, without opening his mouth at all. Seriously? Can such a naive little fox really complete the mission on his own, and leave the game? Oh my god, I'm so worried. The fox, unaware of how precarious his situation was still concerned enough to turn and call out to Qin Ye. But never mind calling him. Yan Wen wasn't about to give the little fox a chance to wake the other guy up. He immediately called out, Senior, and grabbed Chao Sui's shoulders, turning him around. There's something I've always wanted to tell you. Although this decision is a bit sudden, in a situation like this, of course Yan Wen had to go for a swift victory. He smiled, took the little fox's hand, and suddenly said something like that, making Chao Sui's heart pound with anticipation. This atmosphere. Don't tell me. The little fox's face suddenly flushed slightly. The young man couldn't help but think, could it be that the hidden mission is about to start? Good grief. You really can't expect anything from this naive boy. Read the room a little fox. What hidden mission is about to start? Why not think the puppy is about to confess, for heaven's sake? I'm really at a loss with him. Yan Wen didn't give Chao Sui much chance to think, once again taking his hand. Then the treacherous conquest target lightly kissed the little fox's fingers, and, with a profound gaze, spoke in a low, seductive voice. Actually, senior, you've always known that I like you, haven't you? Who the heck would know that? The little fox suddenly felt extremely tense after hearing that. There was no feeling of a fluttering heart whatsoever. Just as Chao Sui didn't know how to handle this situation, the faulty system suddenly popped up to make its presence known. It chimed to get his attention, then a mission panel popped up in front of the little fox, announcing, "Hidden mission activated. Completion condition. Successful confession. Mission reward. Conquest target's favorability increases by 35%. Naive Chao Sui didn't think much of it. After seeing the hidden mission notification, he even thought this would be very simple. But whether it was really as simple as the little fox thought, he would only know once he started. While Chao Sui was preoccupied with the mission panel, the player bracelet on his wrist appeared along with it. Whoosh. Asterisk. A light breeze seemed to pass through Yan Wen's eyes. Where Chao Sui wasn't looking, a sharp, cold red color appeared again. He lowered his head and let out a chuckle, thrilled to discover that the player bracelet had actually appeared. An opportunity like this couldn't be missed. Yan Wen's hand, which was holding Chao Sui's, quickly and lightly flipped over, reaching to take the thing on the other person's wrist. Yan Wen had thought everything was going too smoothly for him, but very quickly, the smile vanished from his eyes, because when his hand touched that thing, it shattered into pieces, instead of being something he could take. Dream on, puppy, but don't dream too big. A bug trying to steal a player's bracelet? For what? Planning to steal his identity and escape to the real world? Huh? What's that, puppy? Only now did Yan Wen realize things weren't as easy as he had thought. He had no way of touching that thing, which meant that only a player could take it off. Meanwhile, Chao Sui still knew nothing about the small movements of Yan Wen. The fox was still standing there, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Suddenly receiving a confession was a bit strange. Even though it was just a game, if he agreed to Yan Wen now, he would be able to escape the game, right? Even at this point, Chao Sui was still naively believing Yan Wen's words were the truth. He even looked up with a beaming smile, preparing to respond to the confession of the cunning puppy opposite him. It's shocking. However, since he couldn't get the item now, Yan Wen couldn't be bothered to play the romance game with the little fox anymore. Just as Chao Sui opened his mouth to say, "Actually, I also," the puppy coldly cut him off with a devastating question. What is this glowing thing? The glowing thing Yan Wen was pointing at was precisely the blue bracelet on Chao Sui's hand. Since he couldn't take the bracelet, he was probably planning a different strategy. Huh? Chao Sui followed the direction Yan Wen pointed, and as soon as he saw the system bracelet on his hand, his face turned pale. Only now did Chao Sui remember something he had forgotten. Although NPCs couldn't see the mission panel, they could see the bracelet. Startled by the question, the little fox hastily tried to cover it up, saying it was just a piece of jewelry. Chao Sui didn't know what effect it would have for a conquest NPC to see this, but he still instinctively hid it behind his back, not giving Yan Wen a chance to touch it. The little fox's flimsy excuse in front of Yan Wen was nothing but a joke. This puppy had approached Chao Sui for the bracelet, so how could he let it go so easily now? Wow, it's really beautiful. Can I see it for a moment? No way. A normal person would definitely fire back a sentence like that, right? But not the little fox. Chao Sui was never normal to begin with. With his bizarre train of thought, Chao Sui was actually wondering if showing an NPC the bracelet would be too ridiculous. Oh my. With a naive little fox like this, how could he not be tricked and spun in circles by the puppy opposite him? I can't even look at my senior's jewelry for a little bit? Seeing Chao Sui's hesitant expression, Yan Wen knew he had a chance, so the big dog opposite him quickly put on a deeply hurt expression. Senior, you said we were friends before. Meaning, if they're friends, why can't they share jewelry? My god, I've met many male green teas before, but why is this one so detestable? But after brewing that cup of tea, Yan Wen's act wasn't over yet. He then rubbed his chin as if in deep thought and said, "It seems my confession today is hopeless after all." He really knows how to play on the little fox's psychology. Sure enough, as soon as he heard the mission was becoming hopeless, Chao Sui panicked. What kind of joke is this? If the confession doesn't succeed, how can he gather enough favorability to leave? The fox was in a huge hurry, so he quickly reached out his hand and shouted, "Wait! The mission is so close to success, it can't fall apart at the last second." Chao Sui's head was covered in sweat. The current situation didn't allow him to hesitate so much. The bracelet probably only works on players, right? Chao Su swallowed nervously. He wasn't even sure if his thinking was correct. Well, it is, but a player voluntarily giving it to an NPC is a completely different story. Calm down, little fox. Don't let the person in front of you fool you. Chao Sui, from beginning to end, knew nothing about Yan Wen's scheme, so now he was even planning to take the important thing off his hand and let the vicious dog opposite him see it. Unbelievable. Oh my god, Fox. Look up and see the terrifying, greedy expression of your conquest. Target. Look at him. That face that looks like he's about to achieve his goal. Does that look like simple curiosity to you? Finally, Yan Wen stared intently at Chao Sui's movements, his eyes filled with greed. Almost there. As soon as he gets that thing in his hands, Chao Sui will be completely bound to this game, unable to ever get out again. The little fox had no idea. His situation was now fraught with danger. The moment the player bracelet left his hand, the black chains surrounding him would lunge forward, bind him tightly, and drag him down into a bottomless abyss, with no escape. Bang. Asterisk. At the critical moment, a hand reached out and slapped away Chao Sui's foolish action. Yan Wen's greedy eyes immediately turned to shock. The prize he was about to get was ruined by someone else. Of course, Yan Wen wouldn't be happy about this, but when he looked up, he saw the person who was supposed to be getting his bug fixed by the system, frowning and smirking at him. A confession, huh? Qin Ye's head was covered in sweat, but it couldn't stop the anger in his heart. Who are you confessing to right now? Before the countdown reached 0, Qin Ye had regained control of his body. The truth proves that a crappy system like this is no match for the final boss. And it was a good thing Qin Ye came back in time. Otherwise, his little fox would have been in danger. After catching his breath from the exhaustion, President Qin took Chao Sui's hand and said, "That's right, you don't know yet, do you? He is." When Chao Sui heard these words, a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. His face went from surprise to horrified. He tried to widen his eyes as he looked at Qin Ye, as if trying to send him a message. Don't say it." The little fox was screaming internally, but Qin Ye ignored all of his reactions. He held his hand with extreme firmness and enunciated every word for Yan Wen to hear. "My fiancé." Oh my god, what a storm. The little fox was so shocked he almost faded out of existence. Why can't this damn bug be fixed? System. He's the boss, not some broken bug you can just fix. If you're going to fix someone, it should be Yan Wen. Naive Chao Sui still didn't understand the situation. He was still worried that Yan Wen would misunderstand and all, and the mission would be ruined. Broken engagement? But contrary to the little fox's thoughts, the guy opposite him just let out an indifferent sigh. Finally, Yan Wen said casually, "I wondered what it was. Fiancé? Wasn't that a long time ago? You two already broke off the engagement. So my pursuing senior has nothing to do with President Qin, does it? Whoops, the cat's out of the bag." Yan Wen. The engagement details from the plot were only known to the Qin and Chao families. How would a conquest target know? Chao Sui was very surprised to hear Yan Wen's words. But, as mentioned before, this little fox's brain works differently than a normal person's. So even now, what he cared about wasn't why Yan Wen knew about the engagement, but he let out a sigh of relief that he wasn't holding around grudge. It's astounding. Oh my god. Fox, oh Fox, can you please be a little smarter? Being so clueless, you'll get kidnapped and sold without even knowing it. Who said we broke off the engagement? The little fox had barely sighed in relief. For 3 seconds, when Qin Ye's next words sent him into a panic. Hearing Qin Ye indifferently provoke the conquest target, Chao Sui broke out in a sweat and had to turn to glare at him. He wanted this madman to stop talking. Does he not want him to escape the game or something? Why is he playing so dirty? Not broken off? How is that possible? The annoyed person now wasn't just Chao Sui. Yan Wen opposite him was also gritting his teeth and demanding answers. After his angry questioning, he seemed to remember something, covered his face, and said, "Ah, that's right. Since meeting President Qin, everything has become much more interesting and new." After saying that, Yan Wen's face began to look more sinister. His eyes were glued to Chao Sui's wrist, while he muttered, "Forget it. I wasn't expecting to catch it so easily anyway. Besides, looking at it now, there's a more fun target to play with here than Chao Sui." Yan Wen looked viciously towards Qin Ye. Clearly, the new target he was aiming for was this very Mr. Qin. This puppy was going further and further down the path of a villain. Now he couldn't even be bothered to pretend anymore. He just kept looking this way with greedy, sinister eyes, making Qin Ye become vigilant and protect the little fox behind him. Meanwhile, Chao Sui couldn't read this tense, confrontational atmosphere, but when he turned his head to look at Yan Wen and saw the favorability bar above his head flash, the little fox had another bad premonition. Yan Wen, for his part, was also looking at Chao Sui. There was no affection or happiness in his eyes. He was even thinking, if the game just ended like this, wouldn't that be too much of a pity? Let's continue, senior. Yan Wen didn't want things to end so easily. So, he could only make things difficult for the innocent little fox opposite him. He called Chao Sui's name, then used an accusatory tone to blame the little fox. How could you do this? Chao Sui's bad feeling was becoming more and more accurate. His face was now pale, his eyes fixed on the favorability bar above Yan Wen's head. The favorability was dropping. That's right, the favorability was dropping. Or more accurately, from the very beginning, the so-called favorability was only a figment of Yan Wen's imagination. If he wanted it to rise, it would rise. And when he didn't want it anymore, it would recede as quickly as the tide. Yan Wen was still putting on a hurt expression from being deceived, but he didn't look pitiful at all. He just looked fake. I originally quite liked you, senior. But since you're already in a relationship with Qin Ye, why did you still come and lead me on? Heh. With every word this puppy spoke, the favorability plummeted. In an instant, it was only at 15%. Chao Sui looked at it, and his soul was about to leave his body. But this was only the beginning. The thing that would terrify Chao Sui even more was still to come. He heard Yan Wen call out senior one more time, and in Chao Sui's eyes, the favorability had dropped to 0. Then, with a ding, at the same time Yan Wen coldly said, "You've truly disappointed me." The favorability bar above his head dropped in an instant. "Do negative advice it." Good grief, you can have a negative score in this game? This big puppy bug is truly freethals. Too sinister. Look at that face. Does it look like his favorability dropped because of a broken heart? Clearly, he's just lost interest in the little fox. So he's being a jerk about it. Chao Sui stared at the -20 glaring in front of him, and his heart skipped a beat. So much for the naive, easy-to-conquer, loyal puppy. It was all a lie. The useless, faulty system that normally does nothing even decided to pop up a warning panel now, saying the conquest target's favorability cannot be negative. It's so infuriating to look at. Anyone would be angry. But Chao Sui couldn't even muster the energy to be angry anymore. The young man looked at the -20, and the system's notification panel, and his whole body felt like it was about to go limp. Don't. Seeing Yan Wen's retreating back, Chao Sui at this moment actually wanted to run after that big dog and pull him back. He couldn't let things end like this. It seems that after all this, the naive little fox still hasn't understood anything clearly. Yan Wen's favorability bar is something he can freely adjust. It wasn't because of some nonsense reason like disappointment, as he claimed. Chasing after him would be useless. Chao Sui was currently anxious and worried, so he couldn't think of anything else. However, the moment he took a step to chase after Yan Wen, he was quickly blocked by Qin Ye, who was standing to the side. "Where are you going, Qin Ye?" Qin Ye was afraid the little fox would fall into that scoundrel's trap and be used until he had nothing left. But he understood, while Chao Sui did not. So when his path was blocked, the little fox's face was very tense. He even coldly told Qin Ye to get out of the way. "You want to be with him that much?" It wasn't the first time Qin Ye had been rejected, but this was the first time he had seen such a cold expression on the little fox's face. So, besides being heartbroken, he was also in disbelief. "I told you to move." In response to Qin Ye's question, Chao Sui still coldly pushed him away and even shouted at him angrily. He wanted to chase after Yan Wen, but as soon as he pushed Qin Ye away, the path ahead was already empty. There was no one there. Now where was he supposed to find the puppy to get his favorability back? Open system interface. Open system interface. Chao Sui was extremely worried. When he reached out his hand to open the system, to search for Yan Wen's whereabouts, the bracelet that was supposed to be on his wrist didn't react at all. The more silent everything was, the more terrified the little fox became. His eyes stared at his own wrist in terror. Cold sweat dripped down his face. His heart was pounding in his chest. Where is the system interface? Where is the bracelet? Why can't I even see the bracelet anymore? This can't be. This is too strange. Chao Sui was anxious and afraid, still wanting to find Yan Wen to explain things properly. If he could salvage the favorability score, maybe there was still a chance. He thought so, but as soon as he took a step, Qin Ye from behind quickly wrapped his arms around him. "Don't go." Normally, the little fox's intelligence was nothing to write home about, and now, worried about the system, he had no energy left to care about. Qin Ye's strange reaction. The more he was held back, the angrier the little fox became. The look he gave Qin Ye was now full of disgust. "What exactly are you trying to do?" The young man struggled out of Qin Ye's embrace. The more he saw his face, the angrier he became. The progress was almost at 100%. The little fox only had to think of the chance to leave the game, being crushed by Qin Ye, and all his anger wanted to be unleashed on him. He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "Why? Why is it that this person is always causing trouble for me?" Chao Sui had no idea that Qin Ye had just saved him from a terrible fate. Right now, he was just incredibly frustrated. His clenched fists trembled with rage. Now, even the system was gone without a trace. What should he do? How could he escape this world? Or maybe… In his rage, the little fox remembered the system's warning from earlier. He had a feeling that everything had suddenly spun out of control since then. So, could it be that he was about to die in this game? Chao Sui's thoughts were quickly interrupted by a careful, hesitant hand grabbing his own. The man took his hand, his lonely eyes filled with pain. For the first time since he had known Chao Sui, he saw this expression on his face. Don't like Yan Wen anymore, Qinye said. He begged him. Please, just like me a little. Like you? Those words sounded so sarcastic to Chao Sui's ears. Even if the favorability bar above Qinye's head showed any number right now, to Chao Sui, it would all be a lie. If I like you, can I escape this game? You still don't get it? Looking at Qinye's unwilling expression, the little fox turned his head and rubbed his forehead. Cold, cruel words just came out. I will never like you. The only person I can like is Yan Wen. Well, like, in the game. Because I accidentally chose that scheming puppy as my conquest target, so I can't change it. The latter words were, of course, a secret, so Chao Sui couldn't say them out loud. So now, when Qinye heard his cruel words, his expression was like he had suffered the shock of a lifetime. The night sky, which had been clear, after Chao Sui's words, the heavens seemed to mourn for Qinye and started to pour rain. When one is sad, the scenery is never cheerful. This rain didn't cool or soothe the tense atmosphere between them. On the contrary, it made everything heavier. Through the sound of the falling rain, Chao Sui clearly heard the person opposite him ask, "Why? In what way am I not as good as Yan Wen?" Qinye was obsessed with this, but in the little fox's eyes right now, he was just a system bug. This guy still won't give up, will he? The more Chao Sui was pushed, the angrier he became. And when anger clouds reason, people say things they don't mean. The little fox angrily slapped Qinye's hand away. He seemed to use all his strength to roar at him. Fine, let me tell you why. The way Chao Sui looked at Qinye now, there was no affection or warmth, only disgust. The words he spoke were like knives, each one cutting into the man's heart. Because I've hated you from the start, refusing to break the engagement with me, so hateful, always clinging to me, so hateful. Your face, your smell, your voice. Chao Sui lowered his head, clenched his fists, and shouted with his eyes closed at Qinye opposite him. I hate everything about you. The moment Chao Sui's words fell, everything around them suddenly fell silent. The only sound left was the falling rain. It sounded so desolate and sorrowful. They say when a woman says hate, she means love. But Chao Sui turned love into hate. After speaking such cruel words, and hurting Qinye's heart, he took a few breaths to steady himself before continuing. I'm begging you. Don't bother my life anymore. Disappear from my world. Ha. After saying such bitter words, Chao Sui was horrified with himself. Hey, when you get angry, you'll say anything. When that person really disappears, it'll be too late for regrets. As the old saying goes, you lose your mind when you're too angry. It's better to keep your mouth shut when you're angry. It's just safer that way. Chao Sui was also stunned after the words left his mouth. He looked up to see Qinye's reaction. He didn't want to say that, but somehow, the words just came tumbling out. Words spoken are like spilt water. Even if he wanted to take them back now, it was too late. Qinye had heard them, and he was hurt. Whether he explained or not now, it would be the same. When a man is in pain, they often use a smile to hide it all. Qinye was no exception at this moment. He didn't cry, nor did he show his sadness, but the tight clench of his fist, and the way he looked away, proved how much his heart was hurting. So being with me makes you this uncomfortable. That's why you ran away from me time and time again. All the affection was just my own one-sided delusion. The words Chao Sui said were in the game, but Qinye brought those feelings into the rot of that real world. If you don't connect the dots, it's fine, but once you do, it fits perfectly, which is the painful part. That's why they say, sometimes people shouldn't overthink things so much. The more you think, the more you suffer. Chao Sui felt he had been a bit too harsh just now, so he wanted to open his mouth to explain. But while he wanted to talk, Qinye didn't want to hear anymore. He took off his jacket and draped it over the little fox, then said, It's raining, go home early, I'll take. He was originally going to say, I'll take you home, but then he remembered he'd been rejected. So Qinye sadly turned his head away and changed his words to, I'll have the driver take you home. After saying that, he didn't linger and left immediately, leaving Chao Sui standing there alone, to do whatever he wanted. The little fox yelled at him and told him to leave, but when he was gone, he bit his lip and his whole body trembled. This is clearly how the plot should go, but why? Chao Sui uncomfortably squatted on the ground, hugging his legs. He buried his head in his knees. Why was he so sad and heartbroken? The little fox wearily rubbed his head. In the dark night and gloomy rain, he sat curled up alone in a corner, blaming himself. I'm really the worst. Well, matters of the heart are often messy like that. But no matter what, getting confused and hurting the one you love like that is not okay. I hope the little fox realizes his own feelings soon. I also hope he soon discovers the puppy's scheme, some kind of trick. This conquest target is really getting more and more out of line.